Hello and welcome to the Hawk's Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane as we kick ourselves off the fourth day of here free agency and see if Seattle's going to get a little bit active today. Maybe deals coming down the line. Everything's been kind of waiting in the cut. You might find yourself a little confused. You're saying, well, we just came off a Super Bowl win, Brando. We had $60+ million to spend, Brando. Why wouldn't you want to be hyper aggressive here in free agency? Why wouldn't you want to try to push this envelope as hard as you can, especially watching your rivals in the Rams and the 49ers? Maybe not go over the top with some of the aggressiveness of their moves, but certainly make a couple of moves to show that they're trying to broach the distance between you and them. Well, if you, of course, have been following along with this channel and people did not like to necessarily hear me say this, a lot of this was anticipated and thought that this was the way that this was going to probably go by John's approach. Partly in predicting that it was based upon John's history and that this is not what he tends to do, is go out into free agency and go crazy, and that he's going to let the thing get everybody go and kind of, punch themselves out a little bit. You're going in with a bunch of strikers in UFC and you're a ground and pound guy. So you're going to let them just keep swinging, get a little tired, and then you'll bring him down to the ground and take him down from there. And that's a little bit, I think, what John's doing in this free agent period here so far, as it has been a little bit quiet, though he has been tactical in the signings that he has made. And then just very silently, quietly almost, you can see how he's already setting up the stage for the draft, where really need is not going to be as much in the peripheral, and that they can really just concentrate on that value-based structure, which is, of course, the most important part when you go into the draft, that you can operate that way. So I understand that some people are going to be a little bit thrown off here by what's going on because of the fact you're coming off the Super Bowl. I think the Super Bowl win definitely emboldens you in a way to feel confident about your process and confident about why you're doing what you're doing. We can see here with the cap space currently standing for Seattle, they're at $40 million. So about eighth most amount of cap space in the entire NFL right now. And that's notable. What's also notable, though, is if you go and you look here at this dead money number here to the side, if you look through all the rest of these teams here, do you notice how much dead money is sitting all over the place in all these teams? Your Seattle Seahawks have almost by far, the Broncos were the one other team kind of in that territory, but almost by far have the least amount of dead money on their books. So it's always the combination of cap space and cap flexibility, cap space, cap flexibility. That's what puts together what you can utilize in full as far as, maximizing out your roster. And is when you want to keep clear on both ends of it, because the dead money does allow you to manipulate the cap. It does allow you to kind of at times create a little bit more of that cap space by pushing that pain down the line. Seattle's not done that. And this does show to me a little bit of John with how much space you have and how little dead money you had, where John's kind of sitting there. He's going to do something. I think the thing that got lost at times when I was advocating to people that the Seattle Seahawks were not going to get necessarily aggressive here in free agency was then they thought that, well, we're just going to try to save our money. We're going to pinch pennies. Why would we do that coming off a Super Bowl? And that was not what I was advocating for. Saying that, yeah, you're going to be aggressive. It's just the timing of the aggressiveness is not going to happen here into wave one of free agency. And the type of aggressiveness could very well be a trade or two. And that John looks to, kind of move that in that way, in that direction of things. So I understand if there is some impatience out there and some wonder about what's exactly going on. But again, it was kind of anticipated here, as if you're following the channel, that this was the way that this was going to go. When you look at the deals that I foresaw being handed out here in free agency, kind of pretty close to aligned of what we projected out. Obviously, Walker didn't go. I had him at 3 years, $39 million, made 3 years, $45 million. So it's pretty close on that contract. But the other one, Rashid Shaheed, got done. And then the Marlon Humphrey deal at 1 year, $8 million. That's essentially become the Josh Jobe deal, where he's on a 3 year, $24 million. So about $8 million a year for that cornerback you're going to keep on the roster on the extra. Okay, no to Walker, but I got Rashid Shaheed nailed perfectly. 3 years, $51 million was what I was projecting out. So it probably tells you as well that the Jackson Smith-Devin numbers are going to probably be pretty close when those get settled out as well. And of course, that's a part of this cap structure, is the fact that you have to get these guys signed onto a contract extension or some point or another. So this completely does make a lot of sense in Seattle's approach and what they're doing and why they're doing it. When you look at some of the signings, you got Drake Thomas coming in on a 2 year, $8 million deal. This to me is a pretty phenomenal discount to be able to receive, because not only are you bringing him in now and you get him back and you don't have to have your linebacker position get leaned down a little bit. Tyrese Knight, I think, is certainly ready to go. But then you get him down at what is really, I think, a fairly discounted rate at this point. 2 years, $8 million. You're not on a 320 or 330. It's, I mean, $4 million per year is nothing. That's chump change in the modern NFL, especially with where the cap's gone up over $300 million now. And Drake was a good all-around player for you. Great in coverage, great as a blitzer, awesome at shooting the gap in the run game. He really came out and really flourished last year and kept just getting better and better and better as the year went along. And so this was a one that was not a surprise signing when you consider the fact that, got him at the price. It was surprising you didn't tender him, but I think it makes sense that they didn't tender him in retrospect, because you're able to get him on 2 years of a deal rather than having him turn around now and potentially be a free agent here at the end of the year. Does make you wonder a little bit about what the plan is going to be with Tyrese Knight, because he doesn't really have now a pathway over the next 2 years to being able to play, and he's played pretty good when he's been out there. It's been great for you on special teams. I don't think the team's probably going to be sitting there, and maybe be a piece that could be potentially included if you do end up putting together some kind of trade package for someone, be it a Maxx Crosby or Jonathan Grenard, potentially on that one. We then also brought back Josh Jobe on a 3-year, $24 million deal. This was one I think a lot of you were hoping for. And this is one that I was kind of thinking you could potentially do between him and Woolen, because Woolen was going to always cost a little bit more than you wanted to pay. And then you weren't really sure about how much the coaching staff or front office had in confidence of, once they paid him, that would be well worth to spend that money on him, that he's going to remain sort of locked in. So Josh Jobe on a 3-year, $24 million deal, smart money like Drake, good price. Guy's going to come in here and give you more than functional cornerback play. Pretty good all-around player, scheme fit, and he can do the man in the zone stuff. He can play press. He's just brings a variety of useful elements of his game to play on the field. And now you have your 3 starting quarterbacks, and you got Nehemiah Pritchett. And so we go to the draft and go, well, do you need an off-ball inside linebacker? No, we're 3 deep. Well, do you need a cornerback? Well, you could take one if the value's right, but you're at the very least going to be 4 deep. We'll see if eventually the Ravens do end up moving off of that Marlon Humphrey contract, as there is still kind of some waffling on whether or not he's going to remain there. But if you were to bring him in with Jobe, that'd be a hell of a cornerback room with those 4 in there at that point, and probably wouldn't be tremendously expensive on top of it, with the exception of Witherspoon's going to cost a little bit of money this offseason. But a solid signing here. You reinforce the depth. You get a guy that started a lot of games for you over the last couple of years. He's got some ball skills too. He can get you the occasional interception. I remember the Josh Allen interception just kind of blew me away, where he's playing tight end coverage, plays in man, trailing all the way through in man, and then undercuts and jumps the route in that game, which was just phenomenal. Was able to get Purdy last year on a crossing route with Ricky Pearsall, where Pearsall's running the crosser, running step for step with him. Guy's got pretty good speed, gets his head around, got some ball skills to him. So another good signing from my perspective of this. I want to look and find value. That was, of course, kind of at the head of the stack of what I thought John was going to be, rather than what maybe some fans were going to really be pushing for, which is to get hyper aggressive and to be willing to overpay in the name of going back to back. Instead, no, I don't think that's the smart way to go. That's not the horse that brought you here to a championship. That's the busted down pony over there that we don't want any part of. That's what everybody else is jumping into. We want to stay on this stallion, and that means doing things smartly, intelligently, and then trusting in that process that will eventually pay off for you, like it did this year, and making so many of the hard decisions that they made last year. And they're doing so here. First couple contracts out the book. You didn't overpay. You found good value. You got a multi-year deal in place. It's going to help on the roster balancing side of things as far as positional. On those positions like Witherspoon, you're overpaying, to have a counterbalance there to a guy like a Jobe that you're not paying as much, to have the counterbalance to an Emanwari who's on a rookie contract and not costing too much. This is nice. Likewise, the off-ball linebacker. You got the rookie Tyrese Knight. You've got Ernest Jones making decent money. Not over the top. You got him on a pretty good value deal as well when you signed him to his extension. And then you have Drake Thomas on a real nice, feasible deal. So this is where you're putting smart deals together that make a lot of sense. The big signing that they've made so far, of course, has been Rashid Shaheed, 3 years, $51 million. This wasn't a shock, $17 million per year. You cobble together his value of what he gets. I've been saying it's kind of a 3-prong thing where you get what he gives you as a receiver, you get what he gets you as a punt and kick returner, and then you get what he gives you also as a runner of the ball. Fly sweeps, line him up in the backfield occasionally. I feel like you could itemize out 20, 25, 30 rushes a year for Rashid and factor that on in, and that really puts together the value where it makes a lot of sense to do this. This also does completely free you up from being put into a kind of a tough situation at that point. because of the fact that where are you going to go get down that receiver replacement? Who's going to be that speedster you're going to go out there and find? Probably going to have to go make a trade. Probably going to have to go put significant draft capital to then go get that receiver because the receiver is not on the free agent market. So this is a fairly decent as far as on the value front. You didn't get the discount maybe you got on the first couple of guys, but it's understandable because the market would be hot for him, number one. But number two as well, the value to his team and what he brings to your team especially is maybe the most valued because you do put special teams in as high regard as any team in the NFL. But then as well, you didn't want the alternative of having to sort of chase your tail a little bit and make do with a lesser or overpay to get the equivalency at that point on the draft capital front, especially when you're looking on just having only 4 picks. The free agent market just wasn't particularly good for wide receivers. I mean, Jalen Naylor's getting like $11 million per year for the Raiders. These are funny numbers, and I don't think you really want to be jumping into that and taking part if you're the Seattle Seahawks. The other signing they made, of course, was yesterday. We had a couple signings, a couple of undisclosed still on the salary. So Josh Jones was brought back as well. We got Jake Bobo, though, on the 1 year, $3.52 million. If this is 5 years ago, you might have been, that's a little bit much for Bobo as like your 4th, 5th receiver on your roster. But this is where the vet minimum and prices kind of all across the board go up as this salary cap just keeps getting higher and higher and higher. It keeps gaining 20, 30 million a year. This is what happens when you get down to some of the lower end contracts. I think the value to the team, much like Shaheed, is more increased than it would have been if Bobo went elsewhere. His familiarity with the program, his ability to play a multitude of different wide receiver positions, his value as a special teamer, his value as a blocker. I can understand why they did this. And it does seem to speak to me as well that, maybe John is not as hot to trot on the wide receivers in this particular draft. We'll come to see. But I would think that this is a little bit of an indicator that maybe, especially early on in the draft, that the Seahawks are not delighted with the options that they're going to have presented to themselves. And so that this is a little bit of reinforcing the position up ahead of time. Again, going back onto that free agent class, just not particularly good. The wide receivers out there available here to go out there and spend the money on. So Seattle made do with what they could on this. Bobo's solid and made a great catch for you, of course, in the conference championship game last year. Hasn't had a lot of opportunities out there as a wide receiver. But he does bring value in other ways. And a guy in a pinch, if you got to start him a game here and a game there, who can probably hold it down for you, as he did a couple years ago against Carolina Panthers, where he had that really good game. Might have had a couple touchdown catches in that one. So we got two other moves that the Hawks have made. They brought back AJ Finley, the safety, low-end deal, and then Josh Jones, who is right now on an undisclosed contract where he's signing right now. So probably around in the territory of $5 million a year, $6 million a year, maybe a 1-year deal, maybe a 2-year deal. But you do now get your not swing tackle. Yeah, it's kind of a swing tackle here for you because you can play both left and right. So you do get your guy in here. You're now, much like these couple other positions that we're talking about, was setting the stage. You bring in Josh Jones, and now you've got Amari Kite there as well. You're kind of set at your tackle position. You look over at your guard position here, and you got Haynes and Bradford coming back, Cable Dew and Graves Abel at the left guard position, and then you have both of your centers. You're 4 deep at tight end. You're now on your wide receiver front. We got Cup, we got JSN, we got Bobo, we got Rashid Shaheed as your 4. You got Ricky White coming back in the fold. You could bring back some of these other guys that have been kind of back-end roster guys to add on top of that, but you're kind of set there. You got your fullback in place. Offense really doesn't have anything of necessity that it has to be added to at this point. You can throw stuff on top, but there's nothing that's a requirement right now offensively that you feel like you're driven to have to do. Running back is obviously maybe the place that you need to do something on there, and we'll see what approach John has with that. Is that maybe a trade that he looks for still? That's the one spot offensively you can see they've got to address and do something kind of major on, but You've kind of set everything up nicely for you in the draft on this one when you come into that day 1, day 2, especially saying, hey, we can just take the highest valued guy on the board because of how the roster is built. And you've done all of this at the same point of time, going back to while still having $40 million in cap space, while still having a very little amount of dead money. You've got the Uchenna Nwosu money still on the books. If you were to release Uchenna Nwosu, the Seattle Seahawks would have the approximately 3rd most amount of cap space in the entire National Football League with just a release of Uchenna Nwosu. And so that's where you go to and you go, okay, so we kind of list a lot of money to still spend on here. And that's where we get around to the Maxx Crosby situation, because this is opened back up. And I know some of you have got to be probably pretty tired about it and over probably talking about this thing, and that the chances of it happening are not necessarily great when it comes to Maxx Crosby and coming back. But of course, this happened a little bit since we went last live, so we've got to talk about it a little bit here in regards to what happened. And that is that, of course, you guys all know by this point that the Ravens backed out of the trade. It's complete BS, the reasoning here from the Ravens standpoint of it. In that, they obviously got buyer's remorse. This is a team, the Ravens, that have never traded a first round pick in their history, and now they're trading two of them for a guy that, obviously is wearing down a little bit as far as he's not in his prime. You're not trading for a 25-year-old guy that maximum draft compensation. And they definitely had some buyer's remorse on this. Don't buy into anything of what you're hearing about with the physical being failed. And they brought in 17 doctors. They brought a doctor from India. They brought a doctor from China. They brought a doctor in from both coasts. I mean, they covered it to make sure that the answer they're giving you about his knee is true and real. That's what the doctor said. It's not because we're backing out. No. It's not because we're backing out. It's because the doctors all told us that universally, unanimously. Give me a break. No, it's ridiculous. They set the stage for that to happen because they probably almost got immediate buyer's remorse right after, probably the next day. They probably woke up in a sweat and they're like, oh my God. So he goes back. This to me doesn't represent that Maxx isn't a guy that still would be worthy of trading for. And while I could completely understand where John would say, I'm not going to give up 2 first-round picks for Crosby, and completely support that and say, look, I'm not going to get in a bidding war. If somebody's going to go over the top and put the 2 first-round picks, or the Cowboys are going to put the 2 first-round picks, then yeah, I'm not going to go that high. I'm going to have a price like John does and say, that's the price. That's where I'm at, and that's where I'm going to stand. So now we get around to this other side of it, and I understand that Maxx has tweeted out that he's going to stay at the Raiders. I understand the Raiders are trying to give indicators that maybe we'll just keep him. I get that that's what you're hearing. I get that that's what we're hearing. But again, understand on this that there's a lot of a public relation thing going on here. The Raiders get back Maxx Crosby. Oh, now you've got damaged goods. Now you can't get nothing for it. So if there's an intention to want to trade him, you're trying to buff that value back up. No, we're not just going to give him away. Well, we'll just maybe keep him then. Maybe he just wants to stay at that point. So a little bit of this is still to potentially facilitate the trade where you can be able to recoup some of this draft capital you're not going to be able to maximize in the same way because 2 first-round picks are just off the board. There's no potential of it happening. And quite frankly, this is something where I would absolutely right now be dragging the Raiders about this stupid situation because this is why I said back at the trade deadline, you should be moving him now because you're not going to get more from him in the future. And if God forbid, I said this literally at the trade deadline when we heard these rumors out about Crosby, I said, if you're waiting on this, you're going to risk that knee being injured. You're going to risk his leg being injured. Now you're not going to get as much capital in the offseason as you could get right now. You've got to maximize this right now. It's not going to be maximized. And I was kind of surprised that the Ravens gave him the 2 first-round picks, and they may have gotten the 2 first rounds of Dallas if they hadn't pulled the rug out from under them being the Ravens, because now Dallas is out of the situation because they've made the Rashawn Gary trade. They've kind of blown their money as it is. But this goes to show you why you got to move a guy when you got the opportunity to do so, and that you try to wait on this stuff and get cute. You're going to be getting less returns. And the Raiders are going to get less returns at this point because that reason I just said with the Cowboys is very true with a lot of other teams. There are not as many teams that would have been in on the Crosby sweepstakes that are still remaining in on the Crosby sweepstakes a week later because they have already spent all their money. Not everybody walked into free agency with $61 million burning a hole in their wallet like the Seattle Seahawks. And there's a lot of teams that just have that finite money. They're going to jump on a guy like Crosby. It has to be at this point of timing in free agency. And if not, then they got to pivot and move on to their other points. It's not to say there isn't going to still be decent competition for Crosby, but we come back down now to, does a first and a third get it done? Does a first this year and a second round pick next year maybe get it done? Would I be willing to make that kind of move from a Seattle Seahawks perspective at that point? Yeah, I would. I don't think that Grenard is the one guy that can get you somewhat close to this area of things as far as performative wise with what you get from Crosby. I still think with Crosby, you got to be careful about just looking at where he's been recently and he's still been a very productive pass rusher for him even the last couple of years. But understand, coming to this situation, coming to a place where he can be a winner, in my opinion, that's going to elevate his game and make you be able to get an even better version of Crosby because of it. So when I look at Crosby, I see a guy that would be that difference maker, that he is cut uniquely from, just listen to some of the players, like, listen to Jamar Chase just cursing it out when he hears the Ravens are going to get him. And so, I would make this run. You have a late first round pick here. We got to stop thinking about this first round pick as even really a first round pick, especially in this horrific draft. We're not horrific draft, just less than ideal. And so you're picking in one of the weaker drafts in the last 10 years. You're picking in the final pick in the first round. If that's not a de facto second round pick, I don't know what is. And so if we're going to package up 2 second round picks, essentially at that point, to go get a guy in Crosby who we're probably not going to have to give a contract extension to when you bring him in, hard for me to see why you wouldn't want to be aggressive like that from John's perspective. Understanding you can walk away from that deal knowing you didn't overpay, knowing you're actually going to get less of a price that's actually a discounted rate from what you were willing to pay for him at the trade deadline when Seattle reportedly offered 2 first-round picks. So I am completely back in on this Crosby deal. It was all about price. No, I'm not going to give you 2 first-round picks. There's no way, no how. But will I give him a de facto second-round pick in this draft and a second-round pick in next year's draft if that's what it takes to push it over the top? Kick in a Mafe maybe on top if that is to just sort of push it past the finish line? Yeah, I'm willing to do so. Crosby on this defense, I maintain, elevates this defense. And you stack him up there with what you have as far as an edge group, it looks pretty nice. The other part of this being is I just don't have a lot of faith with the Uchenna thing long term that guy's going to be back to what he was a couple of years ago. And then you already did just lose Mafe. So we come back to this as also a need at this point. And there's other ways. It doesn't have to be go for broke here, but I'm certainly, if I'm John, I'm trying to get in on this. And this is just what I was hoping would be a situation that could play out. Because like I said on this too, is you don't be aggressive in the first couple of days of free agency because then you can come back in and strike at the given time that's right. You can come in and get the market opportunity where you might be giving up significant capital, but now you're not giving up maximized capital. And I didn't expect it to be this fast of a turnaround with Crosby on the Ravens situation. I thought it being more of a training camp or give it a little bit of time or maybe before the trade deadline. But right now might be that time to strike to go get this done. So I would be willing to do it. As far as his knee goes, I know that has some people worried and concerned. There's risk in football no matter what you do. And one of the reasons that the Rams, everybody's tried to wonder about why the Rams didn't pay Ernest Jones. Why did they pay him? He was a good linebacker, a world champion for them, coming off his best year when they traded him. And then they moved him. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Because they didn't trust his knee. And specifically, he had a meniscus injury. And they had wanted him to get dealt with prior, and he hadn't gotten it dealt with. Came to Seattle, the knee injury was still what it was. Balled out for us with the knee injury. Got the meniscus figured out last year. Still could see even last year that there was times with that knee. I don't think it was always 100%. I think he had a couple of moments where he banged it up a little bit. Still gave you an all-pro season. So what did Crosby just get worked on his knee? The meniscus. So I'm not really all that concerned on this. There's risk on this, but 2 second-round picks, one of those second-round picks being in a draft that's not particularly really strong. I'm not likely to be getting a steal player at 32. Like how did that guy fall to us? Not in this draft. You'd be very lucky if that was going to be the way that this plays out in this draft for the Seattle Seahawks. So I'm in on this. I'm certainly still in on potentially a Jonathan Grenard deal too. With Grenard, it may be as much of just play a game of chicken with the Vikings where you go, okay, you're going to release him anyway. We're not going to give you what you want draft capital wise. You're going to release him anyway. So they may be kind of hanging in there thinking that that's the way that they can play that potentially out too. We're going to make a move though, whether it's Crosby or Grenard. They're sitting on this money, the little bit of dead cap space. John Schneider's not done. So if you find yourself a little bit uneasy by the situation through the first few days going, why aren't we doing more? We're the Super Bowl. We won the Super Bowl. We're not in a position where we should be trying to be patient or trying to not try to do aggressive moves. This is the time for aggression. I agree. There is a reason to be aggressive. That should be the impetus here, but not necessarily right now when you got to pay out those max prices. So I'm happy with what we've done with the free agency here so far. I've got no worries or issues as far as, this is shouldn't have done this, shouldn't have done that. I think it makes a lot of sense as to why they've done what they've done here, and pretty supportive of it overall. As far as my standing of it, I can't look at it and say I'm upset with anything. And with Crosby too, I think you got to give him a lot of credit for navigating the situation the right way. Part of why I like him as well on this. Just want to go through a couple of things with this on him that have part of why when you look at this guy and you think he'll be a good soldier here, because I think there's a little bit in him, asking to be traded where people can think of him being he's going to be a problem, he's going to be an issue. He quietly requested a trade to help Las Vegas have leverage and get the best deal possible. Did not publicly comment on the trade speculation, so he didn't create drama. He attacked rehab at the Raiders facility with teammates every day, despite privately wanting out. maintained a healthy relationship and line communication with general manager John Spytek. Upon being traded, he shared goodbye posts from teammates and celebrated 6 years sobriety, made an authentic, heartfelt 13-minute farewell video thanking fans in the organization, held accountability for the team's losing ways instead of placing blame solely on the club, insisted he was a Raider for life, expressing a desire to play for Las Vegas again before retiring, said he holds no ill will towards Raiders after the trade and wished the team the best, has not negatively commented on the Ravens deal since the deal fell through, only sharing his agent's statement. So he's been a really good soldier about this, and we've seen a lot of other people be pains in the butt when it comes to their approach with their approach with trying to request a trade. But he's been good about it, as good as I think you could ask a guy to be about on this type of stuff. So I'm still definitely in, but we're going to get a move. Whether it's Crosby or somebody else, there's something else coming down the line here. Don't expect that this is going to be the end of this story. Let's bounce over to you guys here and see where you guys are at, what you're thinking. If you guys got maybe some rumors or news you're hearing, we might hear something come down the line today. You never know on this, so we'll keep you guys abreast of this. We'll go for a little bit of time today, but we've got the syndicate a little bit later on this evening, so I don't know if we'll be doing a super duper long stream today, just kind of, especially if there's not a lot going on, probably just kind of ride in and out a little bit, but please do hit that like button if you're in here today. Would really appreciate it. Helps the channel out a ton. Slowby1 starting us off great here today with a nice $5 donation. Thank you for that, Slowby. It says, much love, man. Thanks for the daily streams. My pleasure, Slopey1. And we'll be kind of on the daily stuff here a little bit. We'll be get back to some of those little quick dailies in and out when we get into kind of past the free agent period here into the draft lead up and some of that stuff. But my pleasure, man. Happy to do it. It's been a fun week here being able to cover this. Had a good time with Brendan over there a couple of days ago as we were kind of chopping up there the day two. But very kind of you, Slowby. Thank you as well, man, for being a member of the channel. You're awesome for that, brother. Much love. GB, how you doing? Fabrice, Brian, hello. Thrill House in the house. What's up, Thrill House? Spending $50 million on Shaheed was what I wanted, and we got him. So if he wants to save money and not take other people's problems, then I'm good with that. Me as well. I think John's been very smart in his approach here, and it'd be very easy, I think, here to just do kind of the boring thing or the straightforward thing, just go nutso and just, let's spend everything on everybody. Let's bring the whole band back together. I think that there's a lot of pressure to potentially do that. And it's not the easy road to sort of sit back and go, no, we're going to stay patient with this. We're going to trust in our process of what we're doing. I love that about it. Sean Collins, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Sean. Really appreciate you for that. We'll begin some member streams up here shortly for you guys that are members of the channel. So thank you. We will definitely get those cooking up, just coming up with some ideas on that side myself. War Chief, very kind of you, man. How you doing, bro? Out in Hawaii. Aloha, Industry Worth. Hello. It's good to see you. Paul Susia. Love the comp picks. We do well-trained. We love the comp picks. We do well-trained trade deadlines the last 3 years. They do. And I think with comp picks, sometimes people get caught up on, well, these comp picks don't work out for these teams that pick these players in these comp pick spots. But I think from John's perspective, it's more about now it frees me up to move draft capital without thinking now I'm completely restricting myself. A little bit like you got to do this year with this Rashid Shaheed trade. You're happy to spend that amount. You're bringing him back. It's not just lost picks for nothing, but you're down a 4th and 5th round pick having to do that. Be nice if you had some comp picks here in this draft to supplement that. So that's what those comp picks will do. And Seattle is indeed now in line for getting a lot of comp picks. You've lost Boye Mafe to a 3-year, $20 million deal. You've got the 1 year worth upwards of $15 million deal to Reek Woolen, Kenneth Walker contract, the Kobe Bryant contract out there. These should all bring potentially around, depending on what Seattle now signs as far as the inverse, this should bring potentially around 4 picks for you into next year's draft, a stronger draft at that. A banana, we definitely got to get some running back depth, man. That is, I would definitely say that's true. 100%. Good to see Industry Worth. Sly, go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Master Chief, and any moves by the Hawks today? Brando, just joined the stream. Nope, we had the Josh Jones and the AJ Finley signing at the end of yesterday, and then it's been back to kind of Quietsville here today. So don't know if we will get anything down. Hard to say on this one. kind of things have been a little bit, there's sort of my general sense on this is that everything opened up out the gates and it was like a horse race where they're just flying out the blocks. And then it felt like you got into sort of day 2 and 3 and things started to kind of slow down a little bit. And it almost felt like we got a little bit of a roadblock yesterday where when I look through and I see overcap, there's still a lot of teams with a lot of money to spend. It does sort of feel like now teams are kind of sitting there going, okay, let's get through this wave 1 fully. Let's twist this into wave 2, 3. Let's get our value there. It does seem like teams are being kind of patient here rather than doing a lot of stuff, and us included in that. Are we really going to roll with Bradford next season? Yep, we are indeed, man. I mean, there's a chance they could find his replacement still, especially in the draft. But I think that they like where he is at. He's not tremendously expensive, and they know what they're kind of getting in him on both the good and the bad. I do think that they're probably going to roll with him. That's right. We do have Horton go and come back too. As Catalyst says, we got more pressing needs right now. It's not that there isn't an opening there to improve the position throughout the house. There definitely is. But you just look at it and you go, yeah, there's probably just some other things they'd like to probably more further target. Also as well, just do you have the option out there for a right guard replacement that's truly going to be an upgrade? That's also the bit of the question there. And I would offer that right now and in this free agent market, there probably really hasn't been. The Wu-Tang Life says not giving up 2 number ones for Crosby, maybe 1 and 2, but that's it. Yeah, and I'm in the same place. And I would even try it if I could with him, really pull it to where it's like, okay, second round pick next year's draft. We need a couple of picks in this draft. So I would try to still, let's find a way to make this value work. You get the first this year and a second next year. But yeah, I'm not going with 2 number ones for him. And I don't think that they're getting that at this point. I don't think there's a team that's jumping in with 2 number 1 picks at this point for Crosby. Because that was reportedly, Ravens were one of the only teams, willing to offer that, or the only team willing to offer that. The Ravens owner was gutted by losing out on Maxx. Haha, yeah, right. Yeah, it was. And what's wild with this Ravens situation is that this is not the first time they've done that. You have all of these stories coming out of this stuff happening in similar fashions with the Raiders over the years. And this is not a good reputation on their part to carry what has normally been a really well-run organization. They've got egg all over their face. They look horrible in this situation. Martin Lawrence Brando, if the Seahawks did bring in Maxx Crosby, would it impact on getting the JSN and Witherspoon contracts done? No, I do not believe that it would impact those deals. So if we go back to what I would think the cost would be here, let's bring up the over the cap here. Okay, so when you go to first off, we're sitting at $40 million, Martin. So the first part of this is that you have as much cap space as anybody in the books to be able to add on the contract. Now, is the contract kind of significant because you carry the $30 million base? Yeah. So it would come in theoretically and it would hit your books where that $30 million comes off and you're left with $10 million left. And that would theoretically make it hard to do. But the thing with this is that I would anticipate the first thing you're doing with Crosby when you bring him in is, if not a new contract, you're taking the base salary here and you're base to bonusing that. So you cut it up into 4 parts, just call it $7.5 million. And so now 2026 becomes 7.5 plus his base, which $2 million. So he's about $10 million on the first year of his contract. And then you would add on $7 million here, basically $7 million here and $7 million here. So it's $36 million $36 million in 2027 would be his cost. Then it would be to like $33 million in 2028 and $34 million-ish in 2029. But you could always just do a new contract with him too as well. But once you lower down that to $9 million, now that's $20 million back off the books. That $20 million alone by base to bonus conversion of Crosby could then go right to Witherspoon and JSN on contract extensions. Like that would take that all up right there and you're done. You still got then the cap space remaining. You still got Uchenna Nwosu release that you can make on top of that. So it wouldn't still then prevent you from making the other supplemental moves at all, Martin. You could absolutely still do it. Wu-Tang for life says Raiders trying to sell a used car that's not on Carfax. 3 hours says, how much do you believe in Maxx Crosby's tweet about stuff happens? I'm a Raider, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, if he comes out and he starts tweeting that like this is BS, they need to get me out of town right now. This has been a circus. What happens to his trade value? It goes in the toilet. How likely is that the Raiders going to be able to find a trade partner there that makes worthwhile their while? And then Max does just get stuck with the Vegas Raiders in the future. So he's partly being the good soldier, as I was itemizing on how he's been so far. This runs succinctly to what he's done so far and doing right by the Raiders and making sure partly why they got the 2 first-round picks is that he didn't squawk at the trade deadline this last year. He's been good about it. So he's just kind of playing the game in the way that they want, which is that you want to try to reestablish the value on Max. Right now, the Ravens let him go. We had 15 doctors looking at his knee. It's damaged goods. That's the narrative that starts to spill out there. And narrative can drive value, unfortunately. Whether it's right or true or not, it can drive the value. And so that's where now both the Raiders and Crosby are going to try to be like, well, no, you want him, you still got to pay the price to come get him. Maybe we'll just keep him. And that's the hope to regenerate that leverage to be like, no, we're not going to just give him away. You got to come up with an offer. So, yeah, I get that he's saying that. And there may be even a very much a slight chance he does return here with them. But I think from a Raider perspective on this one, they spent their money. I don't think they would have spent the money in the same way through free agency if they had known that Crosby was going to get returned to them at the cost that he's at. So I would say that it's understandable why he tweeted that, but I don't know if I buy it. Shane Germany says, to get Crosby, I'd give 32 in Uchenna. The Raiders would get in a replacement and then another first-round pick and wouldn't give them anything else. I get it, man. I get it. I can understand if that's where your price is. I'd go a little bit over that, but I'm about in the same territory. I'm one more pick ahead of that, but I'm in the same territory. And I'm completely fine, LeBon. If they want to take Nwosu, it's not like we're planning on keeping Nwosu on the books as it is. So he costs a lot of money right now. You're going to have to do some kind of adjustment with him as well. And I think the likelihood at this point is you're releasing him anyway. So from Seattle standpoint, that's not going to hurt you as far as the value there. Max's Crosby's trade value got tanked by the Ravens. I don't think they'll be able to trade Crosby for 2 firsts anymore. They probably won't be excited to trade for him for 2 second-rounders. He's an all-pro. Yeah, totally get it. Especially understanding Seattle was probably offering 2 firsts at the trade deadline. That's a tough pill to swallow from the Raiders' standpoint of it. But they've kind of earned this swallowing because you could see this coming from down the line quite a bit. I didn't even know about the multiple surgeries Crosby had before that, the deadline when I talked about, you guys don't make this trade right now. You don't max out this value right now. You're probably not going to max it out this offseason. And God forbid he actually develops an injury, or God forbid he's got to have a surgery. And they decided to roll that dice and play that game, did the Raiders. And this is the problem with that when you try to get cute on this type of stuff like they are with this situation a little bit. It almost worked out in their favor. It almost paid off for them until it didn't. And so, yeah, they're in a bind right now as far as what way to sort of pivot on this one. And I think that they're best suited to probably just move because it's not going to probably get better in the future on this one. And you're not going to be good at any point in time here through Crosby's run over the next couple of years to validate having him on the roster, in my opinion. Gives you maybe a win a year or something like that collectively, or a win and a half a year or something collectively. And you're still going to be probably 3rd, 4th place. Shane says, bring in Robinson or White as a free agent and draft Washington as running back 1, or could we go get A-Chain? But Miami still wants to sign him, still wants a high pick for him. That's what we're hearing on that. I mean, that's a good way to go. I like your approach, Shane. Solid. We can afford both. I'm not sure which both you're talking about necessarily. But Seattle they're not impelled by the cap. They're being careful with their cap situation, but it doesn't mean that they don't have cap space or room or flexibility to make some moves. They're just choosing to be a little bit careful with it. Limitless says, I'm still waiting on the run game situation. A true glaring hole. Definitely need to get something figured out there. Martin says, one of the things I like most is the fact we're bringing all our offensive line players back. That continuity goes a long way to getting good play, especially with that group, in particular. Great points, man. And I agree with you 100%. I think this is the first year we've had, and I can't think of how long that we're returning all 5 starters back from the prior team. And most of all those 5 starters got to play collectively throughout all of last year and training camp. And that like you say, we've been told about offensive lines, and we haven't gotten to get the benefits of this in a long time, but what we've been told about offensive lines is that you do get the bennies when you can get the continuity locked in. And so hopefully that will be the case this year, and I'm expecting it to be so as well. Thrill House, Brando, how do you feel about the Rams paying McDuffie $124 million? I don't like it if I'm a Ram fan. I don't think that Jake likes it particularly well. We go back to value. I've got a finite amount of money I can spend on my cap. How do I build the best value on my team? How do I assemble the contracts to build the best value on my team? And when you start going contract by contract by contract and you're just paying the top market prices every which way and turn loose here and turn loose there, you're going to get hit. You're going to run into the Minnesota situation that they ran into this year. And with this deal, I don't mind the first round pick trade that the Rams threw into the deal. I get that part of it. But then to turn around and basically make him essentially like almost the highest paid corner in the sport, I don't get that part of it from a Ram perspective of this one. That's where to me, you start to lose me a little bit. And I think you could have found better value at that cornerback position by putting a couple of other moves together and then reinforcing other positions that are maybe a little bit more important for where you want to be standing on it. So I'm not a fan of you're going to give up all these first round picks and you're going to pay this guy this kind of money. Again, a guy too that gives them some redundancy right now for how they stand, because Quentin Lake is essentially their slot. And you're going to want to move McDuffie inside, outside. And so now, is there moments where you're going to be taking Quinn Lake, one of your most valued defenders, off the field in the name of having McDuffie in the slot at that point? There's a little bit of that to a degree on this as well. So, I think it's good that they're going for it. I appreciate the fact the Rams are being really aggressive, because they should be, given their situation. But maybe a little bit too much aggressiveness there. I couldn't have gone there with McDuffie. I would have been mad if we made that kind of deal for McDuffie. Stephen Goldman, Brandon, want to thank you for what you do for us Seattle Seahawks fans. You are awesome. Well, thank you for that, Stephen. Very kind of you, man. I love what I get to do, brother. I got the greatest job in the world, man. It's a lot of fun. I was out scouting some prospects last night, just kind of in hog heaven, turning through some of the guys in this draft a little bit. But having a great time with it, man. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the kind words as well. Browntown Buffalo, my favorite team in the NFC. Congrats on the Super Bowl win. Good luck this year, Hawk fans. Well, thank you for that, Browntown Buffalo. Heart goes out to you. I definitely want to see your team get back to the show as well, especially with having Josh Allen there. And I know how much Buffalo Bill fans want this. And so hopefully you guys can have yourself a great offseason here. Go out there and destroy the draft and go take the bull by the horns out there in the AFC. So appreciate you. Good luck to you as well out there in Buffalo. And hopefully you guys can find some footing here this year and get back into it. Can't believe you guys didn't get to the Super Bowl last year. I thought you guys were going to get through there. Just thought it wasn't maybe your strongest team, but this would be the year where the AFC was at, where you could kind of just find your way through a little bit on that one. Howard says, can we get a comp pick for Kubiak? No. Comp picks are only for the minority hires when it comes to coaching. So you don't get anything in return for that, unfortunately. Laban, hi, Brandon. Should we sign Joe Mixon if healthy? He's maybe an option. The health is the big part, because it was kind of an innocuous sort of injury that he had last year that cost him the whole season. So hard to say exactly what it was. He's a guy that's, since 2021, every single year has averaged about 4 yards per carry. He has 3,000-yard seasons in that time, but takes him a good amount of carries to get there. He's got a good number of touchdowns, so it's a good short yardage running back. That part's true, but where's the health at? He's now getting to that stage of age-wise where it's going to start to be where you're hitting that wall, even without the injury. So I'm open to it. I'm not against it for sure, but I would say that there's a little bit of that. Is he kind of at the end of the running back road there that they run into? And then what was the injury last year exactly? How much did it, take him down? Robert says, do you think Maxx becomes a Seahawk? It'd be nice, but not into selling the farm for him. Definitely don't want to. I'm not advocating selling the farm. I wouldn't do that. That's certainly one that I would want to avoid. Yeah, I would think that he would want to go and have an opportunity to be on a winner. And that seems to be a bit of a driving force for Maxx at this point, for the whole reasoning behind wanting the trade in the first place is send me to a place where I've got a chance to really go and win. And so I would think that we would be an attractive destination, especially to keep him on the West Coast, because reportedly he wants to stay on the West Coast in addition to that. But at the end of the day, too, I'm sure it's also the Raiders' standpoint. It's like, yeah, who's going to give us the most? Stuart says Kyron Williams was a 5th round pick. Running backs can be had in every draft, even this one. And Kyron, that is. Yes, sir. You are 100% right. This is one of those places where I always have my outlook and thinking on football in an ever-developing state, and that you got to try to stay on top of the evolutions of the sport. And one of the evolutions of the sport that's long been in place has been that, like the analytics have said, the running game is driven by other factors absent necessarily having a hyper-talented running back. Continuity of an offensive line, talent of an offensive line, a functional quarterback that can keep the defense honest, receivers on the outside that can keep those defenses in those cover 2 shells, so you're able to run against those lighter boxes, defenses that get off the football field to give their opportunities, not only opportunities to run the ball, but to not be behind in the game a lot so that you have to be pass happy. All of these are more of the contributing factors to finding running game success than just simply going and, getting that super uber talented back. And the other part that you talk about and intimate here is, that these backs tend to be very talented. The guys even in the 5th, 6th, 7th round are very talented players, and that you can still find real good functionality from that zone. So I've grown more and more open to this, Stuart, as a process, just because we tried to go the other way with it a couple of years ago with our 2 backs. Maxx, running backs are our greatest need going into the draft. Lucky for us, you can find running back in any round. That's right. You guys are on it. Markel Callaway, how about Dre Greenlaw? Unfortunately here, Markel, you just did sign Drake Thomas to a 2-year deal, and you've got Ernest Jones on his contract, and you have Tyrese Knight on the books, and Patrick O'Connell still here. Dre Greenlaw's not going to want to come in to be a backup, and with Drake making the money he's making, he's essentially your starter. So there's just not room on the squad for Greenlaw. Ryan says, should we kick the tires on Jack Conklin? I think you're kind of set at this point as far as your tackles are concerned. You got Josh Jones brought back, and they like Amari Kite. So the combination of that and the fact that in Conklin you haven't had a guy that's been necessarily playing particularly well recently. No, you're set on tackle. Max says, even though there's countless examples of awesome late round running backs, and still hoping we get Jonah Coleman in the 3rd. Well, you never know. John's shown a willingness to certainly draft guys high, man. I mean, that's been a position he's definitely targeted. You got 2nd round pick to Christian Michael, 1st round pick to Rashad Penny, 2 2nd round picks to Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker. Nothing wrong with Jonah Coleman, man. He's fun. Max says, throw in a 3rd to sweeten the pot. We're going to have plenty of picks from those compensations. I'm with it, man. Let's go. Evan says, who do you think will be our first outside signing and who? Ooh, good question. It's a good question, Evan. Rashad White, probably. Just because you can see where he gives you both the ability to have running back reinforcement and a third down running back specialist type, if that's the role that he just bare minimum fills into, and then the cost is going to be realistic. So I would go with Rashad White. I know that's not going to elicit a lot of excitement, Evan, but just sets everything up right for the draft so you're not reaching. MJ Seahawk says, I think the Raiders could get the most value by trading him during next season. I think most teams need to see him on the field. They could, and that's a possibility. They could also kind of wait till a little bit longer in the recovery process from the meniscus surgery so that he could pass the physical at that point and wait a little bit longer into the offseason. I just wonder what the returns are going to be at that point from those teams. And the only troubling part with that too becomes MJ Seahawk is that who's the teams out there that can afford him at that point? Because everybody's gone through and run roughshod through their cap space by and large, especially if you're actually trying to move him to a winning football team to give him a chance to be on a contender. So that's where I would just wonder about that is, are you able to maximize the compensation at that time as he's only grown older, even if he's healthy at that point? And then do you have enough teams to then generate that bidding war at that time? They might, but I'd be concerned if I was in the Raiders' standpoint, especially knowing MJ, that part of now the reason that you're not going to maximize the compensation as it stands right now is the fact that you tried to play this game already once. You tried to go to the trade deadline this last year, and Seattle comes knocking and they say, hey, we're going to give you 2 first-round picks. And you're like, maybe we think we can get a little bit even more than that. We can get better first-round picks if we just wait to the offseason. So you rolled the dice and you did that and it cost you. And so rolling that dice again, there's also the flip side of this. It could end up costing you even more at that point. So I from a Raiders standpoint, be careful on this game from what they're playing here. There's a game of chicken and there's like you have a car collision. And we're going to potentially get to that point on this as well with him. But it's possible. I would trade the first round pick in this year's draft and a second round pick next year, Noob, for Max. But that's as much because I think we've got to think about this first round pick in realistic terms. It's not 15. It's not 12. It's not 22. It's not 26. It's the 32nd pick in the first round. And this is a draft that when you look at let me bring this up here. Let me share a little bit of the old big board for you guys on this. If I can find it. Where's it at? Too much crap open up here. Okay. So when you look at this, I'll increase the size so you guys can kind of see this too. Okay. So when you look at this, take note, this is my horizontal board. Everybody's board's going to be different on this. Some people are going to have a couple more guys above on this. So don't take this as this isn't the end all be all for draft boards. But this is going to be in general terms where I think a lot of NFL teams are going to look at these prospects in this upcoming draft. So in the first round here, you can see offensively speaking wise, I've got about 7 first round grades. There's a couple guys that are close on this that you could, Francis Maui Noah, you want to throw him in there, go for it. If you want with that Max Iana or Blake Miller, sure, okay, sure, go for it. But they're not heartily, no doubt, no brainer. Every draft, these guys would be first rounders. Big part of that is the driven aspect, the fact that it's a weaker draft. Then you got over here on this side to the defensive side of the ball. Again, you can see on the first round of my horizontal board, I've got a few, like 1, 6, 7, 8, one more guy. So we got 6, 7, 8, 9 first round picks here over on the defensive side of the board. So you can see the reality of this is that then you're going to be walking into this from a standpoint of when you're picking at number 32, it is very likely whether this board exactly measures up or not, right? Whether this board exactly is the equivalent to what John has or not, it is still very likely that the Seahawks are probably going to be taking a guy that they have a second round grade on at the end of the first round. So we arbitrarily kind of take these 32 picks and say, well, they're first rounds because they tell us that they're first round picks. So I've got to think about them as being first round picks, but not all first round picks are equivalent. And when you're picking at that very last pick in a bad draft and you're taking second round talent, to me, that should be the type of thing where you can maybe trick that other team that you're training. Well, you're getting a first round pick. And so that's where I would more go with that in this range of saying, rather than overdrafting a guy who I know his talent's probably about right here, but I'm taking him way up here because I just don't have better options, go find the better option out on the trade market. And whether it's Crosby or just something else, of a different guy that can give you a better, more ready-made player to hit the ground running on the team that's right now ready to contend, I'm fine with that as well. The Crosby thing has not just been like, well, it's Crosby or bust. It's more about the auspice of Crosby, the theory of a Crosby-like player, and that as opposed to necessarily in the first round of a draft, reaching for a guy that's not quite qualitatively a first-round player. Are you doing good, guy? Martin Lawrence Brando, do you see a universe where we end up with Bradford being re-signed next year? If there's no one in free agency or the draft that's an obvious upgrade, and given the tape, he wouldn't command top money. Well, offensive line tends to be one that's will get overpaid. If he comes through another year and he has another year of starting and another year of consistent play out there, or not consistent play, but another year of putting up the up and down a little bit, but maybe a marginal improvement. I don't know if you're getting him for a big discount. I think that John's going to load balance things across the board on this team. So you pay one safety, you're not paying another safety. You're paying Ernest Jones top of the market money. You're probably not paying your Will linebacker top of the market money. So likewise, if I've identified I've got my two tackles, I want to pay at a high water mark, boom, that's done. And I'm going to want to pay Gray Zabel. Am I going to want to then itemize a lot more money than for the center or right guard? Or am I going to try to choose to make those two positions, the two positions that become a little bit devalued and that I try to get by with not having to spend as much for? I think that that's probably the way that John goes with this, because you can't usually afford to take one positional group and then just supercharge it. I also think that if John's going to, between those two positions of center and right guard, decide to pay one or the other, I think he's more likely to probably try to sign center position, unless the center position market rates just suddenly go through the roof because of the Linderbaum deal. So I think even then Bradford would kind of be the odd man out in that situation. So yeah, I just think that's also part of where you'll be at, Martin, to where you're further down the line on this Super Bowl window a little bit by that point, another year forward. These contracts start to hit in. You start to have to make some of these tough decisions on some of those players to where you really got to be careful, and you're going to have to, a little bit like we've done with Walker to a degree this offseason, or Cian Bolin or Boy Mafe. Some of that's going to fit to serve into next year as well. And I would say Bradford's probably one of those guys that you're going to have to let kind of walk at that point. Abdi says, love John Schneider, brought it back Chris Stoll, and today confirmed he brought back Brady Russell and Mike McDonald to continue having the best special teams in the league. Let's go. Montoya, are they going to extend JSN and Witherspoon this year, or is John going to wait? They will extend. The thing with the extensions on this is just order of priority. Order of priority is free agency, draft, and then after the draft, you'll see the extensions come down the line. It's you just got to get the contracts on the front side, the more of the pressing business on the front side. This is typical. This would be normal time. So they will be done. It'll be probably June, July. You'll hear about the JSN Witherspoon extensions. Noob says, let's raid the assisted living. Let's raid the assisted living facilities and bring in Von Miller and Cameron Jordan. You could do that. Wouldn't cost you a lot. Still effective players. Limitless says Rams would never let their star running back walk without a backup plan. They don't penny pinch, and they always find money. Yeah, I would offer they penny pinch when it comes to inside linebacker. They didn't pay Ernest Jones. So it's every team's got positional value that they hold in higher esteem versus other teams. And there'll be positions that we're willing to spend more on than they're willing to spend less on. And so that's just the nature of every team being a little bit different. I certainly don't think that John Schneider and the Seattle Seahawks have been hesitant in being willing to spend money over the past couple of years. So if there's a theory out there that's being trying to be worked here that somehow the Seahawks are not willing to spend money or that they've somehow been cheap, somebody's going to have to walk me through that process because that's not been the way that we've gone about it. Super Bowl teams got to let guys walk. You don't get to keep everybody. People are going to overprice your players. The smart move is not to then overpay your players too. That's not the smart move to taking you back to another Super Bowl. The smart move is to let dumb organizations make stupid moves, even if it's for your own players, and continue to operate smartly. And that's what the Seattle Seahawks have done. But we're by no means are we penny pinching here. What's up, Moho? How you doing, man? Yeah, I get why the comp picks are for minority coaches exist, and I'm cool with it. But I still think you should get some comp pick for a white coach, less comp, but still something. It's tough losing a coach. It is tough, man. And the NFL's this way. It's like you build the greatness. It does not want to allow you to remain in greatness. Coaches and players just get plucked right and left. Jason says, no way I'm mixing. He's a cancer off the field. He punched his girlfriend on video and knocked her out cold. Ooh wee. Yeah, well, that's not going to allow him to be in John's reservoir. He's off the table for John. I wasn't aware of that because John doesn't he doesn't go after guys that have tried to put their hands on a woman. That's a no-go for him. Noah. Sorry, Woodstock. Thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging that one there, but thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate what you do, Brando. Thank you, man. What do you think JSN's contract ends up looking like? So I would say that I actually kind of ran through this on our show, kind of previewing up on this a little bit. So I actually have the numbers here for you on this. So these were the estimations by looking at kind of where we had been. This was before the OJ McDuffie contract. So there's a potential that you end up having to go a little bit further than that. But of course, OJ McDuffie just signed a 4-year, $124 million deal. So my perspective for Devin Witherspoon at 4 years, $120 million is pretty right on at that point. He might be 4 years, 125 to beat McDuffie's contract, but that's about where he's going to be at. Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to be 4-year, right around $148 million is my estimation on this. Some of this comes down to whether or not he's really going to drive as hard to be the highest paid receiver in the sport, which is really, really highly paid. Even compared to cornerback where you're like $31 million a year to where now you're talking about getting over like $41 million a year for Jackson. I think if that's the case, the team might come back and say, okay, look, we'll go up to $37.5 million. You got to give us a little discount for paying you early on this. So we'll see where that one lands. But I would say 4 years, 148 for JSN, right around there. And then Witherspoon, 4 years, 120 would be about what I would expect for him. Somewhere in that territory, give or take a couple million there, Noah. But I do think they're going to get done before the offseason. And I do think it's going to be money well spent. But thank you, man. Appreciate the $5 donation, the kind words, bro. And as well for watching. I do thank you for that. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall, think teams drafting in the top 10 are hesitant to draft Love because of slotted APY. Pick 6 to 10, about $8 million a year. If he gets by the Titans at 4, maybe he drops. I think that the Kansas City Chiefs and New Orleans Saints situation sort of informs us about the Love situation. Because I think that if there was going to be a drop, Randall, I think that both of those two teams would have kind of sat on the sidelines in free agency when it came to the running back position. And one of the two of them would have, and kind of waited that along to play out. Because I think you're right. Once you do see Love falling from, let's say, a 4 territory on downwards, like, because it's right now, it's the Titans that we're all looking at as saying, okay, the Titans are the ones that's going to probably grab him. And when you do look at this from a standpoint of, okay, let's say the Titans don't grab him. The New York Giants, are they going to take him? Probably not at 5. Doesn't make a lot of sense for them there. Are the Browns going to take him? No, they just took the kid out of Ohio State last year. They're not taking him. Commanders, maybe a possibility. Probably more needs that they need to get addressed in this draft to that spot than going out there and taking a running back at that point. They've got the kid that they might like too that they had going last year with the hyphenated name. But then you got the Saints here at 8. So I think the Saints would have been able to really intelligently, they would have been able to intelligently at 8, Randall, say, okay, he gets past 4, he's going to land us at 8. We don't have to sign the Travis Etienne 4-year, $52 million contract. But they jumped in doing that, and then you have the Chiefs right behind them doing the same thing with Kenneth Walker. So I think that does kind of tell us, Randall, that unfortunately that Love's not going to drop down in that way. And if he did drop down in that way, could you at that point get up to 9 to the Chiefs and say, hey, let's, why don't you guys trade back and we'll trade you this for future this and future that. And we maybe start to see the Chiefs willing to a little bit try to build some of their draft capital up for the future, kind of like they have here with the McDuffie trade. Maybe it's a possibility. So it's something that if he does drop, I'd be open to. I think you bring up a good situation that teams have to kind of deal with when looking at running backs here with like a Love. You love him. You might think he's the best player in this draft. But once you start taking these first rounders up in the top 5, their contracts have just slowly been increasing through the years. And now they're starting to make legitimate money. And now you're starting to get to that point where if you take a running back in the top 5 and you got to pay him the contract you got to pay him, you're making him one of the highest paid running backs in the sport. And isn't the whole point of drafting running backs on the rookie deals is that you're supposed to be getting them for cheap? It's a good point there, Randall. And it may be a little bit of it may be a bit of the stickiness of the situation. I do come back to saying, though, the Titans seem to have been circling around this one for a while. They've done nothing in the free agent market as far as the running back position is concerned. They have kind of a need there. This is a draft because there isn't as many blue chip prospects. I think if we were in a normal draft, Randall, where there's a lot of blue chip prospects, there's a couple quarterbacks, I think that this maybe factors in more heartily. But when it is so weak and there are not so many quarterbacks, that's where I think this is the year where you see the running back taking up that little bit higher because teams just go, look, the talent's too good on this and the alternatives are too lessened to go to them in retrospect. So you're in the right territory on this normally, I think, but that's where the weakness of this draft has those reverberations that cause things to happen that wouldn't be always typical. I'd be open to it, though. If you were to fall and you need a running back and you could move up and the cost wasn't going to be as great as normal because discount prices in a weaker draft, sign me up for it, Randall, all day long. Loves a great talent, and he'd be a very cool change out essentially then for Walker at that point. Maybe even, dare I say, an upgrade. Yeah, Abdi, Josh Jones and Amari Kite are big. Very big signings. Under the radar, but they're getting those guys back in the fold, getting the depth reinforced, setting the stage for the draft. It's a big deal. Kenneth Walker was our MVP. You've been watching our teams there, brother? He had a great run at the end of the year, and he's been a solid player for us, but by no means was he our MVP last year. I think maybe Golden Niners, the guy that was the offensive player of the year in the NFL, that might have been our MVP there. Maybe. Got some heavy Niner trollage in the chat here this offseason. I'm digging it, man. Let's go. Up to me, duh. I watched a bunch of college tape on running backs, and Price really stood out to me. Love his play. He runs hard, man. He runs hard. My recent comp I've been getting stuck on is a David Johnson with Jadarian Price. You guys remember David Johnson? Wu-Tang Life, I want chicken. Should I get KFC, or Popeyes? Popeyes. I don't even know if KFC is really truly chicken at this point. It's like McDonald's. You're like, is it really meat? Daniel says, I'm not a Husky fan, so non-biased, but I don't see how Jadarian Price is better than Jonah. Jonah's 40 pounds heavier, minus 20 pounds, plus 20 pounds for being 2 inches shorter BMI. He has better cutting and breaks tackles. I think the thing with, I didn't know that he was 20 pounds lighter. I thought Price was pretty well. Price was fairly well built. I could be wrong on that, though. I guess it's right. I don't know if I look at the tape and see Coleman feels like 20 pounds more, but he might be. It might be about right. I definitely like how he breaks tackles and how hard of a runner he is. I think that the speed thing will be the question there because, of course, with Coleman, he didn't run the 40, and that's going to be a part that drives it. If he goes out there and runs a 4.6 40, that's going to change a little bit of the outlook of where he fits from certain schemes versus others because outside zone, you're going to need speed. You're going to need quickness. And if those are the two things that he's missing at the front of the stack before you can get to the grind nature, before you can get to the tackle breaking nature, before you can get to the cutting nature, that might be enough to dissuade Seattle away from looking at him because of it. But I like him as a player, so I'm not anti Coleman by any measure, but just that you are looking for usually a certain type of archetype of running back for this particular outside zone system. Trey Bigelow says, if I'm going to overdraft, I'll do it for a whole case of beers, not just one tall boy. There we go. Or even more smart, one tall boy and a bag of dog treats. Yeah, you don't get too many Adrian Petersons. Yeah, I don't know about the Chiefs making the Super Bowl because they got Kenneth Walker. That team's got a lot of stuff to get fixed, including just getting their quarterback back out in their field. Where's my cat? She's out walking around. She's been a little bit more camera shy lately. Kenny Maxx here, shoulder devil. He's still on the roster. Coming back off the ACL. Noob says the outside perception on Reed, K9, and Mafe is insane. People act like they're the bedrock of the team. Yeah, it has been a little bit strange on watching some of the way the narrative turns on these players versus where the narrative has been on those players in Seattle. So I don't quite understand as well how the reputation raises. I think people just look at the contracts being given to him and then they let that inform him. Well, if KC's giving Canine this, then that. If Cincy, who doesn't spend money on anybody, is giving $20 million a year for Mafe, then he must be this. But we've watched the tape. And, Canine is going to hurt the most out of any of them, but it's not going to decimate you. And we got to stop looking at, not us, but I think some of the Niner trolls, especially that come in my chat here, have got to stop looking at this of just what have you done for me lately and look at what he had done throughout his time here as a running back in full, the good and the bad. Because that's kind of what you want to measure when you're signing a guy, not just what he does at his best, but what am I getting on the negative side of it as well. Walker's been injured every year aside from this year. And to think that a running back's going to get healthier after you put him on a $15 million a year signing a deal, you're silly. And you haven't been watching NFL history recently if that's your outlook on it. Because those guys typically go the other way with it. They're going to get more beat up. They're going to play less for you at that point. We know that almost to a man. That works at every point in time. This is why so few teams are willing to pay running backs top end money. Might get one good year, and then by year two, they're not the same. Like we've seen with the Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley deals that even look good in the moment in the first year. You've got him as a pass catcher, average at best. He's going to have some drops over the course of the year. Not good in pass protection. This is hardly generational talent when I'm bringing up some of these items that are part of the formula to determine whether you pay a guy or not. Ornacity says, if a Crosby deal were to be made, I would think during or before the draft so Raiders can get their picks this year to help Mendoza. I would as well. I don't think you're going to wait on this one and let this thing sit out for a long period of time. I think you get this done. Maybe it's not in the next couple of days, but you do try to get this done before the draft. Shoulder Devil says, but then Walker was too long in the tooth to pay for John Schneider because running backs can blow up at any time. Career over. Amen. And that's very much the truth on that. I'm not sure where you're at with this limitless on this side. The team changed a lot of their identity when going to the Jimmy Graham trade. You went for, not only is that you lost Max Unger, you went for a tight end that you're going to try to turn into an inline blocker. I don't think that this team's trying to change its identity of what they do. They're going to reinforce their identity. And when you lost that Max Unger center off of your team at that time, let's also remember that that was a team that had been bleeding offensive line talent. Russell Okung goes out there in free agency. He's lost former top 10 first round pick. James Carpenter, former first round pick at your left guard position, signs a big contract in free agency elsewhere. You had lost additional talent to Max. It's a team, two teams in two different places. Two different teams in two different places about where their trajectory was going. That was already where we were starting to see the beginning of the end of the Legion of Boom, for instance, was right at that time period with some of the health stuff hitting him. So I don't see how losing a running back is somehow going to decimate this football team. It doesn't, like, our running game wasn't good throughout the whole course of this year. Our running game wasn't a driving force of this team throughout the whole course of this year. It's a team. And we just won a Super Bowl limitless on the back of winning as a team, off the back of the strength of the team as a whole. Great defense, great special teams, top 3 scoring offense. The team. It's not the individual players here. It's the team that makes this happen. They've built it this way. They've built themselves not to be top heavy or star driven necessarily. Stars are starting to rise to the occasion on this team, but it's not how they built this thing. So to think that somehow we live or die by a running back who's sometimes been injured, sometimes not, who has some holes in his game, is not perfect, and whose success last year only started to really occur once you really started to get the blocking down. Once you actually started to open up some holes for him, he became effective. And it's the whole point back to the running back conversation. Cart or the horse, chicken or the egg. What makes a running game go? Is it a running back or is it an offensive line? Is it running back? Is it scheme? Is it running back or is it some of the helpful other aspects that make the running game go? Noob, I'd be open to Cameron Jordan. I think he might have done 11.5 sacks last year, 10.5 sacks last year. Seattle hasn't reached out to him as of yet, but they might. Yeah, Thrillhouse brings up a good point. You think you got to pay a running back. You think it's a no-brainer to do so. How did the Rams feel about the Todd Gurley contract after they paid him? Everybody said, you got to do it. Got to do it. And that guy was much more of the driving force of that offense than even Kenneth Walker was for us. And they paid him, and how did it work out? It's like I said, this is how those deals tend to go. XXX, do I think there'll be any signings today? I'm not sure, man. Things have slowed down a little bit. And it seems like teams across the board in the NFL are kind of like being even more patient than in years past into kind of wave 2, 3 of free agency. And so it's getting harder to predict. I think there's definitely going to be a move made here by Seattle before this weekend's through that's got some fairly deep significance. But it is a guessing game here on that one a little bit. And Brian, you're right. Zach's much better option in pass protection as a receiver than what we had from Walker. Dress Bigelow says someone like Miami will offload someone to us like running back. I mean, I think like A-Chain. If we wait and don't press the current situation, you can plug in 1,000 runners off the couch in wide zone, but can they stay healthy or be a cut above? Well said. And I would agree with you 100% on this. I'd love to deal with the running back position right now this offseason, but this could be one that you can go and make a trade down the line for. And we got through the first half of the season last year without much of a running game. You were committed to it, but it wasn't terribly effective as they were figuring out this blocking system, this outside zone system, and getting the details of it down. They'll have those details down now this year, and that should make it more effective out the gate without having to have necessarily a running back that's going to be amazing. But yeah, you bring up a good point. This is a system that's not relying upon star power from the running back position. That's the point of why it's such a good system, is it doesn't require, it's nice to have. You'll take it if you can get it, but it's not a requirement to make this rushing attack work. Martin says, Brando, what has been the strongest move you've seen by a team in free agency so far? Is it Geno's back to the Jets? I do like that one for them because you're in a situation from their standpoint where there's really not a great opportunity out there for you that stands out to go and help out your quarterback room. So that one's pretty good. A lot of overpayments this free agent period, I'll say that. Boy, the Commanders continue to reinforce the proposition of older defense is the way. As I'm going through these signings here, Martin, I mean, I can't think of anything else that's standing out that would be better. Keaton Mitchell, Chargers, 2 years, $9.25 million deal. That's not bad. I know the guy's got a little bit of injury history, but that's a pretty solid deal for them. I don't know about a deal that like blows me away that I've seen from anybody in the sport. That's like, that was amazing. Like that was a super strong move. Like there's some moves we could go to that have been where you paid market price. So, okay, you spent all the money to make this happen, but was it a super smart move on your part? I like the Michael Pittman move because you didn't have to give up a lot to go get him from the Colts and you got him on the extension. I think to get in a receiving talent like that, that's another team that needed receiving help next to DK out there. And they've done that. That's a pretty strong one as well. I like how the Browns have addressed their offensive line. You've got a tough situation on their part where they've got to almost re-engineer all 5 spots And that's not that is as hard a degree of difficulty to do in an NFL as you get. And they've done a good job, in my opinion, of getting guys, Tytus Howard, Tevin Jenkins, Zion Johnson, Elgin Jenkins. They've done a reasonably good job now of setting up things so that when they get into the draft, they don't have to be pressed, as I was kind of doing with them on my mock drafts, of having them have to take 2 tackles essentially in the first round with their 2 first-round picks. So they've done a good job too of setting things up in that manner with it. But I got to be honest, it's part of why I'm also really happy with John staying out of this free agent period, is that everybody's paying top end prices, which makes it harder to get behind these deals for the value or being smart signings. To me, it's not smart if you're basically paying top of the market prices. Black Sabbath says, don't forget the 10-year-old kid that got shot at Mixon's house. Oh my gosh. Jesus. Woo! Oh, we got Brady Russell back in house, now official. We have 17 tight ends and fullbacks on this roster. Not saying that's a bad thing. Got to pay Witherspoon too. JS and Witherspoon both getting paid this offseason. I'm not giving $40 million until next year. Let's see another similar season. I'd be in the same place at this if I was John. I'm not asking you, JSN, to take a huge discount. So 40 million a year sets the market basically. I'm going to pay you $37.5 million, $37 million. All right, you're taking a $3 million savings for us over a 4-year period, $12 million. That helps us out on the cap to kind of make this deal work. I think when I look at the players out there that have broken the bank and have been able to set market rates for their position, you're not going to tend to do that after 3 years. You're going to have to go through the 4th year of your contract. You can get paid after 3 years, but now you're getting paid at a high amount, just not breaking the positional bank on that. So I'm a bit of the same place on this noob where I'm like, I think I can just wait to next year and the cost isn't going to increase that much for me. I can have you play out on your rookie deal another time this year, and then I come back next year and instead of paying 40, I'm going to pay what, 43? Why not just wait at that point? What am I saving by paying you now? Yeah, I'd kind of be in the same place if he's going to hardline us on it. Jerome, he says, any chance we have the 5th-year option, then extend them to technically have them under contract for 6 years? Probably not. It's possible they could do that, Jerome. So it's not out of whack that there's no possibility. It's possible. I think not. John tends to like to run his contracts on the shorter variety. He'll go up to 4 years on a deal, but I don't think he's a guy that really wants to go up to 5-6 years on any contract. So that's probably not going to have John in the place that he wants to be at. The other part of this is going to be the bonus money and how that factors in and how you would do that, where even if you stack years on top, you're still going to increase the cost of both players pretty significantly because of the bonus money that you got to feature in the deal. Some of it you can offset with guarantees down the line and roster bonuses down the line, but some of it's going to want to be cash in hand that these guys are going to want. So it is hard to get the exact parameters of how these deals will work because you do have, to your point, a lot of flexibility in how you structure them. But I'd be reasonably shocked if they kind of did it that way. They definitely will add on to the current years of their deal, but it'll be, maybe like the 4-year and maybe the 5th, maybe. But John's not done that, I don't think, a lot in the past. Parks says, it seems like people are split on Crosby. Should take a poll. We can do a poll on this. Why not? Let's do some parameters though. All right. We'll pump the poll up. Good suggestion. We'll pop that up there. We'll see what you guys think on that. So we'll run a poll here. Should the Hawks trade 32, a 2027 second round pick, and Uchenna Nwosu for the Max Man? Could George Holani get 4 yards a carry? Sure. We haven't seen a lot out of him to know where he's at as a running back in full, but it's possible. I'm seeing some references on the Bobo contract a little bit here to $2 million a reception. I think that this is not quite understanding the nature of the Bobo contract and also what Bobo supplies to this team. It's also kind of ignoring the fact that your health really held up well last year, where, when Horn was out there before he got injured, he was really strongly in that spot overtaking a Bobo. You had Cooper Kupp, you had JSN. Bobo wasn't taking snaps from those guys, but if they had injuries, you could call upon him to come out there and be able to hold up and be functional out there for you if you needed it. You just didn't need it. You might need it this year. You might have a couple injuries go down that you need. And once Horton went down, you had Rashid Shaheed able to slide right back up in there. And again, Bobo's not overtaking Shaheed. So just taking the number of receptions he has and making that the valuation of how you measure his contract completely ignores all of the special teams value he brings, but it also ignores the fact that partially why he didn't have that productivity is he didn't have the opportunities, and he didn't have the opportunities because you had the depth out there and you had the starters that were solidly in place that he didn't have to be. But that's the thing with depth, is that you reinforce it, hoping that sometimes you don't have to call upon it, that the starters can run out there 24/7. But if they don't, you got the backup there to be able to not have to miss a huge beat at that point. Not that he's going to be on the same level of these starters, but that I think he could be more than functional for you out there if you had to, in a pinch for a couple of games, have him run out there as a starter. Like he was in the Carolina Panther game a couple of years ago, I think it was, where he got the 2 touchdowns receiving in the game, he had the one-hander in the back of the end zone. I think he's shown you that he can be pretty functional at times. Not that he's going to be a difference maker, a starter in this league, but as a back-end guy on your roster who's also a great special teamer, I think the value is just fine. Wu-Tang Life, what do you guys think about the food at Lumen? Needs improvement. I saw Hawks coverage, and the fold in that stadium is incredible. Definitely could get better based on what I've heard, and it's just they could do more there. How you doing there, Maze? We did sign Bobo to a contract. Dan Lowe says, I'm not a Husky fan. I want Coleman. He's a beast. He's good. Paul, Brandon first, and Rashid for Crosby? No. That won't be the way they want. They're holding on to Rashid. David Pankey, Mafe has a new teammate, Jonathan Allen, 2 years, $28 million of the Bengals. How about the Bengals spending some money, huh? Not a bad deal for them. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for a $2 don't know. How good is Jadarian Price from Notre Dame? 4.540. Is he a number 2 back? I think probably number 2 back is a good way of putting it. I've got him behind right now. Jeremiah Love, Jonah Coleman, Mike Washington, and then Jadarian Price would be my 4-stack, Randall, of how I would go with my top 4. I do have a 3rd round grade on Jadarian Price, so I'm not quite as high on him as other people are. There's a little bit of stiffness there to him as a player. Not high cut fully, but maybe a little high cut. I think he's kind of, to me, a number 2 back. David Johnson's kind of my comp for him. I don't know if he's not quite as good as a pass catcher as David was out of the backfield, but I think he's got some similarities. Good size, decent enough speed there to it. But I don't quite see. I do find that there's a few other people out there that I think are a little bit more hot to trot for what he could bring to the table. I seem to be a little bit. I've got a 3rd round grade on him. I seem to be a little bit cold on Jadarian. Daniel says, for clarity, Jonah is 40 pounds heavier on BMI than Jadarian Price. He is literally 20 pounds heavier, but because he's 2 inches shorter, 10 pounds per inch based on BMI, it's an additional 20, so 40 pounds bigger BMI. Oh, interesting. Kevin says, are we grabbing Crosby? I think we're going to be in play on it, Kevin. I think it's a fluid situation right now. Can the Seahawks stay relevant for more than a year? Should be the real question. Why should that be the real question? Why, for a team that's going to almost return every one of their starters on offense and defense with the exception of their running back and their safety, and they just won the Super Bowl and they were just the best team in the NFL beyond just winning the Super Bowl, obviously, why would that team take a step back? You have to walk me through that one. Brando, I think John and Mike are going to draft running back round 1, then defensive end in round 2, cornerback round 3. I have no idea about round 6. Maybe a defensive tackle? Possibly. I think you kind of go for whatever you want on your board at that point. But I could see it. Could definitely see it. Limitless, I believe John Schneider will make a huge trade for a decent running back. We can't be trying to repeat with betting on a running back from the draft. Good point. I could see John doing it, man. I think he's opened up a variety of ways to get this filled, and a vet running back could be the way they could do this. Random McDaniel, thank you for another $2 donation. Appreciate you for that, brother. All your support today. He asks, talk about Auburn Keldrick Folk. Seen him mocked in the top 10 all the way to round 2. Yeah, he's a guy that's got a little bit of a variety of different outlooks on him as the player he is. I've got him at the top of round 2. So I'm one of those people that is not as big on Falk. He is a monster size edge with some first step quickness who uses his length and strength to throw blockers off of him. He's mainly a big edge run defender, but there is a bit more involved. He manhandles tackles, shaking the shit out of them before ripping his hands free, and then uses high-level awareness in the run game to be a problem. You can't run at him, and if you run away from him, he gets off of blocks fast or beats reach blocks, and his reads are usually very true, especially off the read option game. I'm not sure. They had him out there listed like 285. Let's see what he was weighing out at the combine because his listed weight was obviously BS. 276. So, he is a big dude. I wouldn't say you're going to get first step quickness. There's some first step quickness, but I wouldn't say it's pure. You're also going to be missing dip and bend. He's not like Ruben Bain, where he's a big guy that also can dip and bend. I think the difficulty in looking at Kendrick is not just taking note of where he's at and has been as a player, but also his use and potential in other places on the defensive line. Auburn moved him all over the place, including nose tackle position here and there. I think he would have been better suited if he would have just been able to stay off the edge 100 times to develop in that way. He does look like a guy that you could maybe get away with adding some weight on and transitioning him to more of a 3 tech. I do get a little bit worried with him, Randall, that he's a little bit of a tweener at this point. Not really one to the other. There's a lot of ways that he tries to win coming out of Auburn. Derek Hall came out of Auburn. Hall is 15, 20 pounds less, but they both kind of win in similar fashions with the power and the strength, and that's kind of just all they win by. So I struggle with just a pure power edge going in the first round unless you've got next level power. And I don't think he's got next level power. I just think he's such a big edge and makes him more powerful than tackles typically go against. And no bend, no dip, not much hand usage, not much as far as pass rushing moves go. You're kind of limited as well as your refinement. And so between those two factors, I do go, look, there'd be some value to him in getting that in the second round, but I don't think that there's a lot of pass rushing upside to be taking him in the first round specifically. You're getting more of a run defending player at that point. And for that, I'll take that in the second round. But he does fit to the defense, Randall. He is the type of player that size-wise you would kind of gravitate towards liking to bring off that edge in McDonald's defense. Flag, I don't think running back would be BPA at 32. I don't either. You probably would move back off 32 to like 10 to 13-ish and try to pick up another pick if you're going to go running back with that first selection. Moho, hey Brando, do you believe me that the Raiders are going to make it to the playoffs yet? Laughing out loud? No. I'm not a big believer in Mendoza. I'm certainly not a big believer in teams getting to the playoffs with a rookie quarterback. It's very hard to get that done. Not impossible. It has happened in recent years, so not impossible. But I don't think, who are they knocking off out of next year that's probably going to get into the playoffs again? The Chargers are dead set to probably get back in there, no doubt about it. The Denver Broncos should be back into it. The Houston Texans should be back in the playoffs. The Bills should be back in the playoffs. I don't know who the team is that got in the playoffs this year that they're, I get maybe the Patriots. They would fill in for the Patriots, but that was a bad roster from the Raiders last year. And those teams that quote unquote are going to win free agency rarely actually end up winning in the regular season when that's their approach. And Raiders have been that team that's been super active here in free agency, throwing money to everybody, but I don't know that it's money well spent. So, we'll see on that. They looked pretty far away last year. I think they're third, fourth place again. So I can't quite believe you on that yet. I need to see more out of a Raiders team. You got Crosby, a couple of linebackers that their teams let them walk, and you just spent a ton of money on both those off-ball inside linebackers. Those teams were happy to let them walk that drafted them because they didn't perform up to snuff for what those teams would have liked. Those teams would have been more than happy to bring them back in the fold, but it's like, yeah, we're okay. The Eagles last year going for an off-ball inside linebacker was an indicator of like, yeah, we're kind of good with letting you go, Dean. Go ahead, you're good to go. You're good. Go ahead. No, you're good to go. So like, we'll see. I don't see it there with them. C-Town, I still wish they had re-signed K9. I think they could have made it work. KC's a well-run organization. They've obviously valued him. Yeah, KC's a well-run organization. They are. This is a little bit of a course correction by Kansas City, though, too. So as much as that KC's just so smart, KC's just so brilliant, KC hasn't been able to find running backs there in recent years. And they haven't been able to find guys that do much more than being Jags. And they've tried to soup up their wide receiver core at the cost of having a good running back. So this is a course correction for Kansas City as much as them being visionary. This is them recognizing that what they have been trying to apply and their endless runs of Sky Moores and the kid they took out of Texas and the second round pick you gave up for Kadarius Toney and go draft this guy and go take this guy and go get this guy. Like that hasn't worked. So like they're so brilliant, but they can't seem to draft a receiver for their life. And so this is a move that more than it being that they're just so smart, it's them reacting. We drafted Clyde El-Hilaire in the first round a couple years. It didn't work. Let's react to that. Isaiah Pacheco wasn't good enough. Let's react to that. I think smart teams operate more with a vision and less reactionary. And so I think with John Schneider, he looks at this in a visionary way in the respect of, is it smart across the NFL to pay running backs? When I give running backs big money, do I tend to look at that in retrospect, team by team by team out the last 20 years, and I look at that money and I go, that's money well spent. I'm happy that I did that contract 3 years from now. Or do they look at it more often than not and they say, you know what? I'm kind of kicking myself. I shouldn't have done that deal. I knew right. I knew better. But I got the pressure was just to maintain serve. The pressure was just to do what, keep things running. And that's not visionary. Again, we come back to that's reactionary to me. Just look at John Schneider's recent history here in paying running backs. These are the last deals he's given contractually wise that have all failed. Let me say that just one more time. For the folks hammering on this with the Kenneth Walker, and I get where you're coming from, C-Town fans, so I'm not pushing back on understanding that there's definitely a lamenting of his loss here. There is. But let's look at every last deal of any kind of significant money that John Schneider has given out over the last 10 years to the running back position. The third contract to Marshawn Lynch was given out a year before he pushed his way out of town to go to Vegas. You had to eat dead money. That contract was bad in retrospect to have given it back to Marshawn. John didn't want to do it. Marshawn pushed for it. He gave him that little bump in pay. He paid the price then when Marshawn had to be let go. Chris Carson, you signed him to a contract. Everybody here loved Chris Carson. Everybody here told me you had to sign Chris Carson that deal. You had to do it. You had to do it. I pushed back at that time, C-Town fan, and said, no, you shouldn't do this. The neck injuries is not going to get better after you sign to this deal. If a guy's a little bit injured on his rookie contract, he's not going to become more healthier onto his second deal. It goes the opposite direction. The Chris Carson contract blew up in John Schneider's face. Blew up. And you ate a bunch of dead money to make that deal happen. But this even is hit with C-Town even on the smaller deals. A 1-year, $3 million deal for Carlos Hyde. Got zero out of that deal. A 1-year, $4 million deal for Eddie Lacy. You got zero out of that deal. So whenever you've gone to put money on these guys, like it's both like the macro and micro. You've got the view from an NFL organizational perspective, 32 NFL teams. How has this worked the last 20 years when I've spent money on running backs? Have these been well spent money? And I bring this up, C-Town fan, because this is the data John's looking through in part in determining this. This is part of the research you'd want to look at and try to take through and what the data tells you very succinctly, very strongly. The data tells you that no, you are not going to get that value, that you're going to end up regretting that deal down the line. And then you have the micro of it of John's actually tried to buck that system. He's tried to go the opposite route with him, and it's blown up in his face. So not only on the micro, but the macro, does it tell him that you shouldn't do this? And then you have the Chiefs going out there and making him the highest paid free agent running back in NFL history. I think that the smarter play here, if we're looking at which team's actually operating from a smart methodology and approach here to which team's actually being reactionary, I think that the Seahawks are the ones that are showing vision here, and the Chiefs are the ones that are trying to scramble and chase their tail a little bit. So we'll see how it plays out long term, but I think that there was a lot of things that went into this decision. It wasn't just simply we don't want to pay Kenneth. I think it was a lot of all of these aspects that come into play. Flag says apparently Kenneth Walker carried our team the entire season. I know there's been a little bit of that at times in the chat here from folks. Some of it's been the trolls from the Niners in here doing that, but it is a little bit out there too. Bear with me 1 second, let me get more coffee. Do. Kevin says, so am I the only one not worried about losing K9? News says the money strengthens his bones. Samuel, B, is there a draw to picking up the 5th-year option on JSN and Spoon and then extending them past the 5th year? It will save us money on both because they will be market-setting contracts. It is if you're willing, from a John perspective, to have them go to basically 6th year on the deal, because both of them have 2 years remaining on the rookie deal, and then you'd be signing a 3-year extension. So I don't think you can structure it that way. You can. There's more. What makes this hard, I guess, Samuel, is that there's more flexibility in being able to put these contracts together than ever before. 15 years ago, contracts would have been put together by the base and the bonus of the salary, and that was it. What's entered into play now, with not only with the 5th-year deals, but with the guaranteed money, which now can kind of sit in place of bonus money. And then you have the option bonuses that hit at certain points of the contract, where technically they're bonuses, technically they're guarantees, but then they don't hit the cap at a certain point. So it is kind of one to where general managers can kind of somewhat structure this however they want to structure it. That being said, John is a guy that is a bit hesitant with even wanting to give out 4-year deals. Much less wanting to, stack into sort of that 5th, 6th-year process of it. So it's possible. You could do it. You could do it as a way to manage how much the cap hits register in the first year or 2 of those deals, especially. You were able with the Charles Cross deal to kind of do something similarly along these lines. But that's where it comes down to trying to, predict this off of John's past history. Wouldn't, I think, lean in as much if he's got to give those contracts out after year 3. The deal with Cross, and the reason you could kind of put the 5th-year option on that one is because he had then gotten through the 4th year of his deal. So it was just more easier to kind of set that up on that one. But it's possible. Definitely possible. The only team to pay a running back is the greatest run organization over the past 10 to 15 years. I mean, yeah, but if they're so brilliant at doing that and they're so great about paying running backs, why haven't they done it prior to that? If it's such a brilliant move on their part, it's so amazingly smart. Like, why didn't they do it prior in these past 10 to 15 years? They've literally gone as cheap as they can at the running back position over this last 10 to 15 year period. So it doesn't quite add up there on that one. Did they just get smart? Were they stupid the past 14 years, Austin? Like, were they dumb for the past 14 years and then they just got smart this offseason then? By that rationale? And I ask curiously, not in condescension, but just from a curiosity standpoint. Because you did do something different now here with this Walker deal. If the Chiefs are in the run of their Super Bowls, if they've just come off winning a Super Bowl, if they've just come off losing a Super Bowl, do they put this kind of contract together? I don't know that they do. Catalyst says K9 was injured for most of his 4 years here. Why are we so recency biased? Oh, you're speaking limitless. Sorry, man. Not me. I agree with you. Marks is laughing at the generational player. That one cut through me off too. Generational. He's good. Don't get me wrong. Doom says Schneider's the NFL executive of the year. Batman hiding in the shadows until it's just the right time to strike. He lives in the shadows. He dwells in the underworld, waiting, hoping. Shoulder Devil says K9's last 4 games were the best of his entire 4 years. Before that, almost nothing of note, slightly above average yards, and injury prone. That's accurate. Catalyst says it's easy to look at his late season run and want to extend him long term, but you have to evaluate Walker's entire tenure here. You do, especially as you're trying to look at what is more likely. That Walker is going to be what he was for the most part here prior to that 4-game run, or that he's suddenly going to become this new magical man player in the last 4 games of that run. Well, that last 4 games is kind of sample size compared to the almost 4 years of play that we have on top of those 4 games. And yeah, you want to make your decisions based on that. You don't want to make it on the sample size, especially when you have so much data there beyond the sample size to inform you on this one. Part of the reason you got Walker the last 4 games of the year was because you load balanced him. And I think you could say in itself is that if I'm paying a guy top 3 money at the position in the sport, I don't want to be having to load balance him. If I'm paying top 3 money in the position at the sport, I don't have to take him down on third downs because I can't trust him as a pass protector. That's where you're starting to go like, okay, you're spending all the money for what he does in running the rock in being partial in the role. Do I pay top end market money for that? If I have a guy that's a quote unquote number 1 wide receiver, but I got to manage my targets in his direction, I got to manage his touches, I got to remove him off the field in certain situations based on down and distance or the personnel on do I want to be paying top of the market for that? Or if I'm paying that top of the market, I should have those boxes checked that he's able to do those things in addition, that I never have to take him off the field, that he can run every route, that he provides me full value for the measure of the pay that I'm paying. What's up, me? Season's over. Everyone was that. Alice, I was in Jesse's chat. I want to talk about the Osa trade. Not a bad deal for the Niners. Interesting trade from the Cowboys' perspective there. Osa's been a good guy for them, good player for them. Niners just drafted CJ West and Alfred Collins last year. They reinforced that defensive line. Yep, Okung left to get paid too. Danlo, I tuned in to see the trade and they wouldn't talk about it. I saw your name. Thought it was you. There was a guy named Corey just trolling a couple Niners. It was hilarious. Paul, Brandon, do you trade a first and Rashid for Crosby? Well, you can't move. Rashid's just not a possibility, Paul, to move in a trade for Crosby at this point because you just signed him to a contract extension and a whole bunch of bonus money, and you're not going to have that bonus money hit you in the books at this point by moving him. So he's not a part of this trade. But I would move Crosby for a first plus. Yeah. Austin says Rams paid Kyron Williams, Devontae Adams, Stafford, and could still afford $75 million on cornerbacks. Yeah. And now they have shot their load, Austin. So, they don't have any more money they can spend. We're not done yet. I think this is a little bit where there's some confusion with Hawk fans on this too. We're not done. We're not just sitting on this money doing nothing else. We're not going to add any more to this roster. It's finished. That's not what's going on here. We're just waiting to make sure that we can actually get market opportunities and we're not overpaying. And the Rams had to overpay on the OJ McDuffie deal. You not only traded a first round pick, you made him a top end market paid corner in the sport. They don't have any more real moves they can make beyond this. They got contract extensions they're going to have to now sign, which is going to eat up the rest of the money that they have to spend. So they're really good. It's great that they have done what they've done. I think it's awesome to see the Rams be aggressive. But the Rams are also in a different place than we are, Austin. Their Super Bowl window is slowly just about to come to a shut. In fact, you could say this might be the final year to them to have that opportunity, especially if Stafford were to retire. Our Super Bowl window just kicked open, and we won a Super Bowl at the moment it just kicked open with the third youngest roster in the entire NFL. So I don't understand, those are two different teams in two different places as far as the sense of urgency go. And quite frankly, as we come back around to historically speaking, because everything looks good on paper here when you're on March 12th after making these signings. It all looks wonderful. Everybody's going to play every game. Everybody's going to be healthy. You did such a good job. But championships aren't won in March. And what looks good on paper doesn't necessarily play out that way on the football field. So I laud the Rams for being aggressive. They're taking some risks here. I can certainly see where this could potentially not work out for them on this. But they're chasing us. We're not chasing them. We're the champions. Let's not get it twisted. We're the one that raised the Lombardi with the third youngest roster in the NFL. We're the one with the executive of the year. We don't need to be impelled to have to chase after everybody else who's chasing after us. They chase us. We're the champs. Let's not forget that. So we can worry about all the guys lost here, what they've done there. They're coming after us, not us after them. But we're also not done, Austin. Have faith, man. We're 4 days into free agency. You got a long off season, and Seattle, historically speaking, has not been a team that just sort of sits on cap space and doesn't utilize it. You're going to utilize it. You're going to add on to what you've got here. Limitless says Todd Gurley has way more of an injury history and was older. Well, the point being is that, yeah, that's certainly, there were some individual details of Todd Gurley as to why you would have been hesitant on paying the contract. But the point is that these contracts, I think you would agree with me, Limitless, that these contracts by and large, though, play out that way. Like, we have Sean Alexander come off an MVP season. We turn around and we reward Sean Alexander with a big monster contract. Sean Alexander falls off a cliff. The point of being is not just to look at the Todd Gurley only as this, like, let me cherry pick this example. And I would love to hear from you on this if you find that, no, I'm wrong on this, and that in actuality, when you do pay these running backs, it actually ends up returning you get the returns for it. You feel really good about it a couple years down the line. I'd love to hear if that's what you think in general terms about these deals. I'd love to hear what you think about this as general terms of these deals, of that if I have a running back who's tended to have a lot of injuries on his rookie contract, and in almost every literal year that you've ever had him on your roster in those first 4 years, and the 1 year he doesn't get injured is the year that you completely 50-50 manage almost his touches on the field, 50-50 manage his snaps on the field. It's the only year you're able actually to kind of get through with him on that. That guy, historically speaking, that type of player, historically speaking, becomes less injured on the second contract after he's been paid big money. I want to know from this if this is the thinking, because this is where I think we can drive down on this one, is that historically speaking, isn't the data pretty succinct in telling us that when you pay the big money to the running back position of free agency, it doesn't tend to pay off? Can you find success stories? Sure, you can find success stories. But even within the success stories, there's kind of usually a pall that hangs over them. You can go to a Saquon Barkley last year and go, look, he was a driving force to get them to the Super Bowl. Look how great that was for them. But then now he looks not like the same player this year, and the costs have gone completely up for the Eagles, where they're paying maximum prices. The Josh Jacobs contract last year by the Packers looked good initially in the first year of it. He looked like a pale imitation of himself by the end of the year. And that contract could end up being a bit of an albatross there for the Packers as we go forward. So all these things are a risk, and Limitless, you're playing the odds on all of this stuff to a degree. But to me, the odds on this just do not factor out very well when you come back to paying running backs in general, and that paying them this big money ends up biting you on the butt. And I think that's where the data does speak to this pretty starkly, and that you're smarter as a team to lean into that. It makes it to where you're gonna have to make some tough decisions on backs like we did with Walker here, but you're smarter to lean into that rather than dive away from it. And again, I can go to recent history on this. I can go to John Schneider's history of paying running backs here. I can go to what the analytic folks have said on this. I mean, the data on this is pretty incredible, and the argument that's been made as to why going after the star running back is not necessarily the order of business and the way that you want to go about this. But I'd love to hear from you on this, on some of the counters to some of that, if you could. Yo B, thank y'all for Woolen. Hopefully he keeps his attitude in check this year for us. As long as he's locked in, he's a hell of a player, yo. You get him locked in, he can be a hell of a player for you. So it's very possible out there that they're able to get him into doing that. So cut out the taunting, stay locked in. You got yourself a hell of a player. Nate AB, do we take a chance on Clowney or another good defensive end? I feel like we need another guy after Boye's gone. I'd make a run at Clowney. It's not going to cost a lot of money. Just had the best year of his career not 2 years ago, literally in the Mike McDonald defense in Baltimore. I had a good solid season for the Cowboys in the rotational role that would be similar to what we'd have him in here, I would believe. Yeah, he's solid. Dan says Bradford shouldn't be our future, but until Haynes, Richmond, or the other guy, drawing a blank, you're talking about... Well, I'm drawing a blank on him as well. I can't think of what else you're meaning there. B-Ballin' Hawks Nest. Let's grab White from Tampa Bay, sign a larger quarterback veteran, and draft a guard and wide receiver. I'm with it, man. Sign me up. Rashad White's nice, man. Shouldn't cost a lot. Yo, dude, Jets clearly won number one pick for next year's quarterback heavy draft. Smart of them to do it. Though I do wonder, yo, dude, if they're going to jump on Ty Simpson with that first round pick in the middle of the first round this year. I do wonder. Napad, any good running backs in the second or third round? Yeah, I think in the second to third round, you should see Jonah Coleman, Mike Washington Jr., Jadarian Price, Katron Allen, Damon Claiborne. There's some interesting players in there. No new information on the sale of the Seahawks, though. Wu-Tang, we did have JSN at a Clippers game hanging out with Ballmer. I thought that was kind of interesting. That was kind of interesting. Yeah, Jonathan Allen deal is a good one there for Cincy. I like that. Noob says, why is Blitz effing with people? I don't know. He's got everybody like thinking something's happening. That doesn't happen. You can't do that on Twitter. You can't pull the rug out from under people on Twitter. Napad, $60 million for Mafe is very close to criminal. Congratulations to him, though. Goonan says Shaheed for $17 million a year is an incredible Brandon. No, it's not. It's not a discount, but I think it's solid value. Is incredible. Okay. So you were saying is incredible. To catch you off on that. Yeah, I like it. I'm good with the deal. I think the value is right. I'd much rather have Ballmer than Bezos as well. He's the ideal to me. Dresses Steve Bigelow's Steve Ballmer is the only one that can afford to buy the team that's not yet known to have been on Epstein Island. It's true. Oh, man. Thrill says, don't forget Mixon's aggravated menacing charge in traffic for pointing a gun at a woman's car. Man, this guy's been a live wire, huh? Fun fact, I waited Steve Ballmer's table at 13 coins in Bellevue and dropped the check after running his Amex titanium black card and said, all I want for Christmas is my Sonics back. He just bought them. Oh, there we go. I'm sure he hears that was hearing that quite a bit. Bring him back. Brian says, that's the thing. I don't think JSN's going to try to twist arms knowing the team can just exercise his fifth-year option and make negotiations more difficult next year. I would hope so on it. There feels like a happy middle ground you can find between team and player on this to make it go. Nate, John made that Shaheed contract pretty good. We can get out of it. He's not doing good, etc. We did. Yeah, he did, for sure. I'm with you, B. Ballins, on your signings, man. Interesting to see what happens with Marlon Humphrey out there with Baltimore. Feels like eventually they'll release him, but they do have more cap space now, so. What's up, JHHG? You missed nothing yet. Mr. Bill, JSN 5 years, $200 million? Well, I'm definitely waiting until next year if that's going to be the cost. I'm not paying you a year early at that rate. I don't even know if I pay that next year. One second, get some coffee here. Coffee. Rams have the corners like New England to shut down JSN. Now Seahawks have no running game. Advantage clearly to the Rams next season. I mean, maybe. There was times that JSN broke open in that game and throws weren't aren't necessarily on point for throws that Sam Darnold would have made. You know, the post route down by the end zone, which would have been a score there. Seattle was pretty conservative in that game when they realized the Patriots offense wasn't going to do a whole hell of a lot. I think that the Seahawks offense showed last year that they can be aggressive when you need them to be aggressive, and they can be conservative when they need to be conservative. Like the Rams conference championship game showed when they need to score points. So, yeah, we'll see. I think that there's more to it than just New England corners shut down the Seattle Seahawks. It's a little bit more nuanced than that as far as that game goes. And the passing attack did pretty good throughout the course of the game, sometimes even when we didn't have the running game. That was kind of the whole point, Austin, to bringing up the first half of the year. You tried to run the ball. You didn't run the ball particularly well in those games. You had to pass the ball to win, and you won those games by and large through the part of your schedule, with the exception of the Niners and the Tampa Bay game. So, yeah, they've like I said, they've spent their money right now. They've essentially made the moves that they're going to make to put them where they're putting, and they're chasing us. We still have money to spend, Austin. So is your counter at this point that we're going to suddenly just sit on $40 million and do nothing else, or that whatever we add will have no effect to the alternative of what the Rams have done? Isn't that kind of silly to think that they're just going to sit on the money when John doesn't historically just sit on cap space for the sake of sitting on cap space? The big argument I made with this, Austin, is just that most teams try to roster build when it comes from early March up into the draft, and then they kind of shut it down. And then they're like, all right, we're good. We're not really going to do anything else. We've spent our money. We've done what we've done. And that's fine. So you can operate by that way, and you can be successful, and you get yourself to Super Bowls with that approach. John Schneider does things differently. And part of the reason that he won Executive of the Year is because he's into building the roster outside of this small subset of a time of year that he says, hey, I'll build my roster in July. I'll build my roster in August. I'll build my roster in October. That's how you get a Rashid Shaheed. That's how you get a Leonard Williams, is a willingness to build at all times of the year. And what allows those deals to happen more often than not is not the willingness to make the deal, is not having the draft capital that you can move to make the deals occur. It's that you have the cap space, because all these teams blow their cap space at this time. So you have fewer competitors. And so you can go make that deal because you happen to be one of the few teams that have the cap space to make those deals. Now, if we go make those deals at that time, now the plan looks a lot more understandable. But I mean, we're 3.5 days into free agency, and you're saying that they've won the offseason already, being the Rams, while Seattle has all of this cap space to sit on because they've traded for McDuffie and they've signed another corner from the Chiefs. That by far puts them up over the top. I don't know, man. I think that there's a lot of kind of jumping the ball on this one, and we got to give this a little bit more time, especially giving it more time understanding that it fits to form with how John operates. I'm not just pie in the sky hoping John makes a move down the line. I'm telling you that this is how John tends to operate in recent years past. It's his modus operandi. So it's like people lamenting a little bit of a lack of activity here with John Schneider and what's going on. Like, have you been watching the last 15 years by how John's operated? Is he not just coming off of Super Bowl championship? Is he not coming off being Executive of the Year? I mean, the inference here seems to be, Austin, that the general manager is not doing a good job. If that's the case, then how did he just accomplish what he accomplished? I'm not a big give the guy a benefit of the doubt kind of guy, but I think when a GM has just come off winning a Super Bowl championship in a year where everyone out there last offseason was saying that this team was going to be a fourth place team and not even make the playoffs, I think you start to give a little bit of a tip of the cap to that guy and knowing that maybe he knows what he's doing. Maybe there's a little bit of an appeal to authority I can have here for the first general manager in NFL history that's won a Super Bowl with two completely different rosters. I can't quite understand that, because like a little bit of this tone would have been like if the Rams had come off beating, like your tone on this would be one where like if the Rams had come off beating us, if the Rams had come off a Super Bowl championship, I'd go, okay, I can kind of get where this tone kind of comes from, but we're the team that won the championship. We're the team that beat them and had to beat them twice down the stretch to go and get that done. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't get why John doesn't get a little bit more of a benefit of the doubt from some Hawk fans here in the chat or in the last couple of days, being what you've just accomplished, doing what you just did. It wasn't set up easy for him to make this happen last year. It wasn't like he just like fell into it. Like he had to make it happen at every turn, Brandon, I had a couple of Bengal fans laugh at me about how the Bengals stole Mafe. I tried telling him that the agent stole from the Bengals with that contract. I mean, 2 sacks, man. 2 sacks last year, never double-digit sacks. Rotational guy throughout the time here. I think the Bengal fans are just happy their owner's actually spending money, Mick. That guy's been so hesitant to ever spend any dough that they're just like, he's at least signing a check. Anything's better than nothing, I think, is probably where they're operating from at this point. If you do a poll, have an indifferent option. All right. I'll include that on the next one. Max says, ooh, that's a tough price for Crosby, and that's why it's a fair trade. Make it happen, JS. Goonan says, I'd rather not. Understandable. Ballin says, it would be like the dumbass trade we did for Jimmy Graham. Anlo says, that was tough for me to answer. It makes us too thin at edge. Does make you a bit thin there, for sure. I'd rather be a conditional third. Maybe you could put something like that in it. Plays a certain amount of games, it becomes this. Teams do that sometimes. Howard says yes in a heartbeat. Rockman says a big hell no to the poll. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. I'm not sure on the paying him front, Goonan. He just signed a contract extension last year. He's got 4 years left remaining on his deal, does Crosby. And a part of this could be too, with just you want out of town and then you want an extension on top of it. I don't know if he'll be as much in a position to drive for that. It's possible. But I would say that it's all just as possible that you end up able to get him to play him out on the current deal, at least for this very next season. Hetch, we are in win now mode. But no new big signings. I don't get it. Well, 3 years, $51 million on Shahid's a fairly healthy deal to be thrown out. It's not cheap. The 3 years, 24 for Job. It's not a market breaking price, but it's not peanuts. I don't know that we're in win now mode. We want to compete, we want to contend. You want to go for a Super Bowl next year, but you want to do so, I think, adhering to the process that took you to a Super Bowl last year. And I think that's the one thing is with this is for the folks that advocate for being hyper aggressive here. You weren't hyper aggressive last year and you got to a Super Bowl. So why is the mandate now a need to be hyper aggressive to get to a Super Bowl if it wasn't the mandate last year? That's the part I guess I'm confused on with this. Is there seems to be, well, this is the requirement. It's like, why is that the requirement? Because other teams are doing it. The requirement should be, is it the smart thing to do? Is it smart to overpay players? No. Do those teams that go out there and quote unquote win wave one of free agency tend to be the teams that go win the Super Bowl championships when it's all said and done? No, they're not. They're the teams that tend to fall short. So I guess I'd understand this, and you're not alone, Hetchopolis. There's a lot, as I've read through a lot of comments today already. There's a lot of people that are in the same place you are. I find myself legitimately confused a little bit because the tenor and tone of this would have been one of almost like we're not coming off even making the playoffs, much less coming off easily winning the Super Bowl. JT says, worst idea ever. I would rather trade for a running back or a corner. Are those trades available right now? Is there a running back available you can trade for? Is there a corner you can trade for in that way? B-Ball in the Hawks Nest, trading for Crosby would be like the dumb trade we did for Jimmy Graham and gave away Unger and picks. Now, no way. Bad idea. Thoughts, please. I have a hard time. I can understand if you're hesitant to want to not move for a player that's an older player for picks. So somebody out there that has that aspect in just general terms, I get where you're coming from on that. I understand. I wouldn't push like hugely back on that principle. I can understand, build through the drafts, do what we've done. Don't go down this road. I get all of that stuff's valid in that way. I think making the comparison to the Jimmy Graham trade is kind of an apples to oranges situation. With Max, number one, we're not going to be moving a Max Unger player to where we're cutting off our nose to spite our face. This is not robbing Peter to pay Paul. So with the Jimmy Graham trade, you got Jimmy Graham, then you lose the first round pick, and then you lose Unger, who's a vital player to your offensive line in addition to that. After you'd already started to lose players off your offensive line, as I had said earlier on this with Carpenter and Okung, and Breno Giacomini as well, who went out and got a contract extension. So to make that relation here first right off the gates incorrect, because if you're going to move him, you're going to move him for like an Uchenna as the player you kick in, and Uchenna is not going to hurt you in the same way of losing Unger. It's just not the same territory or vicinity. The other problem with trading for Jimmy Graham is you took a guy that operated out of the slot at about 70% of the time as a Saint. So he was literally a slot wide receiver for the New Orleans Saints and a sometimes H-back for them as a tight end. You traded for him, and all of your great wisdom as a coaching staff decided to take this guy who had been a slot wide receiver, and you wanted to go then turn him into an inline tight end. So not only is it a bad trade on giving up too much assets on the front of it, including a player that was vital to your offensive line, but then the player you were trading for, you're going to change completely the role that was what made him successful for why you wanted to trade for him in the first place. So why that's hard for me to then relate that back to a Crosby is because you're going to bring Crosby in and have him continue to do exactly what he's done prior. You're not changing his game. He's a fit to this defense. He's going to succeed and operate really well within this defense as long as the health can hold up. So you just don't have to do as much of the imagination on how you're going to fit the guy in and how it's going to work on that as you had to do with Jimmy Graham, as that one had a couple of reasons why it was really bad on the surface of it. But when it comes to, trading picks and all that, I understand some of the hesitancy here. But again, for me, on my standpoint of it, I think that it's a move that you're adding a guy off the edge that you could not add as an equivalency across the league really anywhere else, short of coming close to it a little bit with Grenard, but I don't think you're quite there with Grenard. I also don't think the draft capital is that significant. That's the other part of this, is that the first round pick that you had to give up with Jimmy Graham versus the first round pick where you're selecting right now are also kind of in somewhat two different territories. It's probably like an equivalent of like third round value as far as the difference of where you're picking in the first round on that Graham pick. So I'm okay people being anti this. I'm not pushing, come hell or high water for the Crosby deal that this has to happen, but I do think it's become a market opportunity. I think the price is lowered. And I think the price is lowered into a place where Seattle's a little bit more comfortable, willing to potentially take a swing in this deal. And I would be, because I don't think this is a strong draft. I don't think we can look at this as just a pure first round pick and how we relate our pick in 2026, and that we reference it like it's a first round pick. It's really a second round pick at this point at 32. So if that's the centerpiece of a deal for Crosby, I'm not going to get weak-kneed about that. I'm going to be okay with that. Nate Pat says, I'd rather trade a second for A-Chain. Is Miami trying to trade Devon A-Chain? We all want him. I want him too. But are they really moving him? And if they are really moving him as a prerequisite of moving him, that you got to put him on a contract extension. And then does it make sense to put Devon A-Chain on the same kind of contract extension that Kenneth Walker just signed? Does that make sense? If part of the hesitancy is we don't want to pay for a running back? So I'm open to it. I'm not against the A-Chain at all. I just don't know that he is. Everything that I've heard, Miami's trying to get him on a contract extension, Nate. Goodness says the thing is, Bobo is the biggest weapon in the red zone. He may have minimal receptions, but his red zone per touchdown rate is actually incredible. Bobo really is a Jimmy Graham level red zone tank. I like it, man. I think he's very effective in the red zone, and I think you're right. It's been a bit of an underutilized part of his game, just because you haven't needed it as much, but it was a real centerpiece of what he did out there at UCLA. Kikolo says Crosby is not worth it. Sounds like the polls not moving in Crosby's favor. Washington Jr. is nice, Goonin. He's got some upside to him. Daniel says the Jadarian Price hype is out of control. He's not that great. When everyone's selling point is he was backing up the number one back in the nation, like that's how they pitch him instead of his own ability. A little bit, yeah. It's true. There's a little bit of that at kind of at play there. One sec here. We got Kyle with a donation. I'll be right back, Kyle. Cal from South Park, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you for that. After hearing the Jair Alexander story with the Baltimore Philly trade and now the Maxx Crosby situation, wouldn't be shocked if they told number 44 he'll be cut, and when they saw he had eyes on Seattle, they changed their mind. Could be. It very well could be there because Marlon Humphrey, you thought when he's at the Seahawks Super Bowl parade, it's like, and he's still on the roster, it's only a matter of time that he's probably going to get released. Players just don't normally do that. And there does seem to be some weird stuff going on out there with the Baltimore situation. You mentioned the Jair Alexander story, which was that they moved Jair to the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Eagles got him and then found that they had broken goods at that point when he was there. He basically retired within a couple of days after being moved there. There was a story that What's His Face from Bussin' with the Boys Compton was talking about a former teammate of his that had a contract that he was going to sign with the Baltimore Ravens. It was all in place, and they pulled that thing out from under him in kind of illicit fashion. And this is that track record where Baltimore's kind of got this going on. It's part of why I don't buy into any of this sort of failure of the medical thing. This was all just, you had buyer's remorse. You woke up the next day and you said, how much did I spend? And you realize at the same point in time, the Hendrickson thing is the one that really indicates this, because Hendrickson was also still remaining available on the market when you didn't think he would be at the price that you were able to get him for. And so it all starts to instruct you a little bit of this. And so you get a little bit dirty with it. You know, the guy just had surgery back in January. Why would you ever expect him to pass the physical less than 60 days since he's had the surgery? It just shows you that there was something stupid here going on with the whole situation, and it was not having to do with necessarily Max as far as it stood. Again, a team in Baltimore that's never traded a first-round pick before. So they've shown a lot of hesitancy to be willing to go down that road, and I think we can kind of see why. So, yeah, I don't get what they're doing with Humphrey either. He's got a big cap cost. Now, they've got a lot of cap space as it stands right now, so they're in a position to be able to afford him if they want to do it. But he seemed to be feeling like or looking like that he was heading in that direction to be cut or released. So they may have kind of some of that going on, Kyle. You know, maybe there's a little bit of that, kind of at play here in how they're operating. But it's an awful, it's an awful look by Baltimore. You can't help but wonder if it's going to hurt them in the future in some of these trade negotiations or whatnot. And they're trying to play the, they're trying to play the PR game right now, but everybody can kind of see this for what it is, especially when you do have a little bit of a track record in doing this recently. It's like, some of this adds up to you guys kind of being nefarious in your process. But thank you, Kyle. Appreciate the donation, brother. Hope you're having a great day out there. Very kind of you. Engine, thank you for the $10 donation, Engine. Sorry if this has already been discussed, but is there any chance we could get A-Chain? If so, should we get him? So I'm on board with A-Chain for sure. He's a really good running back. He's a little on the lighter side. Probably a guy you're going to have to do a little bit of a load balance thing, but that's okay. Once Sharp got back, this would be a nice 1-2 punch. He gives you a lot of the similar stuff you can get from Walker. He also has some additional stuff I think he gives you beyond Walker, and that he's probably a smidge better in pass protection. And then he is definitely better as a wide receiver. He is a legitimate threat as a wide receiver out there. So when it comes to that part of it, yes, he's a guy that certainly would be a guy that I would love to target out there. He's by far better than any other option you'd have as far as via trade goes out there. Now, this is a guy, though, that is coming off 1,350 yards, 5.7 yard per carry average. He also then had 67 catches for almost 500 yards and another 4 touchdowns there. So 12 touchdowns total last year. He's due to get paid. So maybe you like him more than you liked Walker. Maybe that's it on this. But that's the issue here is that, you could have just paid Walker at that point and not traded anything. If your intention was to be willing to pay a running back, and maybe you do like A-Chain better. That's the part that could be a part of this process. Maybe you think his health will hold up better. He's about a year younger approximately, I think, than Walker is A-Chain. So, you just think maybe we're going to get a little bit more tread left on the old tires. He's not been necessarily hyper used there by the Dolphins through his first 3 years. But I also just don't know that the Dolphins are really open to moving him at this point. The accounts that I've heard, Engine, is that they're trying to sign him to a contract extension. But that would also then tell me again that if the extension breaks down and you do trade for him, part of the prerequisite to then moving for him will then be to put him on a new contract. And I don't see how Devon doesn't absolutely insist upon being paid at the very least exactly what Walker was being paid on his contract. So I'm a little bit, yes, I'm on board with it, but I'm also, I guess, a little bit reticent to believe that they're going to actually move him at this point. Unless they're really maxing back the return again, then they're maxing the return, but then you still got to pay him on the contract. So now you're giving a second round pick and you're paying him $15 million a year. Is that a better option than just paying Walker and keeping your second round pick? That'd be a tough sell for me on that one. I guess if you can get him to play on the final year of his deal and say, okay, look, we're not going to franchise you after this year. We're going to play you on the final year of deal. We'll highlight you. We'll make him look real good on the team. We'll give you a lot of touches. And then we'll let you walk if we can't come up with a contract. And maybe you can do something like that. But that's what it would take essentially to then get that deal done. And now you're talking about maybe a rental for the second round pick. So I'm on board with this A-Chain thing, but how do we get the deals of this done? Does Miami really want to move him? Does he want a contract extension? There's kind of a lot of little stuff in this one that to me makes it a little sticky into getting the deal done. And I'm still not convinced that they would be willing to. I mean, guys averaged 5.6 yards per carry in his career. It's like this is the kind of player that you don't move on from, especially for as good as he's been out of the backfield with another 172 receptions out of the backfield over the last 3 years. Probably just too good of a player for them that they don't want to let go. But thank you, Engine. Appreciate the donation. He's absolutely electric. He is fast. He's a great pass catcher back there out of the backfield. Very talented kid. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. I don't like a first and a second and a player. First, second, okay. Yeah, I think some of this would come down to, I think that if you bring Maxx in, you're probably going to let go of Uchenna Nwosu anyway, Lord Disciple. So I wouldn't do this for every player in the book, but for this player, I think that you're going to end up letting him go if you bring Crosby in anyway. And if that's the case, why not just include him in the trade if there's some value to the Raiders within that at that point? So I can get where you're at with that, but I do think that would be the domino that would fall on Crosby. Is I don't think that you'd get Crosby, and it'd be Crosby, Uchenna, Derek, and DeMarcus Lawrence. I think Uchenna becomes the odd man out at that point, in my opinion, Lord Disciple. But I understand it's a lot to give up, and that's why I wanted to include that capital kind of where you're going to feel it a little bit. You know, you got to make the call on doing this. You're going to have to feel it a little bit, and it doesn't have to be hellacious pain, but there's going to be a little bit of bleeding on this one. You're going to have to do if you want to make that move, you know. What is my level of need for right guard center? Pretty low. I certainly would like to get the frontline guys a little more talented, a little bit more production from them, but I don't know that you got the pathway to getting that done. I'm not blown away by the centers or right guards in this draft. Probably going to have some bigger needs that can get players a little bit more of a difference-making component at those picks. So it's probably one that's more of a long-term situation we'll be looking at with those two positions. But I'm okay. You've got your starters, you got your backups, you're functional there. I think you can kind of ride with what you got. It doesn't preclude you from drafting a guy, but it'd be a very low priority for me as we go forward. MKA, hey B, have you looked at the running back from Kentucky, Seth McGowan? Any thoughts on his fit for the Hawks? Perhaps third round. I can't go that low with him. I've got a fifth round valuation on Seth myself. So if you're taking him in the third round, that would be a little bit old, a little bit early for me. Hyperactive, hard charging back, 6'1", 215. He's got a stop and bounce move that can freeze defenders in a blink, and in the open field, a shoulder shrug bob that sets defenders up to lose him. Fights his ass off on every run like his life is on the line. Quickness feels a titch above average, and speed feels average. All of the extra motions in his running style, it's kind of like he's asking his whole body to participate with his running style. So you have some guys with no wasted movement. This guy's got a lot of arms and legs kind of flapping every different direction, which isn't a bad thing in itself, just not an efficient mover necessarily. Slightly above average out of the backfield as a pass catcher. Good cutting as a route runner, average hands. I kind of feel like he has a running style that can work in college, but won't translate as well to the pros. Essentially, he tries to run with a ferocity outside of his true size, and he's missing the explosion of smaller running backs. So when you think of him, it's a little bit like almost an Isaiah Pachenko thing, where it's like the guy runs hard as hell, and he runs like he's going to be running people over and just knocking pins over like a bowling ball. But yet he ends up, getting kind of caught. Once you get your hands on him, you can kind of bring him right to the ground. And despite the fact he's listed 6'1", 215 to be a bit more of the bigger back. But he works his ass off. He finishes runs. But I put him 5th round because I just don't think there's anything about him that's a difference-making component that would drive you to go and take that guy into day 2. I think you can wait into day 3 on that one. But he's solid, and he does give you a little bit of something out of the backfield as well. Tress Bigelow, I'm saying we shouldn't go after Crosby unless we don't have to pay him until next offseason and he stays healthy, and I wouldn't pay him more than a 4th if it's a conditional pick for F if he does get hurt. I think those are all fair points. I do. I think too as well. It's asking him to say, hey, look, you're wanting out of town. You're forcing your way out of town. You're asking for a trade. You can't have it all. Can't have your cake and eat it too. We'll let you out of town. We'll get you to a team where you're going to contend and compete, but you're going to have to wait a year to get paid, especially after you just signed an extension last year. Max Bailey, Crosby was basting on fools with a bad meniscus, and the Raiders had to force him to stop playing on it. He'll be fine, especially when it heals. Yeah, guy doesn't miss many games in his career, so it's not been a problem at this point. I'm not going to count on being a problem going forward. Maximus, how you doing, man? Tress Bigelow, that's my consolation or compromise to everyone begging and drooling for him. Generally, I would auto pass. That's fair enough, man. Completely fair enough. And again, they've put in these trade parameters before, contingent upon the guy playing a certain amount of games, contingent upon this getting to there. So you can do that in these kind of deals. JL, John will call the Raiders bluff and then fleece them. General manager of the year, about to show everybody why he's the best. Unless Max stays, of course. I like it. Let's go. Rockman Drums, a sneaky pick would be Nicholas Singleton, running back. He should be over his injury by training camp. He was a top 6 running back in this year's draft before the broken meniscus foot injury. Don't know if he's fast. Don't know. He's fast as F. He'd be interesting. Explosive kid. Yeah. Had the injury. Fell back a little bit this year to Katron Allen to the position as far as touches go. But he's had some productivity out there at Penn State. And yeah, you should be able to get him in probably about the 5th round with a broken foot like he had. And I'd be open to him. I like the value there. Come back to getting value. There's good value there. JT says, if we pick cornerback at 32, who's it going to be? I think that there's probably a collection of a certain set number of names you could probably lock into at that spot. If Avion Terrell were to slide, I think that he would be an option for Seattle. I don't know if he's going to slide. I tend to think he'll probably be taken in the 1st round. Colton Hood is a guy that I've been very much in on as a possibility. Brandon Cisse. Chris Johnson is a guy that the Seahawks have shown some interest in. I think all of those guys are really in play in that pick at that spot. Maybe 2 other guys to look at there would be Malik Muhammad and Dalen Everett. But good cornerback class. Really good cornerback class. Not just one. There'll be multiple options there, JT. They can kind of pick their flavor at that point. One of the reasons that I've thought that might be where the value might be in this draft from the Seahawks perspective. Cornerback with that 1st round pick. Nine fumbles for Washington in the last 2 years. Yeah, it's been a bit of an issue. Brian's with me here. Cisse, Hood, Johnson, all make sense. Reminds think alike. Yes, sir. Yeah, the Raiders are better. They're definitely better than they were. But how far does it move the needle as far as their ultimate performance even within that division? Are they overtaking the Chargers? No. Are they overtaking the Broncos? No. Oh, there we go. We're all in the same place. Brian Cisse, Chris Johnson. Yeah. I love me Dunker Stewart. He's one of my draft crushes. Daniel says, this free agency seems wild. Is it that bad of a draft class making it this way? Last year, New England got a great defensive tackle, Milton, for $20 million, who changed their defense. Now a jag like Mafe is getting $20 million a year. I think you are touching upon something that's the truth here, which is that this is not a strong draft, and that having a weak draft like this, that's not just a weakened draft, but a draft that's one of the weaker ones we've seen in recent years, that's going to draw teams back to free agency and have them willing to spend a little bit more in free agency because of it. It's a good point. And yeah, I do think that that's a bit of what's driving this craziness in free agency for sure, a little bit. I've seen a variety of deals given out that are just, you're scratching your head and you're going, what? Huh? I don't know how Jalen Phillips gets the 4-year deal for $120 million. Like that to me was one where you're just going, huh? Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Isn't Keldrick Falk the youngest player in the draft? That sounds right. Or at least one of the guys, I think. Yeah, he's 21. He'll be 20. No, he's 21, September 7th. So he'll be 22. We got some guys that are like 20 and a half years old in this draft, Randall. A couple of those kind of guys that are like that young. So he's youngish, but he's not like baby age like you get from some of these guys coming out. Thank you though, Randall. Appreciate you, man. A little late on that, don't know. Lord Disciple says, for some reason, my friend has Love dropping to us. Not this draft, man. Yeah, not this draft. It's he's cemented himself too well with the testing at the combine. People were in love with him, and then he went in there and he put the exclamation point at the combine with that performance. And that solidifies him into being a top 10 pick minimum, and most likely a top 5 pick. So you're not getting him out of the top 10. I don't think he gets past top 5. I would be very surprised at this point. Everything's trending in the direction of him going there. And the Titans seem to be kind of the open secret that's known in the NFL that they're grabbing him at this point. They haven't really done anything for their running back room. They have a need there. I think it's completely going to be Love at number 4 at this point. It's almost like I feel it with a certainty, Lord Disciple, that I felt last year when, remember, I was so much in on Ashton Genty going to the Raiders, even before it became kind of common knowledge that this is what's going to happen, just because it just fit. It just felt too true and right. And I feel the same way with Love going to the Titans. Just kind of feels too true and right at this point. Yeah, Chris Carson deserved the contract. It's not that Chris didn't deserve it and all that, but it does come back to whether he deserves it or not. Is it smart for NFL teams to pay him? And that's really is it smart for you as the team to pay him? Maybe there's other team out there willing to pay him, but should you do it? And with that Chris Carson deal, with you knowing what was going on with his injury history and stuff, no, you shouldn't. And you have to take that into account with running backs. You just do. I love Chris, but you pay these running backs and the deals blow up in your face so often. C-Town, thanks for responding. Appreciate it. Anytime, man. Love the conversation here today, man. You guys are awesome as ever here. Appreciate you for that, C-Town. Joe says Ravens lost 8 players in free agency. They needed them picks, and now they had Trey. Boom, failed physical. Exactly. This is to me completely manufactured by the Baltimore Ravens, and them seeing the ground change beneath them on the fly, and them going, "Oh hell, we can't let this happen." 3EA Adams says, I saw K9's offseason workout routine and figured he would stay healthy and be able to handle the load when Sharps went down. He did indeed. He ran great for us too. Eddie Lacy, oof, feast mode. Yes, sir. Yeah, the Chiefs were desperate for a running back. Agreed. You're losing Pacheco this offseason. What other options? They wanted Love. Once Love was off the board, who are you pivoting to? So is it them being, as I say, visionary in their approach, or is it them being kind of reactive? And organizations can be smart for a very long period of time and then get dumb very quickly. The Patriots were really smart for a lot of years before they got stupid suddenly. So just because a team's been smart in the past doesn't mean they will continue to do so and be on it. It's part of the NFL and the changing way. Or Nasty says, I love K9, but we'll be fine. Kobe stings more, IMO, but we also have Akata. This is how football works. It's the nature of the beast in this sport too. Every year is a new roster. Every year you've got to kind of flip things around. You can't just keep everything the same and run it back the exact same way. And so you just got to flow with that a bit. Embrace it for what it is, you know. Hawks forever. My call is K9 is one and done in KC. Definitely think they're not going to necessarily end up loving that contract all the way down the line on it for what they're going to get in return. JT says, K9's not worth the money you got in KC. Bye, y'all. Got to run in town. Go Hawks. Go Hawks there, brother. Have a good one, Maze. San Pole Indian, not happy with losing our depth in the defensive secondary. They played well, especially early when we had all the injuries. Indeed. Going to have to find a way to reinforce that a bit. Part of why I think we're talking to it with, I think in the cornerback might be that spot you go where that value and not need, but hey, can we reinforce this? Kind of fit real well together at that point. Lag says Niner fans are scared because they're slipping into irrelevancy. Gooden says, well, I kind of agree K9 isn't a scrub. He's the best running back the Chiefs have had in some time now. Oh, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Yeah, he is by far the best that they've had for quite a few years there. It's all about just the other supplemental parts to his game a little bit. But no, we're talking a little bit about whether or not they're going to regret that or not. They're going to find some value out of him. And he'll work well. And one thing he'll do a good job of is hopefully for Mahomes when he comes back in there, pulling some of the cover two shell defenses away from things. The Chiefs led the NFL last year in having some of the fewest, having some of the heaviest cover two shell usage thrown at them. Like people were not stacking the box against that run game. And so K9 will hopefully be able to maybe augment some of that for that team. They're counting on him to do this. It's part of this move and what they're hoping he'll do. Drive them more into sort of get more of the cover 3, cover 1 looks. And now Mahomes can get back to hunting deep again. Letting the big dog hunt. Dre says, you got to think that K9 has been injured the past few years, and he finally didn't get injured because of him splitting snaps with Zach. That's where I thought a lot of it came from too, and why you also had him so fresh at the end of the year. And is KC going to put him in that same kind of environment, or is KC going to try to go get their money's worth? And I would say probably the latter. And I think that Seattle got smart over their time with K9, realizing we can't do that. We've got to manage the situation a little bit. Great back, dynamic, difference maker for the position. Yes. But we have to manage this within that too. Baba Yaga. Hey, Brandon, I realized something this year. Playing in our division, I hate the 49ers and Rams, but I appreciate the Niners, their coach, and history. Yeah, I'm the same way. I mean, I hate these two teams in this division, and nothing but pure hate for them. But also does get counterbalanced by the fact that you have to appreciate how smartly they're run, what these two teams, organizations have done over the past couple of years of creating sustained winners, and the fact that they more often than not tend to make pretty smart decisions. Niners have been it's been getting a little shaky recently maybe on some of that stuff, but overall, over this past 6-7 year period with both the Rams and the Niners, they have done that. And it's annoying, but you got to appreciate it too. Kieran says running backs are literally a dime a dozen. The elite of the elite are rare and nice to have, of course, but y'all acting like O-line isn't exponentially more important. A good line can make any back good. That's it, man. Well said, Kieran. And this is where I land at with this, is that I walked into this a couple of years ago open-minded to the analytic people being wrong. I didn't have a real dog in this fight on it either way. I was kind of open-minded either way, right? Because you have your hardliners on this that sit on one end of the fence, the other. One side of the fence is that Running backs can make it go. Yeah, you need a line. Yeah, it's okay to have a quarterback. Yeah, defense. Yeah, some of these other things are nice to have within that to make this better. But a great running back will be great. He'll make it happen. And then you have the flip side of that, of those folks that'll say, running back doesn't really matter. Get your offensive line right. Get the continuity and the chemistry right there along with the talent. Have a functional passing game. Have a defense that's not behind in the game 24/7 so that you have to throw 24/7 because you have to score 24/7 because you're always behind. Be able to then run the ball throughout the course of the game in addition to that. These will be the factors that drive you towards rushing game success. I got to be honest. After taking 2 running backs back-to-back in the second round and being the only team to do that in about the last 20 years of football, literally, you put this thing to the test. You put it to the ultimate test because your offensive line was ass and your scheme at that time was ass. And the talent on your offensive line wasn't particularly good. And the defense in the first couple of years of this experiment hadn't been particularly all that good. So you went with those people on the other side of the fence. You said, you people, you're right. You're the ones that are seeing this correctly. We're going to take 2 running backs in the second round back to back, and we are going to be awesome in our running game. And your running game wasn't awesome. And it wasn't until you got those other factors in play. It wasn't until you got the legitimate defense. It wasn't until the offensive line found continuity. It wasn't until the offensive line found better talent. It wasn't until you had a passing game that could keep defenses honest. It wasn't until all of that was in play that the rushing game success came for both of these 2 running backs, not just Walker, but for Charbonnet as well. So that's where, to me, it has instructed me in this manner as it does to you too on this one, Kieran, where you say, okay, that's given me the data I need to make my answer certain on this one. Maybe I was in question 4 years ago. Maybe I was still wondering if the analytic folks were maybe overstating their argument a little bit too much. But they've been proven right. And they have been proven right so succinctly. You can find outliers always. You can always find anomalies. But you don't count on the anomaly when it comes to roster building. You don't count on the shooting star. You count on more of the certainty of what you can better predict. You're not going to be able to predict anything to the nth degree, but what has a better chance for success than a lesser chance for success? And I think as a general manager, you're trying to lean into those decisions at every turn that you can, but especially when it comes to the running back position. Anyone know the prognosis for Sharps? You're probably looking at early October at this point on a possible return. But the ACLs can be varied on, everything's structurally 100% right, but the guy's got soft tissue injuries that are popping up, or it's 100% healed and correct, but he just doesn't feel right quite yet. There could be some scar tissue you got to work through. So still a little bit open-ended on that one. We're doing live. I bet Kane Allen get hurt. Watch, screenshot this. He's never played the entire season, and Casey does not have a good backup. I could see it, especially because I do think Casey's going to really use him a lot with that contract. There won't be as much of that load balance stuff going on. 3 Adams. I want Marshall Faulk too, man. Telios, can McDonald move Riley Mills to the edge? He played that position at Notre Dame. Maybe too slow. Yeah, he played that position at Notre Dame when he walked in there at like 250 or something. So they by the end of his Notre Dame days, he was up to 300 pounds. Probably too hard to do at his weight now. You'd have to have him drop weight to get him back out there to the edge. And he does seem to have just more upside as a 3-tech long term. So they will occasionally, Telios, they will occasionally bump an edge out there. And I wonder if they'll maybe be more willing to do this with Leonard Williams even in next year, where you see Leonard popped out to the edge occasionally. Maybe that's a way to do that so you can get some of these defensive tackles out on the field like Mills, who might be stacked up behind the depth chart a little bit. But I don't see necessarily him having quite that at his weight at this point doing it. But he is a freak, and they do it a little bit with Leonard Williams. So maybe. Yeah, I think mid-October is reasonable. I think you're on the right spot, Hawks Forever on Sharps. That feels about right. This was their 3rd year. They can accept their 5th year extension this offseason before they extend them, right? Or you can't open up the 5th year until after 4th year. No, you make the call on it after the 3rd year. You're right about that, Daniel. So they'll make that call this offseason. And that, yeah, they could potentially structure in the 5th year option on it. It's just that with the 5th years, I am trying to guess this, but I want to say in my recent history of that when the 5th-year option's brought in as the sort of the de facto first year of the new deal, so that you can kind of extend the deal out the way you want to do it to move the numbers around, it tends to be after they've gotten through the 4th year of their contract that you utilize it that way. But it doesn't preclude you from maybe utilizing it that way after year 3. This is where there's a lot of flexibility to kind of make the contracts however you want to kind of make them a little bit. You do have to run up into the bonus money aspect of it. That's going to cause these deals with Witherspoon and JSN, I would think, to go up above what their current cost is at. But you never know. John can get wild with it. There's the void years options. You can throw it into this. So there's a lot of more flexibility in this day and age to create these contracts kind of however you want to do so. Goonan, Riley Mills is my guy, bro. He's nice. I like him. That was a hell of a sack in the Super Bowl, man. It's as impressive as it gets. He might be able to do a little defensive end. I don't know. He's 300 pounds is hard at that weight, but he was one of Bruce Feldman's freaks, before that ACL injury. He was a guy legitimately with high-end explosion and, jump through the building at his size kind of guy. Daniel B., did you see Schneider punting on this year's draft if he could get Crosby for a first and a third this year and a second for A-Chain? Would you like both those moves in combination? Yeah. Yeah, the part for A-Chain, I'm not sure if it was what about the contract with him, but yeah, you put that together. You look at this team moving into next year. You'd love to get some reinforcement somewhere with another cornerback, but I mean, what needs to be done beyond that at that point, as far as you losing the draft capital? But what hole needs to be filled at that point? You still got a Chen on the roster if you do that with the Crosby deal. So you have your four deep on your edge. You're 4 deep at defensive tackle. You're 3 deep at line. You're 4 deep at linebacker. You're 3 deep at safety to 4 deep at safety. You got the 4 corners in place. All 5 of your offensive linemen. All of your receivers are ready to go. A-Chain now fits in there, with McIntosh, Charbonnet, and Hololani. You got 5 freaking tight ends now with Brady Russell brought back into the flow. So yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with going that route. It'd be very aggressive and just punting on this draft all the way around. But if there was a draft I could understand John Schneider punting on, this would be the one. JT says, I would trade JSN and Spoon now at the high point of their careers and bank on drafting. We are not going to go back to the Super Bowl with this lineup. Ooh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can see you going back to the Super Bowl, man. There's more to be done. There's more you got to put onto this team, but you got a lot of cap space to do it. And they just won the Super Bowl, 3rd youngest roster in the NFL. I don't know. I think they definitely could. Mercedes generational. Also, it was a close call to make. W.R. Sawway, our host isn't as good at math. How many Super Bowls have the Chiefs won? Case closed, my friend. Well, the question was that since they've been recently smart and they've gotten Super Bowls, that they're going to be smart now moving into the future too. I think that's a leap of logic. Maybe they're smart moving into the future. Maybe they fall off a little bit on this. Yes, they tend to be I think I did say too, I tend to find them to be a smart organization, but it doesn't mean that everything that they do, they walk on water and they get the benefit of the doubt. I think they've also been able to benefit from having a GOAT at quarterback too, right? It cleans up a lot of problems at times. So it's not that it's a bad organization, the Chiefs, they're a well-run organization. But when it comes to this particular move, I think it is reactionary. I don't think it's visionary. I don't think it's them just being hyper intelligent and that they should get that benefit of the doubt just because they're the Chiefs. I think you look at every individual move and you go, is it smart or not? Is it intelligent or not? Can I see this as being a move in a vision, or is this a move that's reactionary? When I look at this particular move of Walker to the Chiefs, I find it to be more of the second than I do the first. But I wasn't calling the Chiefs bad or dumb. Just I don't necessarily 100% just give them the benefit of the doubt moving forward for the sake of it either. Hawks is 32 and 2027 third for Maxx. That's kind of where I'm at on maybe you have to kick in like an Uchenna, maybe not, but that's where the main meat of the deal would be at. Yeah, I don't think Mills could be operating off the edge either in this defense. I don't think I'm whining about a running back. I'm just being asked to assess what I think about his fit to the team. But way to overstate it, WRSL. Mick says some people complain about Walker are the same people who were freaking out about losing DK. How'd that go again? Yeah. How often does John, that's a good point on this too. How often does John let guys go that go on and tear it up at other organizations? How often does that occur? He tends to move on at about the right time. Kieran says, yeah, B, top of the market money at running back means you're 300 plus touch a year back and can hold up. Clutch at pass pro, prolific route runner too. Walker was good, but not that. Crazy. Yeah, running backs are built with having to do a variety of different things. And Chiefs fans and these people that are a little bit like Chiefs glazers, and even in my chat that I'm reading at here, how much is this going to matter when he blows a block that gets Patrick Mahomes injured? How much does that lack of skill set in pass pro start to factor in? Because when I say that he's bad in pass pro, he's god awful in pass pro. So like, what does it only matter then when it gets Patrick Mahomes broken? Does it only factor in then when you have to constantly keep taking him off the field in passing situations and thus making yourself more predictable about what you're doing as far as pass or run from a Chiefs perspective with the backup that you bring out there? These kind of deals aren't just through what a guy does in running the rock. They're through all of this stuff that you take into account on whether or not you choose to pay him, especially when you're talking about paying him a market setting deal. Walker just signed the biggest free agent contract for a running back in NFL history. You're doing that, I kind of want a little bit closer to more of the full meal deal rather than I'm missing a slice of bread on my sandwich. And right now I might be missing a slice of bread and a little bit of a slice of cheese in addition to it. I got some meat, I got the other slice of the bread, got a little bit of lettuce, but it's a little bit light for the price. War Chief says on the questionnaire, I marked no because you know what it is. The other move, other than a first and a second and player for Crosby, what are we getting if we don't? Draft Coleman, draft Love or Coleman? I'm in. Do that. I don't think Love will be available to you there, War Chief. Coleman would be. But I'm okay with that. Makes sense. Kind of wanted to see where people were at with it too. I'm glad that somebody suggested the poll, just kind of feel where the 12s are at. Rashad White just signed with the Commanders. Damn. Running backs, it's getting lean. It's getting lean. Ortiz B, can we talk about how the league is gaslighting themselves into thinking that we're not the forerunners of the Super Bowl next year? Laughing out loud. So much hate, not enough facts. Ha ha ha. Love it. Underdogs again. Hey, that's where we operate best, man, as an underdog. I'll take it. I don't need to be a front runner. Let them sell on us again. Let them overlook us again. They do so at their own peril. Abdi probably does mean that we're probably signing Brian Robinson now at this point. Yeah. The Warhammer guy, who, if any of these guys, do you think will restructure? I think Uchenna Nwosu's got to get restructured or cut. I think there's a good chance that you could base the bonus Cooper Kupp's contract. You got a variety of guys you can do this on right now, Warhammer. You only have $500,000 in dead money. You have the least amount of dead money on the books of any team in the NFL right now, which means that you have maximum flexibility to move contracts around that are currently on the books. So they could create as much kind of space as they wanted to right now if that was where their intention was at. But those would be the first two guys I would look at here. Well, the Devils says John Schneider won't do the Crosby trade. He has Derek Hall to cover for Maffe's exit. There we go. Daniel B, honestly, production-wise, I think the last 4 games was closer to True Walker than the total 4 years. But for $15 million a year, I need someone who for sure can be a bell cow, but he's not. Yeah, he's a good back. I'm not saying Walker isn't the truth when it comes to run the ball and giving the Chiefs the best back that they've had there for many years. It's just that there are some ancillary items to this that makes it a little bit more complicated. Sources, Seahawks and Chiefs are expected to host San Diego State defensive back Chris Johnson for a top 30 visit. Let's go. He's in play at 32. JL says Walker was running extra hard for that contract year. Where was that the whole time? John ain't stupid. Abby says, looks like, Brendan, we're having a 30-day visit with cornerback Chris Johnson. His 6 feet tall, perfect corner for our defensive system. He'd be great, man. Yeah. And historically in the past, when you look at the teams that we meet with and have out to the facilities, you can look at that, let me look at this really quick. See if I can go back to top. Like if we just go to the official tracker from last year. So this was the tracker last year on the top 30 visits. Tyler Schock, Issa Pohl, Nick Emanwari, Savion Williams, Chase Lunt, Bryce Cable-Dew, Siobhan Ravel, Mason Taylor, Jalen Milrow, Jared Wilson, Michael Williams, Ty Robinson, Dylan Fairchild, Pris Umamilian, Tedoroic, McMillan, Kyle Williams, Shamar Stewart, Jihad, Campbell, Will Johnson, Zoff Frazier, and Cam Alexander. So 3 of your top 30 visits last year were drafted by your Seattle Seahawks. So if they have a visit like that, there's true intention there. There's true interest. Orthodox says our free agent signings will come after June 1st for Clowney, Miller, Jordan. Patience, people. I would offer this as a great comment by Orthodox Russ, in that I think Seattle's playing the long game on this at this point. And I would not expect, absent it being a trade or somebody that's been released that they're signing, they're probably not going to look to really make any, outside of a real low-end deal, any kind of signing until after June 1st for some of these guys, because then you'll have played the compensatory system right. So I would expect that to be the way this goes. And yeah, let me just echo again, have patience here, folks. This is, I'm the last guy you'll ever find to be a meat writer for the organization at every turn and to be just a palm waiver for this organization at every turn. I have pushed back for years. I've gotten a lot of heat for doing so. I got heat for putting the heat on Russell. I got heat for putting the heat on Coach Carroll. So I'm more than willing to jump up and down and say that this isn't right when it's not right. But when you're coming off a Super Bowl championship, when you're the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL to do so, when you're sitting on all of this cap space, when you got the executive of the year, I think that they've earned the right for us to give a little bit of trust. It doesn't have to last for 10 years, but at least, for the first off season after the Super Bowl win, maybe we can give them that. Maybe, especially considering where most of the Seahawks fan base was after free agency last year. The moving on from DK and Geno and how pissy fans were about that, how angry they were at John Schneider, how certain they were, along with the national pundits, along with Vegas, that this team wasn't going to get anything done next year, that they were going to take a step backwards. So I'm not a guy to lean into authority. I'm not. I hate appeal to authority. But when authority's right, they're giving you reason to appeal to them. See, I was giving you a lot of that, I think. Thomas, well, I get not spending on outside free agents. It's beyond stressful watching other teams improve and Seattle sitting still. That's fair. Yeah, it ain't easy watching them jump right now for sure in that way. I think like Wu-Tang says, it does feel like to me, though, the Rams put all of their chips in the middle of the table. And that these moves were kind of that a little bit. So, Mr. Kane, brother from another mother, what's up, man? Says, talk your ish, Brandon. They're chasing us. We're the champs. Yeah, we're the champs. I feel like some of this talk in 10 years about like us in conventional Seahawk land of where we've been like 3 years ago, where it's like, we haven't gotten in the playoffs. We haven't had playoff success. We're a middle of the road team. Like that's a little bit of where some of the discussion kind of feels at a little bit. And it's surprising to me. We're the champions. We're the one that shocked the world. We're the one that did so playing within the toughest division in football. We're the one that did so playing, according to DVOA, the 11th toughest schedule in NFL history to get to the Super Bowl and win it. Like that, we're the ones that did that. We didn't do it by luck. We didn't accomplish that just because John fell blackout drunk into the right moves to make them happen. You did it because you were smart and intelligent in every move. And I'm consistent on this and talking about last offseason and saying this is how Super Bowl championships are built. They're not built with just making big flashy signing here, big flashy signing there. They're built on a collection of moves being done intelligently. Oh, that signing, that was smart. That trade, that was smart. That extension at this time period, boy, that was such a smart move. Not signing this guy, boy, that was brilliant. Trading on from this guy rather than signing him, maximizing back the return. That's smart. It's you stacking one after another, after another, after another. And then the culmination of that becomes your offseason, becomes your plan of attack. And that's where I think we've got to keep in mind here the perspective in this situation. Your Seattle Seahawks are the champions. 31 NFL teams are coming after us. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't be aggressive. Doesn't mean that we don't need to be striking and doing more to add on to this team. But we're not done. Nobody's yet pushed back on this yet in the chat. So I think everybody expects or understands that this is 100% the truth. This team doesn't leave money on the books. It's not going to go unspent. John Schneider is not a guy that does not embrace aggression at every turn. You can say a lot of things about John, mostly good to great, but the one thing you cannot say about John is that he's not aggressive and not willing to go for it. So I understand a little bit of jumpiness here. I get that we're not doing as much as some other teams right now. 4 days into free agency. 4 days into free agency. Let's give it that time. But let's also remember, we're the champions. We are. It's our process. Not just the drafting of players, the process that took you to that Super Bowl and won it. And you want to go next year and get jumpy, 3 years? Yeah, all right. But year one after that, I have that faith. It's rightfully placed faith, I'm telling you. Brandon Peely? We'll see if he gets brought back. The Seahawks re-sign Brandon Peely? All right. It's probably a non-guaranteed deal, so I still think he'll be a little bit on the outside looking in on actually making the roster, but maybe practice squad kind of guy. Dre says, I think if we don't do a trade for Grenard or Crosby, I think we get Zion Young, Hood, or Terrell. I love it, Dre. I could absolutely see that the way that's how they pivot, for sure. Once Stafford retires, Rams will be screwed for a while. That's right. And that can come at any point in time, right? He's one bad back hit away from calling it a day, and now the Rams have got to reset all of this stack, which makes sense for why this year, this offseason, falling short last year, knowing you might only get another year of Stafford out of him, why they're a little bit more willing to go aggressive. Doesn't mean that they're being necessarily just smartly aggressive. There's some intelligence behind it, but what's driving this more from a Ram perspective? Them being completely smart and intelligent in their approach, or a sense of the Mission Impossible wick starting to wear down and get close to the bomb? Which of those two, if you had to pick one or the other on this offseason for the Rams, would you pick? Again, not saying the moves are dumb, but what's the driving force behind these moves? Sheer intelligence or a little bit of a sense of urgency? And if it's a sense of urgency, there's at least a little bit of a touch, a tinge, a sprinkling of fear being applied on top of these moves that the Rams are undertaking. And once fear comes entering into play and you start making moves a little bit out of fear, we've got to maximize this Stafford window, man. It's almost closed. Got to maximize it. Boy, I'm scared that we're not going to maximize this. I'm scared we're going to get through another year and not have a Super Bowl. We got to maximize it. Well, that's not necessarily letting intelligence drive you then. That's just the sense of impending closure driving you. Thomas says, while teams are chasing us, I don't want to be stuck in cement thinking that the last year was good because this team has talent to win 2 more Super Bowls. You'll have to expand, if you can expand on that a little bit, Thomas, because I don't know what you mean by stuck in cement. Like, what's the anticipation of stuck in cement at that point? That we don't add anything else onto this talent pool, that we sit on the money that we're sitting on right now, which is the 7th most of cap space in the entire NFL, that there isn't more supplemental moves coming. I don't know if I would characterize this offseason as being stuck in cement. I don't. You didn't get hyper aggressive, but we come back to were you smart in that approach or were you dumb in that approach? I look at the contracts being given out across the sport, Thomas, and I say, well, you were smart in your approach not to join in that particular fray. But I would like to know from you on that. You can kind of elaborate on that. What is it you would have liked to have seen? What do you mean when you say stuck in cement as to what stuck in cement?
They're definitely playing the compensatory game, which you can't blame them for that. Knowing next year's class is going to be as strong as it is. You can't blame them for not overpaying on guys like Moffitt at $20 million per year. So I guess what is the moves you would have seen that would have made that big of a difference versus what we could make down the road on this one still? And again, knowing that they're not going to sit on the $48 million, right? You're not just sitting on this cap space doing nothing further. You're not just going to run back what you've had and said, it's good enough as it is. We're fine. So if you can elaborate a little bit more, and then I can get a little bit more clarity on kind of where you're coming from exactly on that. Dan says, I don't see Zion as the type of person John Schneider would draft. Oh, does he got some character concerns? I just looked at him as a player, but character stuff could be negating for sure. He says, go get that white boy. This is where John starts to irritate me. This is clear as day. Put this over the top. We're not only our Super Bowl window, we just came off a Super Bowl win. I'm with it, man. 3A Adams says, I guess I need to see more Maxx Crosby tape. What makes him worth all the returns? I think he's one of the better edge rushers in the sport. He's maybe not Myles Garrett into that level of things. Maybe he's not Micah Parsons, but he's right near it. He's a complete player, and he plays the run better than Micah Parsons did. I also think that you take a defender like this is this good playing on a bad team and a bad defense, those guys get diminished as far as just their sheer utter production goes. And that we've seen a few different guys that have been able to come to Seattle in recent history where this has been an example of this. You look at Carlos Dunlap and what he was doing with the Bengals, came here for a 7th round pick and then averaged a sack a game down the stretch for the Seattle Seahawks. Likewise with Leonard Williams, you got the best version of Leonard Williams as an NFL football player basically when he came to Seattle. His game went up. I'm a big believer in you take a player that's been in a crap-ass organization and has played for a loser like his whole career and you put him on a winner and he still has something left in the tank as far as his talent-wise, you're going to get the best version of that player. Those were 2 recent examples of that I just made. You could throw Quandre Diggs on top of that. Quandre played his best football when he came to Seattle away from Detroit, away from a bad team, away from a bad defense. So I've got a few different examples of this that I could present, but that's part of what makes this worthwhile to me is not just he's had good production prior to this. He's had very great production prior to this. He's had a year in recent history where he had 100 pressures in a year. But it's also the fact that I think you're going to really see the best version of this guy if you brought him in. And it just fits more to form of kind of what we've done recently. Clowney's 43, right? And he's a little older, but he's not that old. He's one of those guys that came in the league super young. So I think he's still just barely over 30. IG says, with K9, fans are forgetting that we let him sit out most of training camp and split carries in order for him to stay somewhat healthy. That's true. It's very true. Wu-Tang Life. Rams trade away their future to try and fix their defense as they know the rebuild is coming. And so they are all in to try and win now. There you go. I agree. Still dreaming. I just joined the party. Did I hear that the Reek Woolen signed with the Hawks? I thought he was signed with the Eagles. No, he signed with the Eagles. Still dreaming. 1 year, $12 million deal that can be worth up to 15. And Rashad White is now gone to the Washington Commanders. He has been around forever, man. You're right about Clowney. He's played for a minute. Thomas says, is it going to keep Seattle ahead of the Rams? I know the Rams and Niners are desperate. I get what they're doing. It's stressful though. It is stressful. I get that. And it's hard to have to wait in the cut on this for some of these guys jumping and getting this stuff done. And there's a risk involved in waiting to get the work done. You're hoping for more better market opportunities rather than overpaying like everybody is in kind of the moment right now and early in the free agency. But there is a risk within that, Thomas, that, you come back around to training camp, you come back to trade deadline, and there's not those moves to be made. There's not those deals to be had. It is a risk there. It certainly is. And that's probably where some of that nervousness comes from, and that's valid. First name, why do people hate on Shaheed so much? The Hawks don't go to the Super Bowl without him. I don't know. I certainly love him. I think it's good value for what you brought into it, and he makes this receiving core work. You got such a great mixture. You got the dynamic, game-changing talent in JSN. You got the big play guy that can be a special teams guy that can run all of the routes in the book and give you some fly sweep stuff too. But he does fit to more of that role of taking the top off the defense, and then Cooper Kupp that can be your Z intermediary receiver. Work him all over the place. I love it. Kieran, whatever happened to the preseason edge guy we were all in love with that bounced around on the practice squad? Honestly, can't remember the kid's name. It did well in the preseason though. I can't remember. Yeah, that's the LSU kid I think you're talking about. And I'm forgetting his name too. He's still on the roster. The big edge. He's still making it happen. Jay Melfair, thank you for the $2 donation, Jay. NFC West, best two teams in the league. Fun stuff. Indeed. It'd be nice if they were out of the division and you could just kind of go through an easier running division, but it is what it is. You got the two best teams probably still in the NFC next year, moving into the start of the year, is still residing in the NFC West. And the 49ers are going to be good too, especially if their health can somewhat hold up. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation as well. Says Washington got to the NFC title game with B-Rob. Just saying. With Brian Robinson. They did indeed. Yeah, with him as their number one back. It's true. It's very true. He's solid. He won't cost you a lot. He knows the offense. Your OC's got familiarity with him. As far as the stopgap goes, or giving you some insurance for the draft, not the worst of ways to go, Daniel. Not a lot of downside to that deal. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation, John. 2 Bosas, 1 substation, laughing out loud. Something's got to give. Will it be the ligaments of the Bosas? Will it be their elbows? Will it be their knees? The substation is undefeated. Oh, the substation. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $5 donation, Kyle. And you guys are amazing as ever on your support here to the channel. Can you explain to Dan V that the media are helping the Raiders saying Crosby isn't available and Crosby saying he's a Raider is a game to get the most returned? I will indeed tonight. Yes, sir, Kyle. I will indeed tonight. This is also interrelated to the back, Raiders aren't even moving Crosby at the deadline, right? And then we come to learn in retrospect that the Seahawks had 2 first-round picks on the table and it came this close to being culminated. So, that's where this is a game of PR, and this is a game that I'll mention it to Dan on this one later tonight. We're going to be doing the Seahawks Syndicate tonight at 5:00. So I'll mention to Dan at that time, this is the nature of this beast. What if he's going to still be on the trade market and you get Crosby back from the Ravens, right? You're the Raiders that just get him back and you're in Crosby and you're meeting up. Okay, Crosby comes out and goes, this is BS. They need to move me right now. All right, well, what's that doing for the Raiders' return? If they already know that 2 first-round picks is completely off the table, how much more assets are taken off the table now that Crosby's pounding the table saying, you guys got your head up your butt, you trade me to this stupid-ass team, and then you have me going out there, flying out for a physical, and now I got to fly back in here, and now I'm in this awkward place. Get me out of here, right? His trade value is toast. You ain't going to be able to move him but for very little. You ain't getting probably even a first-round pick at that point. So the game that you play is you have him come back and you're like, all right, Max, we're sorry about this. This is BS. I don't know what the hell's going on with the Ravens. We're going to get this figured back. We'll figure this out as far as a different pivot goes. But you gotta maintain this like you have throughout this process, He's wanted to be moved throughout this process, yet he's maintained good footing. Yet he's maintained, hey, I'm willing to come back to the Raiders. Yet he's maintained that, the company line essentially to make sure that they could maximize his return back. So this all just fits to form with how it's been with the Raiders so far already. I don't really see how this is going to be a move that they can make, though. They already just signed all these guys in free agency with the thought process that Maxx Crosby wasn't going to be on the books. And while they do have cap space to spend, the thing to remember with the Raiders is that they still don't have a lot of money. They are still, for lack of a better term, a cheap organization. This is an organization, I just heard a story about this that just came up a couple of days ago. Somebody was talking about this. This is an organization that purposely had Jamarcus Russell hold out through the first 4 games of the season because they couldn't afford his signing bonus. And before you go, well, that was so long. That was 2007. That was 2007. And this is the same ownership group. So before you start thinking that they can just, they'll just 30 million. No, they'd built into their very hardline budget that this guy was not going to be on their budget. So yeah, he's still in play. It doesn't guarantee he's going to be moved, but I guarantee you he's on the market. I guarantee you today, the Raiders organization is having talks with general managers across the league about him. I guarantee you the phones aren't now silent at this point. The Raiders are like, no. It can still go either way, but that's one where I'm kind of hesitant to think that this thing's closed up yet. But I'll break him down for it on the syndicate tonight, man. I'm surprised he's taken the company line on this one myself, too. He knows better than that on this. Rodney Thomas. So Seahawks signed former Colts safety Rodney Thomas. I got to be honest with you, I don't have a lot of information on Rodney Thomas. Well graded last year on 150 snaps. So a 27-year-old player. Don't have a lot of baseline on where, so he's like a former 7th round pick in 2022. So even when he was coming out, one mad smoker game, and I didn't have a chance to look at him too much coming out. Looks like he got a little bit of an opportunity. He started in his 2nd year, wasn't well graded in his first 3 years, really a little bit below average. Last year had an above average year, especially good as a tackler. Kind of well graded all the way around for the most part. But again, all that's being done on only 150 snaps. So this is a vet minimum deal. It's about what you're bringing him in for. You're bringing him in because you're losing Bryant. And so you had AJ Finley you're bringing back in now. Tyakata, Julian Love. You're bringing Rodney Thomas. This is a way to hopefully put you in a position and not necessarily feel as pressed that you have to go draft a safety. So it's a move to reinforce the draft for value-based model. He may stick or not, but I guarantee it's not a multi-year deal. It's not going to be for significant money. It's going to be like a vet minimum kind of contract for him at this point. But it looks like he had his, decent play last year when he was injected in the lineup. So he's at least on a little bit on the rise, I guess. Not an old player, 27. But I don't know if he'll even, much like the Peely signing today too, one mad. I don't know. It's not going to be a guaranteed contract, and it's no guarantee they make the roster at that price, but it does give you some insurance and reinforcement. Dylan Sosa, thank you for the $5 donation. Dylan, I know Mike McDonald has his scheme, but could he use 3 linebacker sets to get all 3 who are good on the field? Hate to see T. Knight on the sideline. He has huge potential. Yeah, Darius Knight's definitely a guy that I'm very interested in his future and what he could bring to the table. I thought he did improve as the year went along and the times he got to go out there. If you're going with 3 linebacker looks, then that means you're probably going out of nickel, Dylan. That tends to be the price that you have to pay to go to 3 linebackers, as you're going more base defense at that point. Seattle really fought tooth and nail last year to not go into base defense so they could keep their nickel on the field. So really the short and the long of this is that the answer on that one is a no. In goal line situations, maybe, but you really, not only do you want to live in nickel, you're one of the trendsetters in the league in your ability to live in nickel and never have to go back into base defense when so many of these teams go back into base defense. And they go back into base defense really against those 12 and 13 personnel and 21 personnel, the heavier offensive formations. drive these teams back to base, and then the offensive formations can now attack your linebackers in coverage. So that this is where it's nice to be able to stay in nickel, where we can defend the run like we're in base, but we can cover you like we're in nickel. And that's where you don't want to transition off that matter. It sucks that Knight's going to be sitting on the sideline on this one. It did make it a little surprising to me that you did do this Drake Thomas deal with him kind of waiting into the wings and ready. But at the same point in time, the Drake Thomas deal was so relatively inexpensive that it was kind of like, why not do it at that point? You know, what we're going to get performative wise on the field for that's plenty well worth it. So I agree with you. I do love his potential. I really do. But it does feel like with Knight that, you know, he's going to have to either wait his turn or become a trade commodity here on the open market, which maybe that's a way to offset this a little bit, as you can find a team out there that likes him in a similar fashion and isn't going to give you a lot for him, but can you include him in a kicker? You know, if you made a Crosby deal, could you include that as part of the deal? And it would associate a little bit of extra value. Maybe. He's definitely on the outside looking in here over his rookie contract of having a clear pathway to starting at either the Mike linebacker position or the Will. 1 second here. I'll be right back. Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate the support, man. Jay Melfair, thank you for another $2 donation. Good coaching does mean players get better. Go, Mike McDonald. Drafting and development. It's one of the real key points of an organization. It's one of those spots that can sometimes be hard to track on how good you're at it, past just looking at the baseline results of the players and their development and how you do across the board in that manner. I think we certainly saw a lot of really good development last year from a variety of different players. We saw young guys able to get on the field and perform really well right out the gate, which has been a commonality with Mike McDonald, especially on his defense at times here in his first couple of years. You look at what he got out of Tyrese Knight in his rookie year, or what he got out of Nick Emanwari there in year one from him out there on the outside. How you've developed Drake Thomas and Ty Akata within this defense. How the offensive lines come along and come together. It's agreed. It's a good note on your part, and that it's one that I think is a real hard one to measure versus other things on a team, how you're spending your money and how you're drafting, but the development aspect of it is one that is so very important, as important as anything else out there, and one that they've done a tremendous job with. I mean, make no mistake about it. You have the third youngest roster that goes out there and wins the Super Bowl. That's an absolute testament to your ability to develop. Because you can draft well, but you're still going to need to develop on top of that with that young of a roster to get to that ultimate success, and they did so. So great point on your part, and I agree. Dat Boy, thank you for the $2 donation, Dat Boy. Hey, B, thoughts on the Niners' moves so far? I'm actually not. I'm actually pretty good with what they've done. I gotta say, like, I look at the Niners and I'm not hating what they've done. I think that my issue with the Niners comes down to this. They're kind of trying to cut this two ways a little bit. Ooh, they got Greenlaw. That's a great signing. That's my favorite signing of theirs right there. So they brought back Dre Greenlaw on a 1-year, $7.5 million deal. That's great for them. Fantastic deal for them. That makes me like their free agency period a lot better. I'll tell you that. The Mike Evans signing, I understand why you did it. I don't know if he moves the needle a lot further beyond what you got out of Juwan Jennings there from a Niner perspective. But it's fine. What are you doing with Trent Williams? Vendarian Lowe's being brought in right now. Are you going to try to do another contract extension with him again? The Oza pick there from the Cowboys in exchange for a 2026 late third round pick. I think that's pretty good value. So I I'm not against any of those 4 moves. You're adding value on your team. Dre Greenlaw, if he can stay healthy next to Fred Warner, those guys are demons out there. So if he can, be able to hold up, that changes a lot of the complexity, I think, of their defense. Osa helps out the defensive line reinforcement. Now you got an Alfred Collins, CJ West, Osa, Jordan Elliott maybe down in there as well as kind of a big body. That starts to look a little bit better to that side of things. Eddie Pinheiro, 4-year, $17 million, that's fine. So I think that they've done a pretty good job. I think I would have liked to see them go a little bit more one way or the other on the aggression front. Like we're either going to look to be really aggressive this offseason or we're going to look to finally do that pivot thing fully. This does feel slightly on the fence a little bit to a degree, but they're going to be a problem again next year. As long as they can stay healthy with a couple guys and certain guys can bounce back like Warner and Bosa, they will once again be a problem next year. So good move there by Greenlaw. I was kind of waiting to see if that was one that was going to come down the line there, Dat Boy, and I did. That's awesome for them because you could feel the loss of that defense with D Winters out there, with Tatum Bethune out there. Just wasn't the same type of defense for what he provided, especially getting to play next to Fred Warner and all of the ground and territory those 2 guys can cover. Conversation is getting really intense. Let's go. All I want for improvement, that means is Crosby become a Hawk or Seattle trades for HA, and then I'm good. I'd be right there with you. Jared Ivey, that was the guy. Daniel Bailey says, B, if we no longer have our first due to trade, what should we do at cornerback? Well, I think you're definitely looking in the second round at that point. Part of why I want to do this trade too for Crosby, where if you do the trade for him, you keep your second and your third round pick in this draft, which would still give you a pathway at that point to going and getting your cornerback in the second round, especially with this class that's got a lot of corners where you should still be able to find good value for a second rounder to pick him there, or even the third rounder. And you have Job coming back, so we're talking about the 4th or 5th cornerback on the roster here, especially if the team's got some faith in Nehemiah Pritchett developing and continuing to build upon what he did last year as far as showing improvement from his rookie year. So you could still figure it out. And that's where I would move a first this year and try to get next year's like second, if that's what it took with the Crosby thing to make it happen, to where, okay, I've got the comp picks coming in next year, which will offset that. And then I've got my second and third round picks this year to still supplement the rest of the roster wherever I may need to do so. So it sounds like Sean Tucker has signed with the Buccaneers. Looks like Robinson's the guy. Peely back for $2 million. It's kind of a vet minimum. Doubt it's going to be guaranteed. So, see, Down Fan, appreciate your live. Thank you, man. As HHG says, please do hit that like button. Sub on up if you get a chance. It's free. And hitting that like button does help out the channel here with pushing me on the old algorithm. HHG, John Schneider's buying his time with Maxx because he knows every day the price goes down just a little bit. Let's go. Abdi Ryan Fowler just tweeted one of our top 30 visits. It's Chris Johnson from San Diego State. Brandon, how you feel about drafting Chris Johnson at 32? I like it. He's a good player. Didn't blow me away. I was out at the Senior Bowl. He was fine out there. He didn't do a lot to really stand out, but the tape's really good. Completely understand why the team loves him. I've got a second round grade on him. I've got a pretty high second round grade on him at this point. So if you're taking him at the end of that, it's kind of been the whole point about the Crosby picks is you really got to think about this 32nd pick as the second round pick. Not just because you're picking at the end of the first round, but because of where the talent is in this draft. There is not a first round worthy player at 32. You will not be sitting on that. You will be sitting on a second round graded player. So that being the case, Chris is a solid way to go. 6 feet tall, good size, can play man, can play zone, give you a little bit of press, give you some off coverage, pretty solid as a run defender. I think he's one of those guys in this draft. As I've said, there's so many of these corners that have kind of that solid floor to them where I may not be completely sure about what I'm getting as far as upside goes, but I do know I'm getting a floor that I feel really good about. Really technically very impressive. Allowed less than 200 yards in coverage last year. Smooth back pedal. He's a top flight gunner on kickoffs too. I mean, he's a real killer on special teams. Average ball skills, average at getting off blocks, but he's a sound tackler. He's built really solidly. I like him. Good player. Thomas says, I'm not sure that McDuffie is the same corner he was in the Super Bowl year. He's still good, but JSN's still good. And agreed. And let's face it, the whole JSN gets shut down by a number one cornerback thing because Gonzalez happened to have a good game against him in the Super Bowl was not fitting to the form of what we saw him this year, because there was plenty of teams this year that tried to run their number one corner out on him and have him follow, and it didn't work out particularly well for him. Derek Stingley had a long day at the office against JSN in the Houston game. AJ Terrell with the Falcons, the same Terrell that was able to shut down Puka Nacua later on in the year, had a real hard time with JSN in that particular game. So nice part of having a difference-making talent like JSN is that just simply a good corner is not just going to shut him down all day long. I'm trying, still dreaming. I'm trying. Uh, 3A Adams says, your thoughts on Brandon Cisse? He's another guy, and I'm boring with this a little bit, and I'm not meaning to be boring with it, but it is kind of representative. Let me show you again too on the big board I got, because I think this really does kind of encapsulate it well, I think. So you can just kind of see here that with my big board, the way that this is set up, let's do it like this here. The way that this is set up right now for me is one where, let's make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see what's going on. Okay, so what you'll notice with this is just look at all of the corners in this draft. You know, with the other positions here defensively alone that I've got kind of aligned up, you can see all of those collection of guys right in there in the second and third round. So Brandon Cisse, a lot of similarities into the Colton Hood or the Chris Johnson on this, or even Malik Muhammad. Smooth athleticism, explosive speed. He's at his best in press and run situations, but has no issues dropping into off coverage and zone. He always feels tight on the receiver, rarely giving the quarterbacks reads to his side of the field as though the man's ever open. Always looks like it's closed. He's not a ball hawk, but does track the ball well and has good ball skills as a disruptor at the catch point. He plays the run with a lot of juice, effort, and intensity, fights off blocks, and gets the ball carrier. The guy has some solid upside. I don't see lockdown in his future, but a solid all-around starter that is fairly scheme-friendly to just about anybody. And so that's where the boring part of this gets, but boring part in a cool way, I would say. Not boring part in it's lame, but boring part in it's cool, is that there's all of these kind of corners in that bag in the second, third round. Even a guy like Avion Terrell, AJ's brother, who might slip into 32, where they're all in this bag of pretty good fluidity between playing man and press, pretty good fluidity between playing zone and off coverage, pretty good fluidity to varying degrees on how they defend the run. Like Chris Johnson doesn't get off the blocks like Brandon Cisse does, but both of them are overall plus run defenders as cornerbacks. And that's where you go, that's that solid floor aspect of it, to where I'm not going to draft a guy in the second round that's probably getting 5-6 interceptions a year. Might be a guy get you 1 or 2 picks a season, but he'll play solid run defense. He's not going to give up a lot of yards in coverage. He can play within a variety of different coverage schemes, which Mike McDonald, of course, wants to do. And all of that stuff lines it up well. So, in Cisse, I've got him pretty much neck and neck there with Chris Johnson, Dalen Everett, and Colton Hood. I almost would stack one right on top of the other as far as my value within the high second round guys. Guys that if they were to take in the end of the first round wouldn't be completely surprising. Kieran says, I could see us sitting on cap space again this year. Need to build that war chest for the signings that are coming. A couple big deals to give out in Witherspoon and JSN. Of course, going to have a couple more next year that are going to come into flow. You're going to need to make a decision on Ernest Jones at that time, going in the final year of his deal. You're going to have Byron Murphy up at that point. Going to have to come back around to making a decision a little bit on Julian Love and what you want to do there. Where Chief says, haha, as usual, Ram fans are delusional. Who said you guys have shutdown corners? Our safety is down to the third. We're going to smoke your work corners, your whack corners. McDuffie can't even play outside. Laughing out loud, second place again. He says, there you go, Rams. Raise that offseason Lombardi. That's right. Raise that Paper Tiger Trophy Award. Yeah, Hawks forever's with me. Pats didn't shut him down, JSN. Sam missed him twice and didn't throw to him open in the red zone and was out for a number of snaps mid-game. There we go. Well encapsulated. 100% agree. Moss too drippy. People forget how elite Snead was until he got traded. Laughed my ass off. McDuffie is good, but not a world beater. Another great point. You guys are on it as ever on this, Moss. Because, let's throw on top of that, right? You mentioned Ladarius Snead goes out to Tennessee, falls off a cliff. Or how about Peters? Peters gets traded to the Rams. Rams sit on him, for a year or two, and then they're like, we're good. And so, this is kind of a Chiefs thing. They know how to move off of corners and they know how to develop corners. And are you paying for their development? Are you paying for past performance there a little bit? I think McDuffie's still a good player, but it's the combination with McDuffie of trading for him and then making him the highest paid corner in the sport that just kind of, if I'm a Rand fan, that one hits me a little bit like, I know we're going for it, but did we have to pay him right now? That amount? Yeah, that's where Thomas, they definitely tend to keep their players. They've re-signed over the years, be it a Kelsey or a Chris Jones on the defensive side of the ball. But when it does come to cornerbacks, that does tend to be a place that they're a little bit more willing to let those guys go. Sam McLeodart, B, do you see us waiting to see how the draft plays out for running backs? And if we don't get our guy, trade some of 2027's capital for one? I think it's possible, yeah. I do. I think you're open to kind of going at a variety of different ways here. And John's trying to find the right pathway on this one. But I think he's kind of open-minded to it. And you might have to wait a little bit on it. They might wait to more of a mid-season trade deadline deal because that's the only time a guy that's really vibrant and worth it becomes available that they like. Still dreaming. Matt Stafford is human. At some point, his age is going to catch up with him. Hopefully next year, laughing out loud. I do wonder about it, man. He's played so much football, and that back is what it is. And he's a real tough guy, and he can play through a lot of pain. And he's able to avoid any real major hits this year or any kind of issues. But you do wonder about it, especially for an offense that seems to oftentimes fall back on, all right, well, I know we wanted to run the ball. I know we were originally committed to really trying to run the ball a lot. But, Matt, just figure it out for us today. Let's get pass happy today, Matt. So it's like their intentionality versus what their intentionality is in the offseason versus what it is when they actually get to games sometimes is a little bit different. And the more you have them passing at a high volume approach, the more potential peril you put them in for that. Hey, Joss, 1 year ago, everyone was freaking out that we jettisoned Geno and DK and replaced them with Darnold and Kupp. I know it was the ultimate offseason of, John proving his mettle to fans because fans have questioned it and they were mad. And I was trying to walk people off the ledge. And that's where I would hope that people understand that when I'm telling you guys this now, I wasn't one of those people that was anti those moves. So when you hear me speak about this is me being consistent on this point, as well as being right from last year. And as well as me saying, I'm not dick riding the organization here. I'm doing something where I'm looking at the organization saying, are you doing stuff intelligently and smartly? And I walked into last offseason, I'm on the record as this. I walked into offseason on the record as saying, we can't sign Geno and we can't sign DK. Not because they're not good players, not because they haven't earned their contract extensions, but it's just not the smart move to be made. And there were so many people that were so up in arms. There were so many people that were just so mad and so angry. And it hasn't been that much this year, I will admit. It's not been to that degree so far here with some of the moves this offseason. There's been a bit of trust that's obviously been earned. But it deserves to be uniformly earned, universally earned, unanimously earned. If John can get those decisions right, and then not just getting those decisions right, being that the right time was to move off those guys, the right time was to try to get some draft capital back, the right thing was to not give them the money, but then the counter moves you made in not signing those guys and in trading them, what you did with the money instead, what your approach was instead. They've earned that benefit of the doubt to a major degree. But again, I was also one of those few people out there that stood out there last year at the start of the offseason and said, yay, good. It's something I believe as much as anything in my heart with football right now is that we get caught up on the magical decision that gets made. Did you hit this home run? Did you hit that home run? Make smart decisions step after step after step. Smart signings, well-spent money, draft for value. You do these things one after another, smart, and that leads collectively to a great team. Not just a one move here or a sniper move there, but you just consistently move after move being able to stack them up in such a way, which is part of what that Geno and DK deal was. Because it wasn't just the Geno and DK thing. It was then, okay, Darnold and Kupp and finding the value here and then waiting to get that receiver in Rashid Shaheed until we got to the trade deadline when that type of guy would actually be available to go get and giving up day 3 assets to do so. I agree, Joss. Yeah, I remember. Pepperidge Farms remembers. Please do like that show, folks. If you can, hit that like button for me. Abdi, Rams fans compare McDuffie to Gonzo as crazy. I've been rating Gonzo as a bad man since his rookie year. He's a good player, man. And I do think he's better than McDuffie, that's for sure. McDuffie's a good player, but Gonzo is one of the better corners in the league. Daniel says, B, I love how most NFL fans agree about not paying running backs market-setting contracts, yet NFC West rival fans all of a sudden think running backs carry a team like they're a quarterback. David Pankey, we had Chris Johnson in the house for a 30 visit, and this is it's good note on your part, and it's important that in recent history, not just last year, where 3 of your top 30 visits became Seattle Seahawks draft picks or you signed them as undrafted rookie free agents. But historically speaking, this has also been the case. Some people could sometimes wonder if maybe you're bringing in a guy to try to make teams think this is what we're doing in the draft versus that's what we're doing in the draft, kind of smoke screen. That's not what John does. He's bringing in guys that he truly has interest in. He wants to see them in their, in their building, how they interact with people a little bit. So there's true interest here. Rockman, it's also funny how K9 has his best 4 games on a contract year. I've seen it with edge players too. Classic, okay, now pay me thing. Yeah, you wonder a little bit about getting locked in that contract year. And if it takes you to being in a contract year to get locked in, does that mean you're less locked in now that you get paid? I think to your point on that, we historically do kind of come to find that that's the case, that's the truth. And it's one of the reasons you got to be a little bit hesitant in general terms of paying running backs, I think, or any position like that suddenly explodes in their final year. What do I think happens in the running back room? I think we sign a vet like a Brian Robinson. And then I think John looks for the market opportunity to add the difference maker elsewhere. I think the draft is definitely going to be a place that he considers, but some of that's going to be based upon the value of the guy falling to him at the right spot. I think that there's also an opening here to where John looks at it and says, okay, if I maybe go for the veteran and maybe we get by at the running back position through the first 4, 5, 6 weeks of the season. And then I make a trade deadline deal then for a team that has a running back that thought they would be contending, that now isn't contending. And so they're more willing to move the running back at that time. I think it'll be he'll kind of go item by item on this one. I don't know if the market opportunity really exists right now in the moment for a guy to be able to be onboarded that could give you a really good level of talent outside of A-Chain suddenly becoming available. He's talented. Schneider's not infallible. No, he's not. And I've certainly have done plenty of questioning over my time here of Schneider as far as a general manager goes. But he is also a guy that just won Executive of the Year and did so with the 3rd youngest roster in football and did so with a roster that nobody either locally or nationally thought was a Super Bowl contender. I think that there's also the other side of this of where, okay, not infallible, but also when should a general manager earn goodwill from a fan base? When should a general manager earn that goodwill to the point of saying, hey, we're going to trust in what you do, at least for the moment of coming off that Super Bowl victory. And that's where we are right now. If we're 3 years removed from a Super Bowl, 2 years removed from a Super Bowl, and he's doing stuff that doesn't make any sense, that's one thing. But when he's coming off of that, and he's making moves, in my opinion, that are smart. Josh Jobe is a smart signing. Rashid Shaheed's a smart signing. Reinforcing the depth at some of these positions like tackle and safety are smart signings so he can set the stage to draft for value in the draft, as he has the last 3 drafts, as has been the reason that we've had so many successful drafts recently. He's just continuing his process, the same process that took you to a Super Bowl. So that's where I go, yeah, he's not infallible, but if we're going to start nitpicking every individual move here, especially when the nitpick is he should have overpaid for this guy. He should have been a few million more for this guy. He should sacrifice the future for right now. Well, if that's then why? Because that's then him extending outside of what he was doing last year. That's him leaving the successful model that brought him a Super Bowl championship in the name of a sense of urgency that just seems to be arbitrarily applied. Hornfellas, the Texans just gave Danielle Hunter a 1-year, $40 million contract extension. Jesus. That's a pricey meatball. Kieran says if we were going to make a trade for Crosby, it would have been last year. Not now. Maybe so. Tress Bigelow says Rodney Thomas does a lot of things Kobe does and might do them better. I'll have to go check out some of his tape tonight. And we might see Kieran a little bit of Jared Ivey. I could see the team liking him. He does fit to the power edge that Mike McDonald wants here in this defense. Wu-Tang, do you know any company that can change nameplates on a stitched, not a replica, Hawks jersey? Fortunately, I do not. I think maybe one of those shops, Wu-Tang, that does like the framing would probably do that. Thomas says, I'm not mad at the lack of aggressiveness, but I believe that compensation picks next year isn't helpful. Why wouldn't compensation picks next year be helpful? I mean, I guess you're saying in reference to verse spending money now on guys, but who's the guy that we should be spending money on that would have moved the needle on this team so much more and would have been a smart signing in addition to that on this market? There's probably been a couple guys you can maybe point to, but I don't think there's been an egregious one. First name says, people always forget that Unger was injury prone. It's very true. It's a part of the deal that doesn't get looked at a lot, is that he was getting hammered and beat up in the system. Part of it was, I think, what you had with offensive linemen in the system at that time, a lot of cut blocking, a lot of throwing your body at the ground to get defenders off their footing. I think in Max, you could have made the argument he was a little bit more of a pass protecting center at his best in pass protection, and going to the Saints and being in a system that was going to be more pass heavy better suited him and potentially more elongated his career on that injury front versus remaining here. But that was a part of the math there in that situation. Josh says, Nuo's the last year of his contract. There's no restructure him unless you extend him. Yeah, I think what you would do on a restructure would be the void year thing. So you'd put it into void years if you did on that, Josh. But you're right. You're not extending him. Rockman drums. Evan says he's energized to practice at the substation. We got Rodney Thomas from the Colts. Our first outside signing, folks. Are you not satiated? Be Wise is why would the Raiders want Uchenna? Sorry if this has been discussed. They need edge help. And you're looking to put a rotation together. So he adds on into the rotation. You get a vet on a very young football team as well, who can hopefully guide a vet that's won a Super Bowl. I don't think he's going to possess a tremendous amount of value for the Raiders. It would be a cherry on the top kind of deal. You know, the ice cream itself would be the first and the third, or the first and the second round pick. You would throw Uchenna in there, and as much as throwing Uchenna in there too would be that it provides a cherry, but also there would be the intentionality. I would believe that if you added Crosby, that you would probably be releasing Uchenna then as the secondary move. So it's a little bit like BY when you move Bradley McDougald as part of the Jamal Adams trade. The ice cream of that deal was the first and the third round pick, that the 2 first round picks and the third round pick that the Jets were getting. But the cherry on top you threw was kind of Bradley McDougald onto it. Didn't carry a lot of weight, but just enough to kind of get it past the finish line. Charles Bigelow, Schneider does this every year. 40s with free agent talent that is undervalued and just coming off as development that already shows proof of concept. Bargain deals always then augments with the draft. Bingo. This is nothing new. Fit into form. Cam Akers is still young. He's maybe a guy that they look at and they still like too. It's a good point. Cheap, as long as we have Ginger Cuz, we'll be right back to Super Bowl. Let's go. What's up, Ginger Cuz? Still dreaming. When the players were asked which teammate would you not let date your sister. It was unanimous. Reek. So glad he's gone. I forgot about that. Have the Ravens backed out of the Hendrickson signing yet? Not yet. Give them time. They take a couple days on this type of stuff. They take a minute. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5 donation, Daniel. Rams talking about McDuffie on JSN as if we aren't 4 deep in legit wide receivers. We got 1 wide receiver, 1 and a 3. We got 1 wide receiver and 3 wide receiver 2s, even if he shuts down JSN. Yeah, true. And I would offer too is the tight ends as well, because one of the places that the Rams are not going to probably be able to address really largely is going to be the linebacker core. You already rewarded Landman there with a 3-year extension, and we've got a couple of tight ends that you're going to be able to target their linebackers in coverage. So it's another place where I think you can find some advantages, even as it just fits to form to next year as it stands. So, it's not just got to be the JSN show. We can work other targets and guys in here. So it's a good point. It's a good point. And I don't see McDuffie as being some pure shutdown guy that's just going to, completely turn off JSN, a guy that just was just about on pace to set the receiving record this year, and again, he took down plenty of number 1 corners out across the league to do that. It wasn't like the memo wasn't out that he's dangerous and you need to probably put your best assets on him. Teams got the note. They still couldn't stop him. It's part of why he's just so good. But good points on your part all the way around. All the way around. And thank you for the donation, Daniel. Appreciate you for that, brother. You're very kind as ever. I don't know a lot about Rodney Thomas. I haven't watched a lot of film on him, Seth. 4-year career. Didn't do much prior to the start of this year. Only had about 150 snaps this season. It's a vet minimum deal. It's to give him some reinforcement so they're not driven to have to take a guy in the draft. But he seems functional. Daniel B., if Crosby's healthy and we get him, our defense is locked into being an all-time defense. For a fringe first rounder in a bad draft and a player we might cut, and a little extra is worth it. You encapsulate, maybe even better than I've been able to in the stream, why it is that I'm in favor of doing this. Because I take all of those factors into account too as well, and I come out through the wash and I say, yeah, the impact that he would have on this defense, how little of assets in retrospect I believe you'll be really giving up, It sounds like a lot. First round pick, 32nd pick in the draft. First round pick, 32nd pick in the draft. Kind of just different when you say it 2 different ways there, isn't it? It lands with a little bit of a different force. Telios, does Riley Mills have the potential to be the next edge? I don't think so, Telios. You'd have to ask him to lose weight. I think the team's going to want him to keep weight. I think they like him at 3-tech long term. I think that's the reason too. You had the Notre Dame transition him from edge to defensive tackle, as they saw the potential same upside in him once you could get him inside. Robert says, go look at highlights of Rodney Thomas. He's legit. I'll check him out tonight. Looking forward to it. Horn fellas, I like Damon Claiborne. He reminds me of Alvin Kamara. He's a fun back, man. And it was nice to see him test so well on the quickness and the speed, because that's what you do see from him on tape. He's a tiptoe runner, man. Gets up on his tiptoes and kind of leans out like he's over the top of his skis. Really gives him an ultimate sort of downhill running style and appearance at all times. And it can set up some interesting moments on the field for him as far as cuts and how he loses tacklers, and also just allowing him to always be falling forward when he's hit and he's tackled, like always finishing runs then because of it. He's a fun player, man. Like Claiborne a lot. We're Chiefs, man. I really want a Tyler Algier. We need a Polynesian running back. Well, we got the Cambodian one here in Charbonnet. He's bigger and smooth, plays bigger than Kobe. I like it. Let's go. Apparently, Rodney Thomas was one of the guys they had on top 30 visits in 2022. Talked to John Schneider. Now his rookie contract ended. Interesting. Okay. So they've had their eye on him for a while then. Lag says Rashad White would have cost us a 5th compensatory. No thanks. I'd rather have that ammo. If we're losing a pick, I'd rather do it for a better player. Me as well. Me as well. Trez, people not looking long considering we drafted Richard Sherman and Woolen in the 5th, and we shouldn't have just give those picks up with the rate we land them. I'm with you. It sounds like you're in kind of a, yeah. You're kind of in alignment with just exactly what Flag was saying above on this. And I'm with that. John's done some great work in the 5th round. Hell, let's look back to last year alone with Torrey Horton. Great eyes are contrary to some popular belief. The Dolphins are not a stupid organization when it comes to trades. Greer's gone, and even Greer wanted to come ahead on all trades. He had that ego. Yeah, I could see that. McFur, do I like Chris Johnson, Brandon? Do I think he'll fit our defense? I do. I think he's what you want in corners here is you want guys that are typically hopefully going to be around that 6 foot size. So you just good all around size. You're not dealing with size limitations. Tested well, hit all the markers you'd like to see from his speed, quickness front of things with what he's done on that. Can play press, can play off, good tackler overall. He's not going to have like next level ball skills. He's not an interception maven, but a guy that's just a good all around player and who should be pretty ready to go and hit the floor of what he's going to be as a player pretty fast. So like a lot of corners in the 2nd, 3rd round of this draft, I think you're getting pretty ready-made guys who have really good floors, but who have a little bit of a lowered ceiling. And that's a bit of the trade-off in this draft with some of these picks. Rodney Thomas won't be really replacing anybody. Your Tyakata is going to be your other safety. So now Rodney Thomas and Finley, AJ Finley, the guy that you signed and brought back as well, they become sort of your de facto backup safeties right now. It's a fluid situation though. It's one that they could reinforce through the draft or other signings, but it just gets them set in that way where they're not pressed by a need there into the future. Maybe a guy that they're a little bit higher on too than just kind of a flyer signing based on what I'm reading in the chat a little bit on him. But I haven't done a deep dive on him either, PT, so I got to get into him to see what he brings. Orthodox Russ, give up a draft capital to get A-Chain and have to pay him too? Doesn't make sense for me. Me neither on that. If you're hesitant to go to the Walker run on this, why pay what potentially could be even a little bit more for A-Chain when you have to also give up the draft capital to do it? And A-Chain gives you more as a pass catcher, but it just seems like you're paying more for the lateral move there a little bit. Doesn't quite add up on that. Now, if you can get A-Chain to play out the final year of his rookie deal, and that's maybe a bit of a different area, but he wants to be paid. Dolphins are trying to negotiate with him. I think at this point, it's probably more unlikely than likely that A-Chain remains with the Dolphins. Miguel, would Harbaugh do this if he was in Baltimore? About the Maxx Crosby thing? Yeah, because they're general manager driven out there. They were never coach driven. It's Ozzie Smith was originally there, and then he moved on, and DaCosta rose up in the ranks to take right back over for him. They're very hard line run by their general manager. It's not like you get with the Niners, for instance, where Shanahan has a lot of sway and influence over the top of what Lynch does. And that being the case, this would have happened probably regardless. Daniel says, Baltimore rescinding after making a trade like that makes me imagine them as an alcoholic at an intervention committing to a change, then goes to the bathroom and caught guzzling a beer. It's kind of similar. Rodney Thomas might just back up Umanwari. We keep rolling over draft capital until we can convert to the number 1 pick. Abney says, Wild, our first outsider is safety instead of edge, and we already talked to him in 2022. He had a top 30 visit. Yeah, kind of strange. CR, hello from Germany, just came back home. So I like our re-signings with the Colt safety. I liked him a few years ago. He's a low-key good depth piece that has to improve in his tackling. Looks like he did a little bit better last year, but he's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, the NFL is not going to do anything on this situation. It's just the Ravens look horrible. I don't have some questions in here on the chat about Rodney Thomas. Sorry, guys. 7th round pick from a couple years ago. I get deep into the draft scouting of guys, but once you get to 7th rounders, I probably didn't have a chance to look at him in the draft, and he's been out with the Colts for a couple years and hasn't been playing a lot. I don't have a big, strong opinion on him. Based on what I'm reading in the chat, he sounds pretty interesting. Sounds like a cheap guy with some upside. Hawks Nest and HN has done this with an O-line that either ranked in the late teens, mid-20s. In case, same thing, it's the Finns O-line. It's all HN for the most part. He's great, man. No, I like him a lot. I can't quite see why Miami would be willing to move him. Got herself a safety. Jerome, my biggest concerns are pass rush, and that's why I want Crosby. Ours last year was unimpressive. Can't play the Rams and have Stafford throwing all over the field on us and expect to beat that team. Indeed, I think that this is where one of the reasons I'm willing to be aggressive with Crosby too, is people point to pressure stats off of our edge group. We were very slow at generating pressure last year. You might have generated a lot of it, but you had a lot of quarterbacks that held onto the ball for a long period of time against you last year. And that's part of what souped up the pressure stats. You weren't creating fast pressure. You're giving quarterbacks at times a lot of time in the pocket to sit back there and figure out what was going on. And I'd like to try to remedy that if I can, especially with the outside rush, which left something to be desired from my perspective. Daniel B., I heard that the doctor that scared the Ravens off of Crosby is on the Cowboys staff. Would be hilarious if the Cowboys sent him to scare them so they could get another shot at him. It would be. Jerry over there now. Now you know what to say then, right? Yes, Jerry. The knee's hanging on by a thread. There's almost no more cards left based on what I'm seeing. It's only a matter of time. I got it, Jerry. I got it. No, you tell me that. We got to get Crosby. Crosby down the line. 2nd round pick. Make it happen. And yeah, Jay Melfer, the pressure up the middle was good. And occasionally you had to have guys off the edge that would generate the pressure. But it could have been much more improved. And there were games where your pressure off the edge was completely quiet and that you were just getting nullified all the way down the board through a lot of the game. And that it could be better. That's where it was not a vibrant part of our attack last year. You know, Mafe had 2 sacks last year? Wasn't that about like what Derek Howell had as well? Was like 2 sacks. Uchenna got 5 sacks in like a 6-game span and then had nothing else left through the rest of the year. So it was very lean, the productivity you were getting off that edge group. Especially when you consider how many games you were playing from ahead, Jay Melfair. How many times you had so many games where those edges could pin their ears back and just get after it. It should have set the stage for more pass rush productivity, not less. Where's that, Brandon? I told him to shut it down in regards to your friend One Love. Yeah, that ain't happening, man. He ain't getting outside of it. Not this draft. Kevin Williams, how you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. How goes the day? This is Robert Henry Jr. from UTSA. Smaller guy, really nice runner. I'll check him out. Kind of got some back-end running backs to get through on my board there, Dong. Jay Melville, are there any high-skill athletic people with injuries that will get better that we can do a Riley Mills on and get a 2nd-round talent in the 5th-round type thing? Good question. There are not at that position, of course, Jay Melfair, but a couple guys that you could point to, who could be in play for Seattle, by the way. Connor Lew was looked at as the number one center in this draft by all accounts. And then he tore his ACL, I believe, in October. So there's a guy that you probably get more into the fourth round range who would have had kind of a high, who would have had at least a middle, probably second round grade if he had just played out all of last year. He would be the first guy I would look at on that. Jermod McCoy, depending on, I think he's going to be the first cornerback taken off the board, but didn't play last year. So you never know on that one too. He's another guy to kind of monitor. I don't think he falls away the fourth round by any measure, but that's a guy that could drop because of that injury situation and could be interesting there. There's not really anybody else aside from Nicholas Singleton. Might have been right on the edge of that second round valuation that you're able to get in the fourth or the fifth round because he broke his foot at the Senior Bowl, Jay Melfair. I think we draft Emmett Johnson. Possible there, Tyler. Get him probably a little bit as a later round pick, fourth, fifth round. John McGrath. I know they will most likely draft a defensive end or cornerback at 32, but if Dunker's still available there, I would run that pick up to the podium as fast as I could. Don't miss, like we did with Creed. 100% agree with you, man. Dunker is one of my draft crushes. I've got right on the edge of giving him a first round grade. I think he's going to be able to transition inside to guard easily. I think he is an upgrade for you there. Maybe as significant an upgrade as you'd find between defensive end and cornerback. Like those are maybe more needs, but this could give you more of an upgrade. Gives you some versatility that first year to play a variety of different positions if you have injuries and not miss a beat. I like him. Joe N. Greed says, happy Seahawks Thursday. By the way, is there a predicted timeline for the return of Charb? I hear everyone talking about drafting Coleman, but does Coleman fit McDonald's scheme? Not really to my eyes. I'm part of this is the anticipation that Coleman's going to probably run about a 4.6 40 when he eventually runs at his pro day because he did not run at the combine, which in itself is probably telling. Probably didn't run at the combine because he knew he was going to run around a 4.55, 4.6. And this team's going to look for more of the running back that's going to be more in the territory of closer to the 4.4-ish. Can you get away with a 4.45 guy? Sure. But you're going to look more 4.4-ish on where you want to stand. Charbonnet, it's a guess. We haven't heard a timeline yet on this, Joe. Part of the problem here is that he had to have the ACL surgery a little bit later. He had to wait for swelling to go down in his knee before he could get the surgery on it. So that does extend the timeline out. Probably early to mid-October is about what you're looking for on that one. Swole Cole, I still think Riley Mills will be a stud. I do too, man. I think he looks like a hell of a player. Hell of a player. Jim Melfair, K9 did a great job. He had his best games the last 5 games. He was here and he earned his bag. I wish him all the luck in the world with the Chiefs. 100%. 100%. No ill will there. And he says, I also think the Chiefs overpaid. 100%. I am right there with you on that one, Jay. All the way down the line. Dorian, love to go get A-Chain if we can. He's just got to be available. Washington Jr. 64, really like him. He'd be our bell cow, lead back. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I do have a third round grade, but you're picking at the end of the second round. It's basically a third round pick. So I don't have an end of the third round. I have a top of the third round grade on Washington. So yeah, a little bit of some fumbleitis stuff going on with him. But if you can look past that, yeah, Robert, I don't think they'll go after Nick Chubb. Don't think he's got enough burst to fit in the system. He's a grinder at this point. Just a grinder, man. Daniel B., I'll admit, Colby, Woolen, and Walker were some of my favorite players from the draft. That was our first good, great draft in a while. Beginning of a new era. But happy we got a Super Bowl with them. Indeed. I like those guys too. No ill will towards any of those guys. They were good soldiers for us, good players for us. Earned their money. Good for them. We have 12 picks next year. That might be right. I think you have I think you have some 7th round pick that clicks into place next year, an extra 7th from some trade from like 2 years ago, Carrion. And then you're probably going to get 4 compensatory picks back in return. Dude, Moose love the photo of Mills as an adolescent where he's wearing a shirt that says, "I hate quarterbacks." Yeah, I do too. That's awesome. Warg Brand, I disagree. I say F the 49ers and their history and their future and their current and past fans. Joe, Montana is the Antichrist. Robert Holani, McIntosh, Akers, Jarbs. Well, right now that's how it's set up, potentially. Akers is a free agent, so they haven't brought him back, but they're probably going to take a Akers, Brian Robinson type vet, Robert, and you probably would look to pick a guy in the draft too and let them kind of all duke it out. Thanks, Bailey. Hawks and Brandon Kane, 3 years, $60 million to be their starting yapper back. I won't hold out for that. I'll take it. Yeah, McIntosh should be ready to go by the start of the season, John, because he had the ACL injury pretty early. B, what are your favorite running backs left? I want to really sign 2 cheap free agent running backs so we don't need to draft. And you're interested in one of the Cardinals running backs? B. Rob, Wilson, Chandler, Mostert, 1 year proven. Robinson's kind of the one guy I would say on that. I don't want to bring in 2 because I just don't think you have the room for 2. So I'd bring in 1. And I get where you're coming from, not one to have to draft one if you can bring in 2, but you're probably going to be at this point stuck drafting if you can't make a trade at that point. It is what it is a little bit there. But Robinson's the one that stands out to me on that. Though at the end of the day, they're all kind of in the same place. You know, it's a vet back for some insurance. It doesn't move the needle much, you know. Rams house. I'm legitimately worried as a Rams fan that y'all get Crosby. I would be too if I was you guys. Because not only are we going and getting him, but we're going and getting him at a discounted rate from what the price was just at a week ago. You know? So, yeah, I think that he significantly improves us this next year. And Rams house, I think you're looking at it as well and understanding that you don't get a Crosby and you play things a little conservatively this year. Is there a potential scenario that plays out to where we're not in a position to be as quite hyper aggressive as your Rams have been this offseason? Maybe so. First, this move allowing us to be that a bit. Yeah. I think it's rightful because there is an alternative here where it's a little easier for your Rams on the other side of that. One Mad Smoker Gaming, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, can you talk about the Rodney Thomas signing as a Seahawk? Yeah, I can do a little bit here. It is tough to a degree on this one because of the fact that there's not a lot here with him. I mean, and I am speaking, I never like to speak out of school when it comes to players because I like to be able to at least have done a little bit of the homework on them if I'm going to do that so that I've looked at actual tape and, seen what we can see from the guy. So all we can really go off of is what he's done performative wise from a base statistical perspective here. He's 27 and a half years old, so be right around 28 years old at the start of the year. He's got 4 years in the league, originally a 7th round pick. Oh, it's not showing up the way I want it to. Hold on here. Here we go. This is the one I was trying to show. Okay, so former 7th round pick, 240th selection in the draft. He starts his first couple of years. I got to take off your deal so you can see this here. So in his first, make this a little bit bigger so you can see this. In his first year here, you can see in 2022, 7th round pick, 720 snaps, 54.3 rating. 2023, 962 snaps, 58 rating. So 64 is about the league average rating for a player. So a little bit below average through the first couple of years. Doesn't really play but 100 snaps, 2024, mainly a special teams guy at that point. Comes back last year on 150 total snaps, 73.5 rating. So by far his highest graded year of his career, at his best in tackling numbers last year by how he was graded. So very small sample size. I'm seeing this improvement in his game. I would say that stands out. So I would point to that. But I don't have a lot of information on him, unfortunately. He's kind of a guy that might be something good, might be able to be a guy that can replace Kobe a little bit, might be a guy that's kind of ascending. They did have him as a top 30 visit back when he was being drafted 4 years ago, but hasn't done a lot in his career. Probably a vet minimum kind of deal. Orthodox Russ, we got another signing. So the Seattle Seahawks have signed Emmanuel Wilson. Thank you for the update on that. So Emmanuel Wilson, Green Bay Packers running back. Let's see where he's at here. Okay. This site is so clunky the way they make you navigate everything. Where is this guy at? And then these guys sometimes spell their names so strangely. Seattle's doing stuff. They're doing things. Things are being done. Okay, so 2023 was when the Green Bay Packers got Emmanuel Wilson, and unfortunately, these are really flyer picks. I know I'm going to get a lot of requests about what about this guy, what about that guy. Don't have a lot of information on Emmanuel Wilson. It's a guy that didn't look at him when he was coming out of the draft. He came from the Fort Valley State Wildcats. So there's no film to look at on a guy like this coming out. 6'1", 226, bigger back. 2023, let's bring up some of his information here. So we've got him here as first year in 2023, very few carries, 14 carries, 85 yards. Second year got 100 carries, 500 yards. Last year, 125 carries and almost 500 yards. He's averaged 4.5 yards per carry in his career, which is pretty good. 7 rushing touchdowns, a little bit of a bigger back, a little bit of a reinforcement there for Charbonnet until he can get healthy. So this would be a guy that instead of going for Brian Robinson, this would be who you're probably going after as far as that remedy for that situation while you're waiting on Charbs to come back. He's done some kickoff returns a little bit, so he gives you a little bit of that element to his game as well. It's been used out of the backfield to a tiny degree as well the last couple of years too. So he's been backing up, of course, Josh Jacobs out there. Just not an opportunity there for you with Josh there. But looks like he's been pretty solid for them. Another guy I haven't watched a lot of tape on to give you guys a supreme breakdown of his game. And some of these guys I can at least give you a breakdown of their game when I've watched them coming out of college, and you got to track a little bit of that. But I don't have any Fort Valley footage to go off of for Emmanuel. So solid signing. I'm guessing it's going to be for a very cheap deal like the Colts safety today that's going to be very inexpensive. So this does make a lot of sense why they had to do this. They had to go get some insurance somewhere. So this is as good as anything else that exists out there, really. I didn't have a really strong dog in that fight, though. Mark Sanchez, and thank you, man. Appreciate your Orthodox Rush for the multiple donos today, including the $10 drop. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 dono. B, I think Rashid will be more involved in the offense with his contract and letting go of K9. More lined up in the backfield than outside. Thoughts? I'm open to it. I certainly think that if you walk into it with a game plan every week and you're like, we're going to give 1 fly sweep or 2 fly sweeps a game to Rashid Shaheed or get him 2 carries out of the backfield of the game, I don't think that's the worst way to go. I think that you try to kind of cobble together his value as you kind of can here in what he does as a receiver, what he does as a kick returner, what he does as a punt returner, what he does as well as rushing the rock. And you kind of put it all together. The answer is just incomplete, in full. Yes. Do it all, essentially. So, I would like to see him more involved. It doesn't have to become a prerequisite because part of at the end of the day of this is that, Mark, you're dealing with the passing attack that's going to, if all things work out well, the passing attack is going to be sitting at what? 26th, 27th in passing attempts. So not much target share there to be had. And then almost about at least 40% of your target share is probably going to go to Jackson Smith and Jigba. So yes, I'd like to work him. I don't want to work him just like because you feel like you have to then max him out the contract to get the value out of it. Just have it go down within the flow of the natural offense, I would say. But am I open to, using him in that way to better add on the value here, especially if it's a game where I'm struggling to find some touches for him, where it's just not within the context of the normal offense. It's not being found as much. Yeah, I'm completely open to utilizing him in that way. I think they'd be smart to do so. I liked watching him last year when they had him in the backfield and they ran like pitch plays to him out of the backfield. I think he runs with the ball really well. He's pretty creative as a runner and he's really fast. Really fast. Thank you though, Mark. Yeah. Well spot on your part. Industry Worth in the house. What's up, Industry? Says just enjoying the stream. Just enjoying it. Well, it's very kind of you for all your donations and support. She says as well, go Hawks. Well, much love to you too as well out there. Thank you, Industry. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, sweetie. Thank you for the double dip dono. Very, very, very kind of you for that. Much appreciated. Hope you're having a good day out there. You're having a good one. Ooh, we got James Morris in the house dropping a $50 donation. Let's go, James. Thank you so much for that, my man. You are very, very kind for that big time donation. Man, that is super kind. I salute you, sir. He says, I'm enjoying your content. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. And thank you for your support of the channel, man. I love what I get to do. Days like this, it's a lot of fun to be able to cover this team through this week and just turn over all the possibilities and what they're doing and why they're doing it. And especially when I do feel like you're really watching a team do things smartly and across the board, not just in kind of one area, but universally speaking, stem to stern, top to finish, top to bottom. This team's doing a good job of being very smart with their approach. Part of why they just went and won themselves a Super Bowl. But James Morris, you are awesome, man. Thank you for the $50 donation. Much, 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 much appreciated, bro. You guys allow me to get to do what I do here with your support, and it is much, much appreciated. Thank you, James. Let's go. Corey Combe, thank you for the $2 donation. Jeez, Niners and Ram fans still salty. We won the Super Bowl. I get a bit of a sense of that as well. They haven't been like horrifically over the top as far as trolling too much in here, but their presence has been here. And I do take it as a little bit of a factor of, I think that there's a sense of fear there. How can there not be? You two have been riding on high in this division for the last half decade, and we're coming up now in a real fast fashion. And rather than us just kind of just slowly getting bit by bit better, just kind of like, just a little bit of every year, a little bit better, like building up to something down the line. It won't be now. 3 years down the line, maybe Seattle will be a problem. 4 years down the line, okay, maybe they get to the fruition of it at that point. Well, once they can get their quarterback, then maybe, but can they get their quarterback? I don't think they will. They're thinking that this is the way that's going to play. And suddenly we burst on the scene. And not only are we early, not only are we young, not only did we get this done without having to sacrifice the future to make it happen, but we're just getting warmed up. If that doesn't put fear in your heart as a division rival, I don't know what does, especially when those two division rivals are watching their Super Bowl windows. Niners case, it might already have shut. The Rams case, it's cracked open, but it ain't half open. It ain't open to the top. It's much closer to the close than it is to the open. And so they're already looking at it like, man, they got the Super Bowl and their future's hella bright. That sucks. So I think that there's a little bit of an extension of that you feel in them coming into our comments at times in that way. Girl Dad, thank you for the $5 donation, Girl Dad. Let's play a game as we sit here today. Who in the division has the best roster? I know we have more time to add. What do you think Savages think? What do you Savages think? Well, I do think that in the case of where we stand right now, we have the Rams and the Seahawks were neck and neck last year. And Seattle won 2 of those 3 games. And all 3 of those games came right down the line. They were as close as you possibly could get. So knowing that the differentiation between these teams was very tight as it was, and knowing that you've lost Kobe Bryant and Kenneth Walker and Boye Mafe, that you've taken losses. Have the Rams taken any losses off their roster? No. None. So, I mean, if it's neck and neck and they've slightly improved themselves, they've added at least a quasi difference maker in McDuffie. They've improved their cornerback room significantly overall. Then does that make them slightly in this moment right now, March 12th, slightly better on paper as a roster? On paper and in March 12th? Okay, sure. Do I expect that this is going to be the same case the way the paper looks tomorrow or the way the paper is going to look in August for Seattle and their depth chart? No, I don't. I think you're going to look plenty fine when it's all said and done. But yeah, on paper right now, a little bit better because they've been a little bit more active as much as anything else early on. But we got all that cap space to work off of still that they aren't going to have. Orthodox Russ, thank you for the $10 donation, man. Very kind. Triple donations today from you. Much appreciated, brother. While the trade for Crosby has been the focus, I get that feeling John is working on a sneaky good trade for another pass rusher or corner, not on anyone's radar. Go Hawks. Great stream. Thank you so much for that, man. Very kind of you to say. And I'm very much caught up on Crosby in that I know that that's dominated a bit of the discussion at times here on the channel. And I know today I've got it on the thumbnail and we're talking about it a lot. But it has, to your point, Orthodox Russ, always been about not necessarily exactly Crosby, like go for broke. It's Crosby or nothing. This has got to be the move. It's this one or nothing. It's more been about the representation of Crosby, that this type of deal becomes available to you. And it becomes available to you at a time when the market opportunity can be righter for you. A Jonathan Grenard, for instance, could be a backup trade you could be looking at as opposed to Crosby. And you're able to get him for much more depressed returns because the Vikings know that like they're not going to be able to max out the return back for Grenard because the intention on their part is probably going to be to have to release him because they put themselves in such crappy cap space situation as far as this upcoming year goes. So I could absolutely see him making that trade. And it's been the place that I've tried to kind of reinforce the fears of, or not reinforce the fears, but to upend the fears of Hawk fans out there who look at the cap space, who look at the aggression of the Rams right now, and they say, this is what we're going to do? This is it? And it's me to say, no, this trade opportunity will present itself. Maybe it doesn't happen in March. Maybe it doesn't happen in April. Maybe you got to wait until the midway through August. But that there will be this trade to be made. And if John can keep, as he says, his powder dry to give him that opportunity to make that trade, you're going to get a market opportunity. You're going to get probably a better player available to you to go grab than you can grab right now in this moment, absent a Crosby type guy. And so just have that patience to wait on that because historically speaking, this has really worked in John's favor when he has stayed in this mode. That's the other part of it. It's smart on the surface of it because you create the market opportunity down the line so you're not overpaying for assets, which we don't want to do. But it's also because that this has been where John's been so successful in the past, operating from. That you can find so many examples of things that have worked out so well when he's waited to do these kind of deals. The Jadeveon Clowneys, the Dwayne Brown trade, the Rashid Shaheed trade last year, the Leonard Williams trade, the Quandre Diggs trade, the Carlos Dunlap trade. I know the Connor Williams thing didn't work out at the end of the day, but Connor Williams, at least immediately, was a better center starting for you than what you had in-house when you made that signing in training camp. Market opportunities. That's what you want to go find. And part of the reason you could make the move for Connor at that time is you had the cap space to be able to afford him. So I agree, man. I think he's working on a sneaky good trade. I think whether it's Crosby or not, he's going to work something, make it happen. And whether it's today or whether it's 2 weeks from now or whether it's before the start of the season, he will make a swing. John's not just going to sit on his hands and be like, well, I'm happy with the Super Bowl win. We're done. It's not going to be the way he's going to operate. He just wants to strike when the time is right. And I appreciate that about him because I think it is part of one of the things that dumb teams do universally is they're constantly swinging as hard as they can, sometimes too fast, that they're getting urgent. They're getting desperate. They're getting jumpy. Don't get jumpy. As they like to say out there, hold your water. Hold your water. M. Jordan, thank you for the $20 donation. Let's go. That's very kind of you, Jordan. Appreciate you for the $20 dono. Man, you guys are unbelievable in your support to this channel. Just got hired on to coach running backs for my old high school. I played in high school and never felt like I knew what I was doing. Ha ha ha. Watching you, B, for the past 3 years has given me the confidence and knowledge to do this. Thanks, B. My pleasure, man. And congratulations, M. Jordan. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'd have a great time being able to get out there in high school and teach some of these kids. That'd be a lot of fun. So go out there and kick some ass, man, and get those running backs. Get them them working on the jukes, man. Get them working on that the two-step. Get them on the ladder. It's all about the footwork drills there with those running backs. Get those feet nice in Jordan. Get those feet nice. Because that can save you a lot of territory on that alone, just be able to get yourself out of trouble. But congratulations, man. I really appreciate you too for all of your support to this channel over these years. And I do expect some updates from you, man. I want to hear how it's going. And if you get a 5-star guy, you got to let us know. You got to let us know. Be like, keep an eye on this dude. He's got something to him. There's something here, I'm telling you. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate you, Jordan. You're very, very kind, man, for all your support as well as being a member of the channel. As always, you guys are just, again, unbelievable. And all you guys do for this channel, man, it's really much appreciated. And really thank you guys for letting me be able to get to do what I do here. I'm living the dream. Yeah, Greenlaw back with the Niners. I don't like that. Not a fan of that. Seahawks signed Rodney Smith Jr. All right, so they're grabbing some flyers here. Hawks Forever would be interested to see if Mills can build his power. He ran Pat's O-line into the backfield, but let's see what he can do against big-time guys next year with offseason to focus on power. Agreed. And keep in mind, too, with the power thing is that he is a guy transitioning from the edge, so kind of growing into that body a little bit. So pretty interesting that he could show and flash that kind of power as a guy that had transitioned from edge to defensive tackle, as you would ideally think that the edge transferring to defensive tackle, specifically the edge transferring to 3-tech, is going to be more of the twitchier, run past you kind of guy, not this guy's going to bull rush me into the backfield type of guy, which would seem to indicate a little bit that power is going to come even more with time and that knee getting even better. And he was one of those guys that was one of those Bruce Feldman freak list guys, can bench 1 million pounds, can jump through the roof, super explosive. Dave Bannock, he's glad they didn't sign Becton or Freeze a year ago at this time when there was a panic on the O-line. Running back will get figured out as well. Well said. CR says Crosby is the one player that can easily take us to another ring, and his current contract is basically the combination of Kobe and Mafe if we re-sign them. True. Hawks Forever, man. Process was a lot of fun. And sucks his body couldn't hold up out there, but you're right about that. He had a lot of potential. Yeah, Leo, I think you could end up riding with this running back room. I do think then you're probably going to make a trade deadline move at some point. John will address it at some point, but he might just ride with what he's got right now because there's not the market opportunity to go get that guy. Yeah, Hawks Forever. He had a unique combination, man. Pro size could have been awesome. That's right, Shoulder Devil. It's all about blocking, man. Blocking, scheme. Other parameters drive that success of the running back position more than just the pure talent, beyond just the pure talent. Lord Disciple Brandon Hawks says, I'm really curious to see Sam's progression going into next year. Hopefully he can get those interceptions down. If so, the league better watch out. Yeah, I think he did a good job of second half of the year really concentrating on what he needed to do to lower down the interceptions, yet still be effective as a quarterback. And there's a bit of always going to be a price of doing business, I think, with a guy like Sam that's a gunslinger, where interceptions are always going to be, to a degree, a part of his game. They don't have to be a major part of his game. He doesn't lead the league in it. I do wonder a little bit about the potential of Sam really finding even another level of his game this next year from a confidence standpoint. Those questions, you'll turn into a pumpkin eventually. You always end up failing when it matters most. All that stuff's been put to bed. And you can't help but wonder if that's not going to maybe push him forward a little bit more stronger to having the confidence to feel like, I not only can play in this league, I can not only succeed in this league, I can ascend in this league. I have that top 5 talent. I have that ability. And now I've proven I can go get it done on the biggest of stages. Sometimes quarterbacks like that confidence can go a long way. And if there's any quarterback in this league that You wondered about him being impeded a little bit by a lack of confidence because of that general narrative that existed about him. He would have been one of those guys. Holani can maybe hold on, Delakey, until you can get the replacement in here. I think you're going to be definitely kind of cobbling it together by a stable of different backs to make it work, but I think he's functional. Rams house, ooh, Dre Greenlaw. Yeah, I'm not happy about that one. Did the Greenlaw quit the Niners mid-game? No, you're thinking of Devondre Campbell. They sign Sheed. They can kick draft and a wide receiver down the road a bit to next year and focus on edge in the draft while supplementing with Miller Jordan type. Yep. I agree, Abdi. I think Warner coming back's a problem, or Greenlaw coming back next to Warner's a problem, as long as he can stay healthy. David Pankey, Jags general manager in press conference today, admitted they weren't active in free agency because they want compensatory picks. Mentions also being able to be active in future trades by having those picks. There we go. He's a younger general manager too, so I'm not surprised he's a little bit in that, trying to be a bit on the cutting edge of doing that a little bit. But I think Jaguars are also in a little bit of a different place from like where Seattle is on this. I think you could make an argument that they maybe needed to be a little bit more aggressive. I also don't like watching the Jaguars letting Devin Lloyd go. I think that they're lesser as a team today after free agency than they were going into it. And that's a team that should be trying to build and take the next step forward, not thinking about compensatory picks as though they just won the Super Bowl. I think if you win a Super Bowl, you can afford to think like that a little bit. But when you're with your team like that, I think you got to be a little bit more aggressive than that. Bill, remember, we have a lot of developmental players from last year's draft. Much of our improvement will come from within. It's true. And I do think, David, that's Snyder's mindset for sure. I mean, he's showing his hand that he's definitely wanted to play the compensatory system, and why not? But I think you can afford to play that game. I don't think the Jaguars could necessarily afford to play that game. Daniel says, board offseason talk. If Sam Darnold plays the same level next year and wants $60+ million a year, I'd rather trade him than plus Derek Hall to the Texans for Anderson Jr. and then get Mac Jones and imagine Crosby and Will. Yeah, I don't want to pay Darnold $60 million per year either. So, that's definitely going to be something down the line to talk about as far as turning that one over a little bit, what he's going to want and where you can find that contract that makes sense. So we'll see on that. I definitely would look for a creative solution to your point, Daniel. If I would look to your, I would definitely look to your place if he's going to try to grab that kind of money on that one. You guys want a mock draft? We'll maybe try. I've got a 5 o'clock Seahawks syndicate, so I got to go get some food here in a second, so I got enough time to kind of get prepared for that. But we'll see if we can slip one in here real quick. Jack Maloney says, don't listen to these national folks chirping about our free agency. They said the same last year, and then what happened? Trust in John. Amen, man. He's earned the right for you to have a little bit of that trust in him this year. I can understand in years past leading up to last year why there's some worry on this, but this is the year where he's earned the right for you to say, let's let him cook. Let's see what he does here. Joe says, I know the 12s are worried when they see other teams making these free agent moves, but it shows you the holes or issues these teams have in order to compete with the champs. It does indeed. And there's a slight tinge of desperation in some of these moves that you're seeing from some of these teams, especially those that are trying to be contenders, quote unquote. Daniel says, Aaron Donald essentially ended Russ's career when he injured him, not wishing an injury to a player, but it would be full circle if we get Crosby and he puts a hit on staff that makes this year a wash. That would be pretty brutal. And yeah, I think that definitely, you do wonder with Russ on that finger of how it potentially healed, because he did try to still play through it even after it hadn't been fully healed. And that can sometimes be one of the things that messes up the long-term prognosis. Excel beyond, stuck in cement. I will say this, I'm happy to the Seahawks win the Super Bowl. I'm beyond excited, but that's call it what it is. If the 49ers were at full strength, there's a good chance we don't. I mean, that's an alternative dimension that could occur where that possibly could be a chance where we wouldn't have made it. If you have a team that went to the playoffs already, that was their strongest, best version of themselves that wasn't as beat up and injured, are they able to be more of a challenge to you? Maybe. But then that's not the reality that played out. Nor has that been the reality that's played out with the 49er team going back for years. Injuries have been a problem, Excel, for a while there. And that then comes down to a point of being the injuries aren't just randomized there for the Niners. There seems to be a bit of a reason for why it's occurring. There seems to be something inherently in their roster building process that's the bit of the cause for it, unless they're just training these guys to death, or the substation issue is really the valid part of this equation. And what you do come down to it is, was there a reason they were injured last year? Was there anything that you could have anticipated within that injury front as to why it happened? Yeah, there is, isn't there? Number one, you decided to tighten the belt strap in a year where you were supposed to be in your Super Bowl window. That was dumb. Eating $100 million of dead money when you're supposed to be in a Super Bowl window is dumb. Dumb. So that's first reason that they landed in the place they could. They couldn't build as much of a depth in their roster because they decided that making money was more important to them in certain ways. The second part of it was an unwillingness to ever reset the stack on this 49er team. You keep paying everybody. Trent Williams, you're 37 years old. Here's a contract extension. Kyle Juszczyk, $5.5 million per year. George Kittle, getting into your 30s. Here's another extension, George. There you go, buddy. Christian McCaffrey, more money? Sure. You pay all these old guys all the money, and then old guys get injured, and then you don't have any money to then supplement the rest of your roster. We didn't get to the Super Bowl because, well, the Niners just weren't at full strength. The Niners, through bad roster construction, set the stage for an injury epidemic of issues that they've run into in years prior, partly because in years prior, they've done a lot of the same stuff. They build very top-heavy rosters rather than really trying to supply real true depth into play, and they pay the price for it. And it keeps them from reaching the ultimate goal because of it. So, I mean, we can play a little bit of that what about game, but I think that it's one where there's reasons stuff played out the way it did. It didn't just happen because the Niners happened to flip a coin and this year they land on heads when they call tails. It is kind of earned. Mala says, love the chat. I'd put a 32nd and a second round pick up for Crosby. He would definitely make our defensive level better. Not too worried about running back position. We can draft for depth. Well said. And I agree. I do concur. Yes, Brando. And you get Crosby at 60, 65% of the snaps instead of 90 to 95. Agreed. Get the best version of him at that point. The freshest version of him at that point. The guy that's not going to get wore down by the end of the year at that point, because you can keep him fresher with your rotation. Daniel B., I agree with you. People need to operate in reality. John Schneider just showed he's worth trusting. The Super Bowl team started when he got more control 4 years ago. And John, we trust you as the general manager of the year. Amen, brother. Amen. Evan Brown can't do anything for you. He's a center. He's been misplayed at guard over the last couple of years by Cardinals out of necessity. He's not a good player. Jerome Preach Beat plus Max, besides Leo and Murphy out there, he will go to another level. I agree with it 100%. I have looked a lot at Max's game. I've looked a lot at what he does on tape. I've looked a lot at that Raiders situation. And I have ultimate faith if you bring this guy in, he lifts your defense up another notch. People are talking about all-time defenses and all-time potential. Yes. Yes. Does his health have to hold up? Sure. Is there a risk to the deal? Yeah. But people sometimes want to talk about this Maxx Crosby deal as though the alternative is without risk. That, well, whatever draft pick you make will definitely be something that'll bring value to you and will play out well. Really? In a draft that's one of the weaker drafts in recent NFL memory? With you picking 32nd in the draft? We sure about that? I need that guy. Are you sure about that? You sure about that? MKAB, when are you planning on doing another mock draft? Is it too early, not knowing if the Hawks will sign a vet running back? Well, we signed Emmanuel Wilson today, so we can kind of try to I'll try to run a quick mock at the end of the show here today. I got to try to slip it in quick because I got to get some food here before. I've got the Seahawks Syndicate at 5. So we'll probably, if you guys want me to run a mock, we'll probably have to run one here pretty soon rather than go through too many more comments. But let's get through the last of these here, and then I'll bounce over and we'll run one. We'll run one for you guys. Definitely think Doom Moose, the connection between Darnold and Shaheed should improve with another year. Grandizer Hawks does. Hey, Brando, hope all is well. Have you done your updated Seahawks free agency wish list? The players you hope the Seahawks sign, or have they all gotten signed? Say it. Go Hawks! I haven't done anything free agent wish list. I don't really have a wish list out there. I kind of wanted the team to be conservative with free agency, maybe try to make some trades, but I didn't really have anything that I was looking for to go make any kind of real splashy moves out there. Maybe sign a vet edge like a Cameron Jordan or Jadeveon Clowney. But Grandizer, you're going to wait till after June 1st to make those moves because then you don't have the compensatory cost against you. So I don't really have anything right now myself on that. Be if Horton's healthy, we have 4 legitimate deep receivers, not to mention 2 solid tight ends. Do you think we run 4 wide receiver sets? No. A little bit here and there, Daniel, but you're going to live in 12 personnel, 13 personnel, 21 personnel. You're not going to go into becoming a spread conceptual team, not even probably to a little degree. Bryce Huff's retiring, 1 more hole for the Niners to fill. Ooh, interesting. Royce has just got here. Anything new today? We've got signed a safety from the Colts, kind of a backup flyer guy. Emmanuel Wilson, running back from the Packers. Both these guys have been kind of part-time players, but they're interesting signings nonetheless. Excel, if the Ravens backed out because of a failed physical, you ain't getting S for him anyway now. The Ravens played a silly situation here, Excel, and I'm kind of surprised to hear you say that you feel like, I'm kind of surprised to hear you buying into what the Ravens are selling. Because the Ravens had Hendrickson in the house. The whole intention on this was to pivot to Hendrickson. The whole thing with this was buyer's remorse. And the proof of this, Excel, is that he just had meniscus surgery in January. The Ravens were thinking that he's going to pass a physical after having meniscus surgery in January in early March, when it's supposed to be a 5-month recovery time. That right there is your smoking gun. The smoke is billowing out of the front of the gun, out of the muzzle, out of the chamber. That's as clear as it gets to you right there that they fudged the numbers. So he wasn't going to pass his physical. He just had surgery. That it was the Ravens getting buyer's remorse. Big time buyer's remorse. What would be their plan to replace Walker? Probably draft a guy at this point. Maybe look at a trade if there's a trade that presents itself. It may be on a bit of a timeline that's got to be a little later down the line, Seth. But I think they'll find another answer out there. They'll add more talent to it at some point. Timing isn't maybe right to do it here. Max says the NFL's playing checkers while John's playing 4D Possum Simulator. Possible Simulator. I've got a little bit of a preference of Hood over CC2, Fredman. They're very close, but I do. Joe, I don't think we're going to sign Taylor Decker. We're 4 deep at the tackle position at this point. We're sitting just fine. We got extensions to both our tackles. We're gonna rock with what we're doing. Jadarian Price, Fredman is okay. He would potentially be a K9 replacement at 64. I've got more of a third round grade on him, but if you're taking him at the end of the second round, that's basically a high third round grade as it is. So he'd be fine. I don't think he sets the world on fire. I don't think he's the same kind of talent of a K9 necessarily. You can find maybe some equivalency there to what Charbonnet brings to the table. Park says his unanimous support for anything does not exist, B, unfortunately. Not on the side of heaven, at least. That's true. Very true. New Blacks trading for Crosby would be a A-plus offseason. I agree. With how we've rolled out so far. Drake Thomas does deserve more. We got him on a nice little discount there. Do we let Leo walk next year if he doesn't retire? Yeah, you'd probably be able to find a way to get him on a contract. You know, he's not going to make what he made before, but you can find some way to make it work, I'm sure. I think you're already letting Jaron Reed walk next year. So if he does play, and I think retirement's a real possibility, but if he does play, I think there's a real good chance that you would still bring him back at that point. They've done so much to really solidify in Byron Murphy, that nose tackle. It just doesn't seem like their pull is to get him out of there. Abdi, we finally got our running back, Emmanuel Wilson. This is the actual possibility that Katie Wilson and the Tennessee Dems push this tax to get through before Trump could own the team. Oh, I don't know. They're definitely trying to get that thing through in the state of Washington, the millionaire tax. One-year deal with Wilson's. Good deal. Vet minimum. None of these are guaranteed contracts on these signings either, so it doesn't preclude us from doing something else if we can find something potentially better. But it works. Good functional pickup. Good functional pickup. Olani's Polynesian. There we go. We got some Polynesian connection. Can we get a Nigerian nightmare at running back? Oh, one of the greatest nicknames of all time. Brandon, how did A-Chain fall to the 84th pick? Are most general managers dumb? No, I don't think he had done a lot in college to necessitate going after him. So he was at Texas A&M. He had a good career at Texas A&M, I guess. 5'9", 185 pounds. There's just the standard issue for running back used to be 220 pounds was what you were looking for. And so teams are having to consistently keep kind of downturning what they used to want to see at the running back position as far as size weight goes. So a guy technically he's 5'8", 188 pounds. While he's really fast, it's just you don't have a lot of a track record of guys of that size weight having a tremendous amount of success in recent times. So it required a little bit of imagination on that one. How many carries could you hope to get to him? How many touches could you hope to get to him at that size weight, factor of things? Definitely slipped through the cracks. Max A-Chain was coming off injury and looked small but promising in college. Then suddenly he was balling out on everyone. Amen. Sometimes these guys just kind of blow up. Super young guy coming out of college too. Bit of a factor. Marty says, I'm convinced Crosby's knee is cooked. It might be. Guys played a lot of games throughout the course of these years for it being so bad. 17 games, 17 games, 17 games, 15 games, 17 games. Even last year, he would have kept playing. I think you'd be surprised, Marty, at how many. I was talking to somebody, a late friend of mine who's talked to people at an MRI center down here in San Diego. And you guys would have your skull caps blown off if you knew how much stuff showed up on the MRI for these players. Stuff that shows there's tears, stuff that shows there's stuff that doesn't look good. And the players don't want to hear about it, by the way. Her story to me where the players would just be like, yeah, it's fine. It's all right. It's fine. So I think you'd be surprised on a lot of these athletes at how much stuff they've got, kind of a hitch here, a hitch there kind of thing going on. But he's been able to get on the field and play. Marty, you're buying into what the Ravens are selling on this, Marty? You don't think this is buyer's remorse? You think you think the guy that just had meniscus surgery, they really thought was going to be ready to pass a physical? Maybe I'm skeptical. I don't know. It's be a lot easier to believe the Ravens if they didn't have Trey Hendrickson literally in the building as they're conducting the physical. I might be a little bit more willing to be on board with that. And I don't know, Marty, if you're going to be able to get much moving up with your haul of picks. We've seen future first round picks be the cost plus like a third round pick for a team moving up from 10 to like 2. So to go from 32 up to where you'd want to go to go get like a Reuben Bain at 7 maybe, or go up to 4 to get like a Jeremiah Love, that might cost you 3 first round picks to make that happen with where you're selecting. Yeah, Zaria, I can't imagine we keep Nwosu post June 1st either. That's coming down the line at some point. You just don't have to do it right now. And RM 1976, man, I get you're coming in to troll and it's fun to troll and all that. We try to have open, good discussion here in this chat. And so if your contribution is Seahawks, you suck, you're not contributing. We love having Niner fans in here or Ram fans in here that want to have good, open discussion. But if the point is to just come in here and show your ass, you can do that somewhere else. That's not how we operate here. There's a lot of respect that's had between Niner fans, Seahawks fans, Ram fans in this chat. And that's what I ask that you kind of keep the mode to. It's no fun having the kind of discussion you are. And as you can see, all it does is just kind of upend the chat and the good discussion that's ongoing. Why be the guy to walk in and take a dump in the punch bowl, man? Let people keep enjoying their punch. It's delicious. Jacob, Frederick, I'm not a Seahawks fan, but do you guys think you'll trade up in the draft? I don't, Jacob. John Schneider's been here for 15 years, and he has traded up in the first round of NFL drafts this many times. Zato. So he doesn't believe in it. Yeah, RM, you can say it many times, but it don't make it the truth. And all you're doing is showing your fear. All you're doing, RM, is showing the scared heart that you have for the Seahawks, that you have to post this much. This is why I like to let folks like you sit there and pop off for a good amount of time, is to let you show that fear out to everyone. Let everyone feel how much those Niners are out there scared to death that you're going to have to sit there and keep just clinging on to those Super Bowls from 35 years ago, that's all you have. That's all you'll ever have. Never anything more beyond that. And you're facing that reality while we at the same time won with the third youngest roster in the NFL, who's won 2 Super Bowls over the last 10 years, why you guys fall apart, fall on your face when you get to the Super Bowl. So I get it. I get that this comes from a place of fear in your heart. I get that this comes from a place of dejection in your heart. I get that this comes from a place of, I'm facing this reality coming up down the line of a Super Bowl window closed and nothing to look forward to on this team. I get that. It's kind of why I let you kind of spin yourself out a little bit on this one, because I understand and I feel for you on that. If I had to wait 35 years since my team had won a Super Bowl base, I'd be in the same place. I'd probably get pretty toxic too, frankly. I'd probably act like a 5-year-old as well, now that I think about it. but all you're doing is showing your fear. You think you're talking trash, but you're just showing your fear. I can sense it. I could smell it. It's wafting off you, bro. Should have washed your ass today. It's wafting off you. Where would Nehemiah Pritchett be drafted if he was taken at the moment? At the place that you took him in the 5th round. In this draft, it's a solid corner draft. So, into the 5th round probably. I'm way behind, huh? We got a lot of folks in here today. You guys are rocking. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get time to get over to it. I know we have some requests here for the mock drafts are going to probably have to wait until we can get through the free agent period, folks, for the people who won the mock draft. We just got too much interest right now in what's going on with free agency. So it's just hard to get over to that. It's kind of like we got to just take this offseason step by step a little bit. So we're still just in that first week of free agency. We're going to have to kind of rock in this. I got donations and stuff coming through here. So going to kind of peel through these here, and we'll have to just kind of keep it on the chat today. I'll try to get a mock here soon, but people are really hot to trot with what's going on in free agency right now. Brazil, thank you for the $10 donation. Brazil says, I said it 4 years ago and I will say it again. BPA all day. It has served us well. Picking for need is one of the quickest ways to become a bottom feeder. Amen. That times 100%. That times 100%. You have Seattle 3 years ago. Coach Carroll wrestled away some of the control that he had in place in order to, as the president, to be able to dictate to John whenever he wanted to, this is how you're going to do this. That's how you're going to do that. And John, once he got the control back from a general manager standpoint to be able to override Pete, to be able to be the final say, from that moment was the moment that you saw a diverse difference in how they drafted and how they approached the drafts. And it's been a success every year onwards after that point. And like you say, it's because you led with BPA. You led in, instead of looking at what you needed to fill positionally, you looked up at the top of your board and you said, how is the highest rated guy we have on our board? That's who we're taking when we come up to pick, especially in day 1 and especially in day 2. So I agree with you. Do not exit that strategy, especially when it's brought you the ultimate returns. Stay in that pocket, operate still within that manner, and watch it still continue to be very successful for you because of it, Brazil. Because to your point, there's so many teams in the draft that do pick to need. Everyone talks that they want to pick to value. All of them speak the big game. They all do. But when the rubber meets the road, when we get to where the bullets are live fire, so many teams drift on back into need. It's partly how you can predict so thoroughly who's going to go in the first round. I'll do a first round mock of the NFL for the first 32 picks, and I'll be probably in the neighborhood of being able to at least identify probably 23, 24 of the players that are going to be taken in the first round. And that speaks to a little bit of the fact of the need part that factors into those teams and who picks what because of the need. It's the Falcons last year going for 2 edge rushers in the first round because it was that desperate need, not necessarily because it was just the pure best value on the board. So well said on your part, Brazil. I 100% agree. You got to try to live in that BPA as much as you possibly can and stretch for need as infrequently as humanly possible. And that's, as well as you said, this is where John's really changed things up from where they had been 3 years ago. It's why the drafts changed so heartily is John started to get very militant about it. You know, you got Jaron Reed, you got Leonard Williams. Oh, take Byron Murphy, but that's another 3 tech. You don't really have that need for that. I don't care. Take him. I took Walker last year. I love Zach Charbonnet. We're taking Zach Charbonnet this year, but you took a running back last year. It's not a need. I don't care. Take him. Riley Mills last year. I got Jaron Reed, Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams. I got no pathway for this guy to be a starting 3 tech for us, or even to get even any snaps for us outside of a collection of a handful of snaps. I don't care. I've got a top 50 grade on him. He's here in the 4th round. Take him. That is how you want to run your drafts. That is the pathway to ultimate success on your drafts. Silver True, thank you for the $2 donation. Favorite running back Seahawks can draft that's not Jeremiah Love. Mike Washington Jr. I'm a little worried about the fumble stuff, Silver Shrew, but he is a guy that has big playability, from the explosion speed standpoint with his size. It's very much the type of fit that you would like to have in this offense for outside zone. So he fits really well to the type of runner that you're looking for, as far as kind of not a prototype, but the mold. Let's not say prototype, but the mold of runner that you would like to have in this kind of outside zone system. Got to get her through the fumble stuff. I don't want to take him early, but if the value can be right where you're landing him, I'm open to taking him even at the end of the second round at this point, because he is a talent. He is definitely a talent. But don't have a lot of like guys necessarily outside of that. Jadarian Price is all right. Katron Allen's all right. I like Coleman, but I don't think Coleman's going to test fast enough to fit to the system. So I do have kind of a lesser amount of guys I'm kind of targeting in that way. Little dumper. Anytime we trade a first or second for a player, it rarely works out. Percy Harvin, Jimmy Graham, Jamal Adams. Leonard Williams worked out pretty good. So he didn't do too bad for us as a second rounder. You definitely have had some bad turns on this with some of the first round trades in years past. That's for sure. I think all of those deals in retrospect had a reason why they wouldn't have been good on the surface of it when dealing with what we're dealing with. Percy Harvin, you knew that the off the field stuff and what he was in the locker room was problematic, and that you thought you could fight through that, but you really overlooked that part of the trade, which really then came back to bite you. The Jimmy Graham trade, you were going to move him out of the position that he had most success with at the Saints. You're going to take him from what made him so productive with the Saints and put him in a completely different role in your team. That's dumb on the surface of it, and it's dumb in retrospect. Jamal Adams you made as a desperate trade because you didn't have enough pass rush. So you thought, okay, we can both fill the safety position and then we can soup our pass rush because we didn't do enough this offseason to make it right. Those trades were all kind of made for varying levels of degrees of kind of not always with ultimate intelligence at hand. I think if you put a player like a Crosby on the table in addition, and he carries his own risk with him, right? Like the knee injury risk is a valid one. And if you told me I ain't going to make it because I don't want to trust that knee's going to hold up, I'm okay with that. I'm not going to say that that's not a valid reason to say no to him. It is. But I think he's going to be a good fit. I think he's going to be a great locker room guy. I don't think that you're having him come in here to fix your pass rush like you were doing with Jamal Adams. I don't think you're going to move him from what he had done successfully in his past to cause you to trade for him like you did with Jimmy Graham. And I think that there has been some other successes that John Schneider has been able to have where he has been able to move second round picks, for instance, and have good players. You moved up into the second round to go get DK Metcalf. You moved up into the second round to go get Tyler Lockett. You moved up in the second round to go get Jaron Reed. You traded a second round pick for Dwayne Brown. That Dwayne Brown trade worked out pretty good for the Seahawks. Even after you had to give a third round kicker in addition to that trade, once the Texans did a little bit of the Ravens thing where they had buyer's remorse and they were going to try to upend the deal a day later because they were like, wait, what did we give up Dwayne Brown for? Wait, only a second round? Yeah, no, failed Jeremy Layden's physical. Yeah, do that. So there are some successes too. And can you keep in mind with this first round pick, it's not really a first round pick. It's much more akin to a second round pick than it is a first round pick, especially considering this talent. Doesn't matter who Seattle picks at 32 right now. I will 100% guarantee, or at least 99.9% guarantee you, whoever Seattle's picking at 32, whether you want to consider a 32nd pick, first round pick, or a second round pick, that will be a second round graded value player that the Seattle Seahawks will be taking if they select there natively. You're not getting a first round guy at 32 by Seattle's own valuation of their players in-house. So I ask, should that not little dumper open up more of the door, not but just for Crosby, but for anybody's a potential trade of being willing to move that trade then because of it? To me, yes. Can I understand why the answer would be no for many? Yeah, I do. I completely understand it, especially given, like you say, the track record that exists out there. Of course, James Pierce no longer faces a charge of aggravated battery on law enforcement. These athletes continue to get away with fighting cops and beating their partner just because they star. That's a little bit weird one if they cover this one up, because there was some pretty awful details came out initially on that one. I like Emmanuel Wilson, okay, DVN. He's got some good size to him that's hard to find in running back position, legitimately 220. It gives you a little bit more of a hammer there. It's kind of Charbonnet insurance as much as anything there a little bit, giving you a bit of a bigger back that can grind. But he's been productive, hasn't been given a lot of chances since Josh Jacobs has come in the last couple of years, which isn't anything against him. The real Royal Rhino, B. Would Crosby count against the comp formula? If so, that is why they are waiting to sign him. No. Crosby you have to trade for, Real Royal, so only the comp value factors into the true street free agents that you both lose and sign. Crosby's under contract, so trades or players that get released do not count against the compensatory thing. How much is Crosby getting per year? Right around $30 million per year. He's got 4 years left on his deal. Yeah, I don't know with Emmanuel Wilson too. The hard part is I've seen a little bit with the Packers. He hasn't had a tremendous amount of carries, but both of the two guys you added today from the Colts and the Packers came from small schools, back end of draft guys. So I didn't have any tape to look at them even when they were coming out of college really. So I'm a little bit out of school on both, but I will tonight try to look at both of them and get a little bit of a better understanding of what we're getting with them. I think we signed Wilson Azaria. People want to mock. Koken, I actually like the Wilson signing way better than Brian Robinson. When Wilson came in for injured Josh Jacobs, he looked like run back one. I like it, man. Orthodox Russ is developing our young players to show our future new owner bomber that we're developers developing developers. Goose Thug says, I'm overhearing from a fan base that hasn't won anything in 30 years. Ethan Hawksnest, the 49ers substation thing, including the we will investigate it if it's the cause for the injury problem, is one of the funniest things I've seen as a football fan. It's hilarious how it's getting in their head. It is very funny. Spud Homer says, Brando, do you think Washington Jr. will be there at 64 realistically? I don't anymore. There's a good chance he's taken. Yeah, for sure. Historically speaking, guys that test like this will tend to probably go more middle-ish to late second round. So yeah, it's a real possibility that he's not there at 64. It's where I think what you would probably do on this scenario, Spud, is that you'd see John trade back with the first round pick into a little bit more of the depth of the second round, pick up the extra third round pick, and then grab Washington then there a little bit earlier, or if it's a Jadarian Price that he likes more, you end up kind of jumping ahead of those teams that would look to pick more late second round or get up ahead of you get up ahead of them at that point. But then you move back, get the extra third or fourth round pick to supplement a little bit of the loss that you had with Shaheed. Chris says, worry a little bit about trading future picks when we will need to replace 3D line and wide receiver next offseason. Not all are going to be picks, obviously, but just a concern. It's fair. Fair concern. Strat, Washington Juniors are a riser, unfortunately. I like Damon Claiborne. I've got Damon in the 4th round stat, and he tested well, so that's probably a bit of his floor of where he's going to probably go. Maybe 5th round. Yeah, Emmanuel Wilson might be a sleeper. He hasn't a lot of carries there, so it's a lot of this stuff is a little bit of a sample size with him. But that's not because he's bad. It's just because he hasn't gotten as many opportunities behind Josh Jacobs. I'm on green vibes, the Emmanuel Wilson. Are we flipping them about? They got us with I'm on a couple back in the day. Now we get it back. I like that. Yeah, you're not going to pass a medical that soon. It just shows that the Ravens were being ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. 5-month recovery on the meniscus surgery. So why after a month and a half in would you think that the person would be able to pass a physical? Max, John Snyder playing dead this free agent period to collect comp picks. Brilliant masterclass GM shiz. Thugs, I know he hasn't looked good in 2 years, but I think there's some value. Late day 3, UDFA and Jade Knott. He was awful since 24, but previously showed some real explosiveness. He looked good at the Senior Bowl too. maybe the best back at the Senior Bowl when it was all said and done overall. So I'm not sure what to think with Ott. Like you say, it's been a bit of a fall off with him. I think he went to Oklahoma last year. You're expecting him to take off. Kind of quiet. He's a little bit undersized and small, but he runs hard, creative, elusive. B, what would the Jets ask for Hall? Would the Jets ask for Hall? Oh, Brees Hall. There we go. Sorry, I was spacing. I'm late in the stream today. They're probably going to want a second round pick back. And if you trade for Hall, you're going to have to sign him to a contract extension. And he's going to want every bit the dollars that Walker just got. Abdi, oh my gosh. Caleb Banks suffered a broken foot. He broke his foot. He will be falling for sure now, guaranteed. Yeesh. Yeah, that guy was approaching getting up into the first round. That's definitely going to block him down into more probably mid-second round range at least. I like the thought of trading for Jonathan Greenard. I know I'm getting very hot to trot on Crosby, but I'm completely open-minded to Jonathan Greenard as a fallback. It's a lot of fun. He is a lot like Chris Clemens to me on tape. Like old school Chris Clemens was good length to him, decent size, could win in a variety of different ways as a pass rusher, a complete player that could defend the run too. I think you get both with him. I like him. Jonah Coleman's nice. Got to see the speed there, War Chief. I need to see 4.5 and better on him to have him in the target signs. And that's 4.5 on a pro day. He should be able to hit that. If it's 4.6 though, if he does the Cam Scatterbo time from last year, it's a little bit of a different territory. Mo, I have a dumb question. Why do teams want a quarterback to run the tush push? Why not just a dedicated monster-sized lineman fullback to take the snap and take the lead? I think you touch on it with the last part of your sentence. Take the snap. I think that there's a lot of guys that could do it and do it really well, but do you have a guy that you trust in being able to take that snap handoff, or is he going to fumble the snap potentially? Especially as it gets very intense there when you watch the guy being snapped, because everybody's just on edge to be the quickest guy off the line, to be the low man, to be the fast guy. So you can see when the quarterback comes up there, you know, securing that snap and being steady-handed is kind of a nice thing to have. To your point, Moho, we did this with AJ Barner last year, and we were the most efficient, successful team at running the tush push in the league last year. So maybe you'll see more teams do it with our success moving into this year. We'll see more of that transition and change. But I think it's teams' lack of, I'm going to have a running back try to take a snap under center. We see fumbled snaps in the best of times between centers and quarterbacks. Just changing it up. You know, if you have a new quarterback come in with a center or a new center come in for a quarterback, that can mess up the direct snap under center. So I think it's that as much as anything else. Tress Bigelow, Jonah Coleman's an MJD comp. I thought Maurice Jones ran a pretty fast 40 though. Yeah, Maurice Jones-Drew ran a 4.39 40 at a 1.53 10-yard split. That's for a guy at 207, 570. Like that's Jonah Coleman's not going to touch that. Jonah's going to be like a 4.55 guy. Sean, you would be surprised how many different people's knee anatomy will vary with how they respond. There's been pro athletes missing ligaments or torn them as children and they aren't hindered. It's weird. It is. It's where you got to be careful on the one size fits all degenerative knee or different guys get affected differently in that stuff. Remember the old Frank Gore thing where tore his knees multiple times back in college? Nobody thought that guy was going to get far in his pro career at all. Fell in the draft. Ended up playing 20 years. Kieran, call me crazy, but I don't think unless you're Barry Sanders, there's a running back worth drafting in the first round. Even then, a late first. Laughing out loud. I agree with that. Yeah, Xavier, I think Jonathan Grenard would be nice. You can't move up far enough in this draft to make it worth the squeeze. You really can't, because the cost is going to be the cost of what's been historically, but you're not getting the player you would have gotten historically, being like a blue chip type talent. I went back and looked up the Falcons trade for Julio in consideration of this and what they had to pay about 10 years ago. And that's where I came back to, if you're going up into the top 6-ish, you're going 3 first-round picks. That will be the price. Well, Greasy says, hey, B, by the time the end of the offseason is done, the Seahawks are going to be the ones winning it. I have faith in that. I'm definitely in that faithful approach at this point. So, I love all the people that are coming to, not Hawk fans, but outside fans coming to conclusions on March 12th. We won the offseason. It's over. It's a wrap. Why even play the season, really? John says, if you want 3 yards in a cloud of dust, Emmanuel Wilson gets that. Also sneaky, can make guys miss, but very much a straight upfield guy most plays, it seems like. That's good. That's what we want out of this offense, man. It's about positive plays. And 3 yards in a cloud of dust is a good thing in this offense because it gets you on the road into those 3rd and shorts, and 3rd and shorts in this offense are deadly. Moving the chains, that's what we want to do. That is at the centerpiece of what makes this offense run. So a player like that would work really well. Really well. Seahawks met with defensive back Andre Fuller, Toledo. I didn't know they met with Fuller. Okay. Couple defensive backs. I think he's more of a later round guy. Did the Hemi kid from Indiana declare? I don't think he did. Might be wrong on that. Kyler Murray is a Viking. Wow. That's an interesting fit. I don't know if I like that for the Vikings. Graham was already on his decline in his career. It's true. And it was one too, is, like the Jimmy Graham trade you were making as much because you're like, we need a red zone threat. It's like, that's about as far as like what drove that trade to happen too. Just in retrospect, the reasoning behind it wasn't particularly smart. Yeah, I don't see Murray doing well with the Vikings gamer guy. That's a weird fit. I would have had them, if I was them, I would have made a run at Geno. Thug says, Jimmy G also had the best season in Seahawks history for a tight end, despite us not utilizing him correctly. That's true. My bad. Whoops. We did get running back Emmanuel Wilson being asked there on that one. And folks, we will kind of start to put a bit of a button on this as I got to get some food because we got the Seahawks Syndicate later on this evening. So I got to go bounce on over to there. Let's get a couple of these donations knocked out. Girl Dad, thank you for the $2 donations. Says, I bet Jesse's happy Greenlaw is coming back. I do too. I don't think he's loved the Mike Evans move, but I think he likes the thought of this guy coming back on a very cheap deal. And that gives him a big improvement at the will linebacker position that's been problematic. So I feel like Jesse will be pretty happy with this deal. Good move by the Niners too. Smart signing by them. It's really well done. John May, thank you for the $2 donation, John. He says, Emmanuel Wilson equals yards post-contact guy. 3 yards in a cloud of dust. And that's great because what you try to do offensively speaking is, and why you were such a, why you scored as many points as any time in Seattle Seahawks history had to do with the consistency of drives and the consistency to go get points. A big game that we would always talk about last year, we talked about a lot about Seattle being a failure game for their offense, was the Indianapolis Colts game, the game where Phillip Rivers almost beat you. But in every game, every drive of that game, if I'm not mistaken, or nearly every drive of that game was a scoring drive. And this all gets set up on a very smart, intelligent level if you think about this. You have Rashid Shaheed first on the back end of this, who, if he's not going to go get a big return, if you're going to get a team that's scared to death of kicking off to Shaheed, he'll down it. You'll get the ball at the 35-yard line. Now I get a 3 yard in a cloud of dust. I get a conversion. Couple 3 yards in a cloud of dust, couple throws, another conversion. I could get 2 first down conversions, and bing, bang, boom, I'm suddenly in field goal range. I've got a scoring drive created. And then you have Jason Myers come in with his big leg to where it doesn't have to be a 20-yard kick for me to go make this kick. Those all go together to allowing you to have consistent drives throughout the course of the game to get consistent points. And is that not what we saw from that Seattle Seahawks team last year? So a running back like this works really well. It's the backs that can sometimes be the negative backs or the dancers or the guys that don't get downhill or can't finish runs that can be problematic for this offense, because now you're getting into third and longs. And that's the flip side of it, that this offense is not built to live in third and long. It's built to live in third and shorts. Ione, Penn State at 32. I think he'll be off the board. I do. But he's a good player, and the value would be right to select him in that spot. I would say that. I think he's also a little bit of a left guard, Robert, more than he's a right guard. But maybe he can make it work. Brandon, now's a good time to ask, and somebody brought it up here. Everybody's always saying that Jimmy G's time was bad. I remember different. I enjoyed watching him play. What do you remember? I mean, he had some games that were good. I think that the major injury, he was just getting up to speed, it felt like, when he suffered that major injury. And then I don't think he was ever quite the same after that major injury that he had. So I think that was really one of the things that doesn't get talked a lot about, but that was really the factor. I mean, he had an awful lower leg injury. They found success in targeting him at times. The big issue came into, he was a slot receiver about 7% of the offensive snaps, his snaps on the field. He was aligned as a wide receiver. Most of the rest of the 30% snaps, he was in an H-back positioning, not an inline blocker. You brought him into Seattle and you turned him into the majority of the time as an inline blocker. So while the catches and the yards are cool, he was a complete negative nothing burger when it came to being a run blocker. Yet you're putting him in prime position to have to lay some real key blocks. So it's not just a small thing to be an awful run blocker on a team that wants to lead first with running the ball. That's not the pass-happy passing attack that he came from with the New Orleans Saints. Wasn't that he's a bad player, but for the assets that you gave up, for the role that you wanted to put him into, it was not a smart utilization of Jimmy, nor a smart deal in retrospect because of it. And Apollo, yes, we did get a running back from Green Bay being Emmanuel Wilson, and a safety from the Colts. Both those guys haven't had a tremendous amount of starting experience, so there's not a lot to go on. I've got to look at the tape on kind of both of them tonight. But interesting players, not going to cost you a lot, shouldn't really offset the compensatory thing. I think vet minimum deals don't factor into compensatory. I could be mistaken on that, but I want to say I'm right. I hope the Cards trade Sweat to Green Bay. There's a rumor. Ooh, that'd be a weird. Boy, Cards are fully embracing the tank gamer. They're going into the bottom of the tank at that point if that's their role. Brando, who is your favorite basketball player of all time? It's Jordan. I'm a Michael Jordan guy. I grew up on him to a degree and watching him play, and I love the Sonics. Gary Payton, Sean Kemp, Detlef Schrempf, Tom Chambers, so many guys through the years. But Michael was something different. Just an all-time different athlete. Golden 49ers says, I heard the Seahawks won by default because the NFL felt sorry that the team was going to get sold and shipped to Oklahoma. Well, I heard that you guys were only able to spend all the money you were in the late 80s by Eddie DeBartolo because he used to like to go to the commissioner and blow him. So what's worse? Kieran says, is there any real effect from the substation? It is more likely to be a brain issue than anything else. Like you have all these data centers. There could be secondary effects from stress. Yeah. I mean, it's not proof positive science on this front. It's just a kind of a guessing game that's existed, but there might not be anything to it. Paulo says 80% of NFL players are still recovering in March. Ravens knew what they were doing. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And I'm not letting him off the hook on this one. You can't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. You literally had Hendrickson in the building at the same time as Crosby. And now they're trying to sell this whole thing of, no, we were going to bring him in both. Right. So what's that next edge signing that's coming along then? Because you didn't get Crosby. So who's your backup then, Ravens? I'm listening. I'm listening. Oh, you didn't sign another edge? But I thought you were going to sign them both. It's like this whole story is so paper thin on their part. How long is this going? I'm going to go for about another 5 minutes or so here. Then I got to go get some food because I got a 5 o'clock Seahawks syndicate here we'll be going live for. Almost over with here. Ethan, Hawks Nest, this whole thing from the Ravens is really surprising considering that the organization is one that has been very highly respected. It's 100% buyer's remorse, not failed physical. 100%. And they have done this before. They are a respected organization, but they have done this before. There's a whole dirty pool game that go look up the Jair Alexander trade to the Eagles last year. They've been kind of doing some of this stuff. It's maybe not like they're known for it, but this ain't the first time something like this has kind of popped up. War Chief says, just watch Emmanuel Wilson highlights, man. I don't know what the problem is with him because they were HL. Love the way he runs, big and shifty with our line. That's 5 yards a pop and he can catch. I love it, man. This is why running back is a devalued position. You can find value at times in other places. Maybe it's not difference-making talent, but it can be more than functional. Like Max says, savvy move. Kane, I absolutely love this stream. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Ola Greasy, hey, B, why is it the national pundits have already dismissed us? It's what they do. I mean, they dismissed us last year too. I think a lot of them don't often pay very close attention to us. I think that they're just looking at losses. I think that they're just not taking into account where we were last year and how off they were last year. I mean, you have many of the same pundits nationally that are proclaiming that Seattle's taken a step back now are the same people that didn't think we were going to get in the playoffs last year. So I ask, what is their opinion really worth? What is their punditry really got of any value to it if that's wrong at every turn, especially when it comes to us? Gamer says Wilson did that a lot to us in Green Bay when Jacobs was down. The guy is an animal. He's not afraid to fight for yards, take hits. He can do it and be the guy you're looking for. I love it, man. You guys get me hyped up for this guy. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Bill, the Vikings are definitely in desperation mode. Does seem like he has a little more juice based on what I'm reading here. Misfit from Brian Robinson. Makes a good deal. Jack, the Raiders made the mistake of the deadline, and you were in here. You heard me talk about this, so I'm consistent on this. I thought that I was being proven wrong when the Ravens were going to get this deal done, but now I'm being proven right. I said at the time, Raiders, you're done for doing this. Now is the time you're going to max out the compensation you get for Crosby, not later on. You're taking an unmitigated risk doing this, a stupid risk doing this. You shouldn't do it. And instead, the Raiders got cute with it. They got cute, and now it's going to bite them in the ass. And as I always say, with bad organizations and badly run teams, and you can have different general managers flowing through there and different coaches flowing through there, but you get representations constantly for why they're poorly run. I don't care how much you need a center. Going $9 million over what the average highest paid amount was for that positional group is absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. So I agree. They messed this up. They messed it up back at the trade deadline. And now they're, rather than owning it, they continue to think like they're going to find some creative fashion out of this to more and better maximize it. And again, I was almost proven wrong with the Ravens trade. Maybe they do find a 2 first-round deal out there somehow, some way, but it would blow me away if they did. D'Anthony Bell back on a 1-year deal. All right. So we're assembling some safeties here. Hoping one of them keep up in the wash. Yeah, we're due to get some food. We'll get some food here. Yeah, no one's ever going to want to do business. Certainly not going to do business with the Ravens on a major trade. Certainly not going to do major business with the Ravens on a trade where there's some worry about potentially them failing them out on a physical. And I think that there's a lot of these GM trades that go down where the GMs, and I think the Raiders were honest with this. They let them know, here's the situation. He just went through meniscus surgery. This has gone on. You guys know this ahead of time. I don't want to get in negotiations with you, Baltimore, and you're going to come back and do some chicken crap stuff of trying to fail him if I'm being upfront with you on this on the front side. So it's really awful look by the Ravens in this situation. It is horrible look for them, actually. I don't know why Kyler's going there, Misfit. That's a weird one to me. Orchie says, for me, I'm a homer. I love Kemp, but I'm also a huge Jordan fan. but I like to root against him. He was the villain. But the greatest of all time, my favorite was Iverson and Vince Carter. Love those two guys too, man. And I love Kemp. When I was out in the basketball court as a young man, I was like, Peyton to Kemp, and you'd work on your little turnaround. And like what I would do with Kemp is he had that move where he could get it down the post and then he could spin and then get the dribble down by the time he got out of the spin. And I was a small guy, but I always try that move. Kemp was so much fun. Welcome home to Anthony Bell, man. Welcome home. NFL has no clue what's coming for him this year. Eric D. Khan Asta. Then it'd be that blow him comeback was quick and epic. I'm dying. I've been patient with them today, but now they started to scratch the surface off. So okay, let's do this, Niner fans. We can do this. I could play this game with you. Johnny Wilson seems to be pretty decent. I got to look at some tape on him. He runs hard. He's a bigger back. He can be a hammer. A little bit of shake to him in his size. Low cost option here. Gives you a little bit of an insurance policy for the position, so you're not driven to have to make the pick if you don't have to. If you don't have to. Panthers messed up, picking Bell up before a playoff run, robbed him of a ring. Boy, did they ever. That was mean. That was just mean. That's just mean. All right. Well, we will wrap it up on this. Sorry, folks, if we didn't get a chance to get to the mock draft. I promise you, if we get a show here in the next couple of days, if there's a move made, I'll do another show here tomorrow or Saturday if there's anything of significant note that the Hawks do, and we'll do a mock draft for that show. We'll start getting these going more. It's just kind of right now we've got a lot of interest here in what's going on with free agency and what's kind of cooking up with that. If you guys can do me this favor and hit the like button. I know I ask it a lot. I know I'm annoying about it, but when you guys do hit that like button, it has a real big determinable effect on YouTube and pushing out my content to other people that are looking for Seahawks content, NFL coverage. I really appreciate when you guys do that as well. We're on the road here to 30,000 subscribers. We're making some great headway here through this off season. We've just been doing awesome on the growth side of it. But if you could sub up today for me, I would really, really appreciate that, as it's free, doesn't cost you anything, and it helps out channels like mine to a real major degree. We will be back here in simply about an hour with the Seattle Seahawks Syndicate, breaking it down with the boys, breaking down this first wave of free agency, picking their mind, feeling out where they're at, where they're coming from, how they're feeling about the Seattle team. Do we got some people that are a little bit annoyed? We got some impatience, or is everybody trusting in the plan? Well, you will find out about that in just simply an hour. But until then, I shouldn't have to remind you, it's only an hour that I've been away, but I'm going to do so anyway. Don't you ever forget. Don't you dare. And thank you to everybody out there for all the support today, all the donations, and all of the great discussion. But please don't you ever forget. Don't you dare. Don't you do it. We're about to go back to back, baby. We're about to shock the world. We're about to have pundits back to back again, sell out on us, only to be disproven again once we get the regular season. So you better believe you keep the faith, my Seahawks fans, and don't you dare forget. Go Hawks.